gotten to the questions. I mean, and we have a lot of objections. The last four or five were sustained that John Lewin, the prosecutor, made. The other ones were not sustained for the whole morning. And it has to do with Joe Tacopina, who represents ASAP Rocky, trying to show that really this guy Relli is not a victim, that he had no money, he wasn't making money. And then he tells somebody, I figured out a way to make money before the alleged shooting. And that's what he's trying to get into, a motive here and a whole progression as to how Relli came to decide to set up this whole type shooting. Kristen, yes, you know why I'm wearing this tie? Michel Bryant is backstage getting ready, but yesterday we talked about me not wearing flannel, right? So I brought to Michel Bryant, remember when I was in Tennessee telling you about the rattlesnakes? I brought all my flannel, but I decided to jazz it up with a little bit of well, you know, like a Chanel dupe tie. I'll say that for now. So that's why I figured I had to do both. There you saw a flash of Michel Bryant, who's in Canton. But this has been wild here going on. And there he is. We're not even in the lunch break, Michel Bryant. We're in the second like side. First of all, they had to take a break. I know you're in Canton, Massachusetts, getting ready for Karen Reed. They had to take a break because Relli was not answering any questions. It was crazy. It was nuts. So they had to take a break. Apparently, Affy's reporting that his civil attorneys are in the courtroom. Somebody had to talk with him. So they came back from break, and then he started answering questions. And then it got into an area I guess he didn't like. And then Lewin is objecting. And then there's speaking objections. It is a disaster. So we do have some questions. Missy starts out with a question that Affy said that the judge admonished Relli 3 times. What exactly does that mean? And what can happen to Relli if he continues to be combative? Admonish means I'm telling you first nicely to answer the question. I'm telling you second nicely, Mr. Relli, answer the question. I'm telling you third, not so nicely, Mr. Relli. Listen to the question and answer the question. I don't care whether you don't like it. I don't care whether you don't want to answer it. If you don't understand it, we'll rephrase it to you. But it's not whether you like the question or not whether you don't want to answer the question. You have to answer the question. Now, what could happen? The judge could hold them in contempt. Or I guess at the most, the judge could say to the prosecution, your witness continues to not answer the question. I'm going to declare a mistrial with prejudice here because the defendant cannot get a fair trial because he cannot exercise his Sixth Amendment right to respond to a question. So that was a very good question to us, Missy Mayhem.
So the real question becomes, in reality, what would happen? Is he really going to hold this alleged victim in contempt, or is he just going to keep leaning on him and work with the attorneys to get at least whatever element of testimony they want to get? I don't think there's a contempt coming. There may be a threat, and I don't think they're going to have a mistrial. I don't even think they're going to, another in-between remedy could be that they're discounting his testimony, that they're just going to tell the jury to discount his testimony. So I don't know. I don't know if that's likely or not either. But I'm not shocked that this day is unfolding as it has.
And we haven't started. You understand? We really haven't started. It's only, we're in 1920. We're in 2021. We're not even close, Michael.
I know.
Yeah. Now, by the way, where are you?
Oh, yeah. I should tell you.
Now? Yeah. Where are you sitting for before we answer the next question?
I feel like I'm sitting in the middle of the street, which is very close to where I am. But right behind me, over here, right there, that's the Waterfall Bar. I'm not sure if you can see any of the signage over my shoulder or not. Can you see it? I don't know. Anyway,
no, but I did post a picture of you because you've been doing clips for Justice Serve TV and put them on YouTube. So I took some stills and posted pictures of you where you can see the signage.
Yeah, so we did the walk across from McCarthy's across the street over to the waterfall behind me, and then we did a drive along the less than 5 minutes it took to drive from here over to 34 Fairview. Did a little reconnoitering around the neighborhood there. Lovely little neighborhood, not one of those you would expect to find a dead body on your lawn generally. So here, because tomorrow is the latest hearing in the Karen Reed case. Of course, this is the case, the hearing involving Gretchen Voss, the author for Boston Magazine. She is trying to protect her notes, which the court has ruled are going to be discoverable and going to be given to the prosecution. And the prosecution believes in those notes are something that would suggest discrepancies in Karen Reed's recollections of what happened that night, almost exactly 3 years ago. Yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of this happening. So we thought it'd be good to get our feet wet here in this community, check it out, check out the hearing tomorrow, obviously, and report on that. So we will do that. But in the meantime, what other little nuggets do you have for me from earlier today? I'm shocked, first of all, that John Lewin was not a total gentleman following the rules. I've never heard so many speaking objections from a guy that was mad about people making speaking objections.
Speaking objections, right? Well, okay. So the judge explained the questions to Relli, right? And then Joe had to read a text, and it said, excuse my language, everybody, but did you say to his client, A$AP Rocky, fuck everything about you, you big ass N-word, okay? I hate you, you're fake ass, whatever, that type of stuff. And there was like, could you show me the whole text? Could you show me all the text this was in? Can you show? No. Answer the question. Did you do this? So they had to go through it, and the judge told him to answer the question. He meant yes, he wrote that text. Okay, that was like an important beginning. All right. In 2021, you told people you were a millionaire. Didn't you? He said yes, no, I don't remember. Well, Joe says
it's a multiple choice.
You got all three. You got all three answers in there. You got all three answers. Yes, no, I don't remember. Okay, because he actually said that. Yes, no, I don't remember. And then Lewin was objecting, and the judge says, "Well, you need to answer the question." And then there was some funny thing, and everyone will remember here. I wrote like a boss. Like a boss, talking about the judge saying, I think it was talking to Lewin or something like that, or Lewin talking about the judge. It was really kind of a funny moment, okay? And then Joe was showing him his Instagram, and he said, why you showing my Instagram to people? He said, because you said that you didn't have an online presence. And apparently his Instagram after this shows him on a jet plane and all. And also he says, yeah, you just have to answer the question. The judge actually said, you just have to answer the question, because he don't want to answer the questions about his Instagram pages either. He said, you called me an extortionist. You called me an extortionist. And then Lewin starts objecting. This was like what you got out of it, I think, from what our viewers are getting out of it, is that this is an uncooperative witness. Let's start with that, okay? And he's already hostile. So to answer your question, Missy, he's already hostile. You can declare a hostile witness when you don't call somebody. So I call a police officer. I call a police officer, but he's not on my side. But he starts treating me really hostile. Even though I called him, I can ask the court to declare him a hostile witness if he won't give me an answer. But he's already a hostile witness because he's on cross-examination. Joe doesn't call him. He is hostile, and you can treat him as a hostile witness, and you can do anything you do to a hostile witness. So if you get the idea, that's what it's been like this morning.
Boy,
so far.
Yeah, and usually that hosile witness categorization is if it's one of your witnesses who isn't, happy to be there. In theory, every cross-examination, every witness in a cross-examination is hostile.
Michael, or add into that, tell us, or if there's a named party, right?
Right.
And tell everybody what this means, what that means.
Which part of that?
Hostile. All of it.
Well, it just means that the witness is not cooperating even with the simplest of answers. And so therefore you're allowed to lead them a little bit more, be more suggestive in your questions, because they are being obstreperous, one of my favorite words. And even the most simple questions, like the ones where you answer yes, no, I don't remember. That's
his answer. That was his answer. Yeah, it wasn't like you can answer yes, no, I don't remember. He answered, did you tell 2021 you told people you're going to be a millionaire? He said yes, no, I don't remember. That was his answer.
So let's talk about why he's upset. He's upset about these social media posts, right? Well, dude, you're the guy that said my life was a living hell after he was outed as having a fight of some sort with A$AP Rocky. Well, you said that, guy. You're the guy that said people stopped following you. Your clients stopped following you. The record company stopped following you. Well, here's your online presence looking pretty good, dude. So, sorry, but that's the way it works. If you're going to make statements like that, and we have evidence to the contrary, we're throwing it out there for the jury.
Kristen Vasquez asks, "Is this the first time Joe and this DA had a trial together?" From what I understand, yes, this is the first time that they've had a trial together. But you see, the great thing about if you're Joe Tacopina in this, first of all, you've got Richard Gabriel and you have Michel Ward, who are the trial consultants. I'm not going to say jury because they consult on every aspect of the trial. Who probably been in trials with Lewin. They know him. They know what he's about. They know how he acts. And they can prep you. Also, John Lewin was on tape for the whole Durst trial, so everyone can see how he acts, what he objects to, what his aura is. Whereas Joe's trials have generally not been on tape. When he represented Donald Trump, for instance, that was federal court. So while Joe has a reputation, you don't have that fount of information where people can like John Lewin can go and see, let's see Joe Tacopina's trial. They just have knowledge of his reputation. So that answers that. Kristen, you had a second question. Why did the judge keep sustaining every question? That was in the area where the judge felt Lewin kept objecting. The judge felt there wasn't a basis for some of the bank records and all, that Joe hadn't established the basis. But then he finally did, and we went to how much money you had in the bank. Joe asked a question here, Michael. Like in 2021, I don't remember the actual month. Did you have $4,000 in the bank? I had a lot of bank accounts. Well, how about your main bank account? Well, I had a lot of main bank accounts. And then there started being objection that there wasn't the foundation laid. Really, what it was is that there probably wasn't the foundation. But normally, these are questions you don't have to ask the foundation for, right?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming that Tacopina has some documents that support the question he was asking, so that he could, he could throw it in his face. If he's, no, I did not. Well, what about this? Here's this document. Doesn't it show that you had X in the bank at that point? But he never got that far, but, because the witness is not even cooperating to that degree to just say yes or no.
Yeah, and Leah Wilkie Donnelly points out another great moment, that I think that because you're on the road and you're doing all this in Canton, the best part was Relli yelling, "That's fake," when there's a recording being playing of Relli saying stuff, and Joe played the recording, and it was like it wasn't a fake. He was yelling that something that Joe had in a statement was fake, and there's Relli in a recording that is not AI, that is not made up, saying the exact same statements that Joe was cross-examining, and Joe Tacopina was cross-examining on.
What was he suggesting? It was made up? That it was not? Okay. Yeah, well, remember, this is the guy that can't even identify himself on videotape. So, to hear himself, I could see him suggesting that's not me. That's not me.
Yeah, I said to, before we got on, I said to everybody, I said, we're going to have a poll after this. Who was the most entertaining witness? Was it Lil Woody from YSL, or is it Relli from this case? And I hate to say entertaining, because trials shouldn't be entertaining.
Well, but vicariously, that's why we're here. It's there, but for the grace of God, go I. I'm not in that situation. We would like to see how people handle these situations, and there's an entertainment value. I'm sorry, that's just a fact. Hey, let me answer a question for Sheila Duffy. She's asking, why? And this gets back to day one. Why is Lewin objecting when he didn't do the direct examination? Good question. It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen, but we knew it was coming, because during the setup for this trial, Lewin specifically asked the court if it was okay if somebody other than the examining attorney could then object. And this is what he was setting up. They let Paulie P do the direct examination, and then Lewin, because he's so much better and so much more qualified than Paulie P in his mind, he will do the objecting for this witness. So that's been set up ahead of time. It's bizarre.
It is absolutely bizarre, but you see what was happening. I think they thought that Joe would be too much for Paulie P to handle, and he's not. He's doing a very good job. It's just the thing is that he seems to have the goods, and maybe Lewin thought if he objects, he can bully the judge, and the judge ain't being bullied, Joe, by Joe or by Lewin.
Yeah, I like him. Everybody likes this judge. Have we had a lot of feedback on the judge?
I don't know. What do you all think? Do you all like this judge? I've seen comments that they do like the judge, and all. But if you don't, tell me why. Tell us why. What other questions do you have from what we've seen? Now, I assume they're taking some kind of long break or early lunch. I don't know what to make of this, because
it's definitely lunchtime.
It's well, we didn't get, but Missy likes the judge. It's a bizarre case in a nice way, says Kristen Vacquez. The judge has no problem yelling at the lawyers, right?
And that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
it's his courtroom, you know?
Yeah. Leah Wilkie Donnelly also has another great question. Joe should be allowed to establish a flow with this cross. These breaks are ridiculous. And I kind of agree with that, except that it's highlighting for the jury that we're having to take a break because Relli ain't so cooperative.
Well, let's face it. I mean, at its core, you got a horrible witness, and you have an opposing attorney in Lewin who won't even let you kind of create that flow for a horrible witness. So this is a sloppy mess, and there's no easy way to clean it up when you have all of these horrible elements: bad witness, obstreperous attorney making objections. But it's not going to be. This ain't going to be, the second half of watching a Law and Order episode, right?
I don't know. It's judges trying to certainly keep order. As Kristen pointed out, he leaned against the wall and he told the attorneys to stop. And we've all been there. We've all been there when we're in a case that said we're going back and forth. And the judge says, stop, just stop. You sit down over here and you sit over there. You go to your quarters,
It's the no squabble zone. That's what he said. The no squabble zone.
The no squabble zone. But he really has a handle. And I also think he has a handle on Lewin too, right? Because Lewin was then started with the speaking objections. It was like, no speaking objections. And then Joe says no speaking objections. And the judge says no speaking objections. At one point, I wasn't sure who was answering because they were all saying the same thing, stop with the speaking objections. And he would do that if he couldn't win the main objection, right? If it was a ruling against him. So are people beeping at you there? Are people beeping at you there?
Oh, no, that's, I think there's some cops going by, and there's a train station right there. I mean, if I had some orange cones, I'd put them around me, but I do not.
Well, let me ask you this, because let me just go off ASAP Rocky for a second. And by the way, Riri is in the courtroom. And apparently, before I do that, really civil attorneys are in the courtroom. Now, we know that supposedly it was Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez who took the case, even though Ben is at a new firm. But I don't know whether he went to the same firm that Camille's at. I don't know what the situation is. By the way, I'll have to look it up because he texted it to me. So I have to look it up. By the way, they're breaking for 90 minutes is the new hot off the press. 90 minutes. Well, now, can Joe mention to Relli, you have your civil attorney sitting here in the courtroom? Could he say that?
Oh, sure. I'm sure he could, because the lawsuit's going to come up because it was talked about on direct, right? That door was opened. I know there's going to be a fight about it, but that door was open when Relli offered, a yes or no answer was no, because I'm suing him for defamation. So, that's why he didn't want to talk to the defense attorney prior to trial when the judge made that offer. So to me, that barn door is open. Now, I don't know how the judge is going to rule, but I don't know how much more open it can be when the witness has acknowledged filing a lawsuit against the attorney that is now questioning him.
So, Michael, I have another one to ask you. Okay, what if Relli then says, I'm not going to answer any more questions? What's the remedy? I mean, you got the civil attorneys there. They won't be too happy with that. But what if he says, I don't want to answer any more questions?
Well, then it's on the judge to decide. One of the things we've already talked about is going to be held in contempt, where he could be hauled off. See ya. Or is he going to have his testimony limited as a result of that? I mean, those are the options. He's either going to have his testimony limited or he's going to be hauled out if the judge is serious about enforcing his, 2 warnings he's had now? 3 warnings?
3 warnings. He's had three admonitions already.
I think 3 strikes and you're out. I think,
I
think that's it. But you know how judges are. We saw this in the Fannie Willis case. Remember when she was
the witness.
Honest a number of times, by the judge when she finally was the witness. He never did anything. So,
No, that's
sometimes
true. I mean,
it's a hollow thread.
Yeah, but this is like, so these are, my notes are literally a page and a half, because all I kept writing down was objection, overruled, objection, overruled. What do you mean by that? Why are you asking me these questions? What does that have to, Relli would say, what does that have to do with the lawsuit? And that's when the judge would say, nicely explain to him, you have to answer the question. It's not for you to decide what it has to do with the lawsuit. Joe asked him two different questions. He had two different answers. One was in a videotape and one was in court. And he said, well, which one is true? And Relli says, I don't know what you want to hear. Okay.
Yeah, you forgot to tell me that part of the script. Where am I on this story? Yeah.
Now, let me ask you another question, okay? So if his civil attorneys are there and he's in the middle of cross-examination, we know that the prosecutors can't talk to your witness. When you put a witness on, you cannot then talk to your witness when they're in the middle of cross-examination. You can't, unless the judge says, I'm giving you permission to talk to him, to tell him to answer the questions. The judge could do that, I'm doing that, all right? But are his civil attorneys allowed to speak to him?
I think the judge could allow it, but I'd be shocked if he did. You mean during a break, like now, right? Like now.
Right, like now.
I don't, I wasn't listening when they broke, and it may not have been audio that we heard, but the judge would have admonished them if that were the case. I don't think he has the right to do that, to be honest with you. I don't think he does. Now, if you're cross-examining Mr. Relli, when he gets back up there, did you talk to your civil attorneys during the break? And then, you can't get into attorney-client privilege material, obviously, but you can certainly ask whether he had conversations with those civil attorneys.
Yeah. So then there was another thing I'll get your opinion on. And at one point, Joe Tacopina was asking Relli about, well, you said that you had clients and they left you. Who did you have before this incident? I don't want to name names.
Yeah.
Who did you have after I don't want to name names. He actually said, I'd rather not name names. So he did put the rather in there. And of course, there was an objection to the question, and it was overruled because, he testified it on the prosecutor's direct examination that he lost clients. So I don't know how the objection could even be made, but it was overruled. And then he gives names like one word names, like not people that you would know, like one word names, like artist names or something that if you're like if you're like us and you want to Google them, you're not going to find anything.
What I think is interesting is you got two different things happening here. With the criminal case, obviously it goes to his credibility. If he says he's lost all this work, and if you don't believe him on that front, maybe you don't believe him on the events that he says happened that night. But in the civil case, you're going nowhere in terms of damages, because you can't just throw out a name here or there. You got to have some hardcore information that shows, yes, I was working with ABC Records, and on this day when they heard about this story, they stopped, and now I'm no longer dealing with ABC. That's your case in a civil matter. It's all about the damages. You can't prove them up without that hardcore info. In this case, it just goes to his credibility.
All right, so you come back with this 90-minute break, which there has to be something else going on here, right? It just can't
it's a
be
normal lunch, isn't it?
Yeah,
lunch?
But isn't their lunch an hour, or was
no? They've been doing an hour and a half.
An hour and a half. Okay, but they had a 20-minute break, just like 10 minutes before they broke for this lunch, because that's when Relli was being so difficult. So now we have an hour and a half lunch. You're sitting on that jury, all right? I want you to be objective. What are you thinking?
Well, at this point, I'm just wondering, this is the best they've got, this witness, this guy who's the alleged victim. He's all over the map. He's not clear. I don't know if I believe anything he says, but he's not done, so I'll give him the chance. I'll wait and see what happens on redirect. Maybe there'll be some cleanup on aisle 5 for all the wreckage that Joe Tacopina is causing on his cross-examination. But at this point, you don't know enough. You just think this is it. This is the star.
This is the start. Now, let's assume he kind of like totally fails on this. And he keeps being, obstreperous, as you said. He keeps wanting to control the issue. Lewin keeps objecting to Joe Tacopina. And by the way, Tacopina hasn't raised his voice at all. It's not like he's come after him, right? He really hasn't done that, right? As it goes along even further, and let's just see, he gets off the stand. Let's assume he gets off the stand today, which I think is a big if, but could happen. Is he the only thing the state has? Is he it?
Well, they're going to have these corroborative witnesses, like the girlfriend. I think she's key. I've always thought all along she's going to be key to corroborate the bullets, the casings that were found that night. But I don't know what else you got. You don't have real injuries that are going to sway anybody. They're either going to think the bullet caused those knuckle injuries or not. Not a big deal. That's not there's no gun, right? Which, again, doesn't help the defense. There's no gun, whether it was a prop gun, starter pistol, whatever it was, there's no weapon. So if this guy can't sell this jury, I don't know what else there is to sell them on this case.
Well, so given everything we have so far, let's assume there was redirect that started now. And redirect is what the prosecutor's going to do. And I don't know whether or not the judge give permission for another attorney to do redirect. Does the person handling the witness have to be the same person that handled the direct? Do you know the answer to that?
I'm going to be going out there and handling redirect. It's very bizarre. But I don't understand why they would switch horses, as it were, in the middle of the stream. But with this case, I would not be surprised. I don't think that was the original intent when they had those conversations. One attorney, one objecting. I think the theory was examination and redirect, same attorney. But who knows? Come on.
So, Michael, let's go back to where you are for a second right now, in the middle, almost in the middle of the street, getting run over.
And I think, let's see, Ms. Schmidt said it looks freezing. It is. I'm freezing my ass off out here. And I'm not sure how much longer I've got for you, but I'll try and make another 10.
I was going to, well, do you think you could go into the, is it the water wheel behind you?
Waterfall.
The waterfall bar
and grill.
The waterfall bar and grill. That's right. The water wheel is in Milford, Pennsylvania.
And broadcast from there?
Yeah.
I will after I'm done freezing. I will go in there and get a large glass of liquor, and then I will ask them perhaps. Who knows what the reaction is going to be from these folks? They may be, get the hell out of here. I don't want to even hear a thing about that case ever again. Or they may be like, yeah, it's a disgrace, and I don't know. But I will definitely ask. And we should remind that we're on. This is the JSTV satellite system.
I was going to ask, what do you want?
Elon. We're total satellite right now.
Yeah, you're on our mini Starlink. You're not on a phone. You're on the mini Starlink that we have for Justice Serve TV, so we can broadcast everywhere. So this is our first outing with it. And your picture
looks all right. Look good. Okay.
Yeah, I think your picture looks great, but I have to tell you said you're going to go in and have a drink. We have a lot of views last night on the show we did the night before, right, about getting this ready, right? When we turned it over into an episode, which we like to do because a lot of people can't watch live, right? It's just getting view after view after view. But one of the comments said, "Well, I shouldn't talk over you, but we know that that's our kind of our shtick." We've
had that before, and we just chalk it up to the passion we have for this material that we're talking about, and if that is offensive to some people, we're sorry. We're not doing it to bother people. It's just kind of the way our conversation unfolds. So
yeah, and we have a conversation, but I have to tell you, because you said that, someone said I must be drunk or on something. Okay.
Oh, somebody said that? Oh, I didn't see that one. Well,
I guess they don't know me.
No.
I guess they don't know my passion, and I guess they don't know that you've been with me. You know that I.
And you don't even drink.
I don't even drink. Yeah. I mean, I'm allergic to wine, so that's not a good thing. And the only thing I can drink is very high-end champagne. My husband will say, of course, which I just generally don't do. And I don't take drugs, so I don't know. You're just high on life. I am. I'm actually high on life. I love speaking to you. We love doing this show together. And, if you're not in a courtroom passionately, and in a courtroom I can be a little bit more sedate, as you all know, because you've all watched me in a courtroom. But if you're not passionate about what you do, why do it? Yep, that's right. Oh, wait, I think my train's here. Well, you know what? Maybe you should go into the waterfall
Okay, I'm
bar.
gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna leave this with you, and I'll go in there and see what's happening or not happening.
Yeah, and I'll continue to try to answer some questions, see what else we have, see what else is going on. I see Missy. Missy had to leave us all, by the way, because she had to go to. She posted a PT appointment, and then hopefully she'll be back before court comes back. But I think we should let Michael get out of the cold.
I'm going to abandon you. Yes.
Okay. And look, if you want to come back on, you're in that waterfall bar, and they want to talk.
I'll check in. I'll see where you guys are in the process when I warm up a little bit. Okay. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Michael, for joining us. But boy, what a show that we have going on here. So let's go back and just rehash some of the things that have happened in this situation. We saw that Relli. We saw that the Relli had sent messages to Rocky, including to suck. And it was an N-word. Now I'm not going to say it. Okay. We saw that the Tacopina was trying to talk about how Relli had this incredible lifestyle that he was portraying to people, but that he was really broke. All we heard is at one point he had $4,000 in one bank.
This is defense Emma. This is defense Emma and Mary.
That's not the case. Yes. Is that what I'm asking you specifically to focus on is at the end of this, when you see that you described it as Rocky having a gun, you say he's putting it away when you see two people walking by. You know what I'm saying that?
No.
Okay, take a look at the video. See those two sets of legs there?
Yeah.
Okay. You put the set away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And after that happened, Rocky turned around and walked away, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And after that, everything, using your words, everything is about to be over at that point, right?
I mean, right after we
Put
saw
it away.
Joe put a knife away, so it wasn't really everything happened fast.
Yeah, before you get to that one, let me just ask you this one. When you see Rocky put that away and start walking away, you said everything is about to be over at that point, right? Before you see anything else.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And after Rocky turned and walked away, and everything was about to be over, the altercation had ended, despite Rocky having displayed what you said was a gun, you didn't run away from him, right?
Clearly not.
Well, hold on. You didn't run away, or that's not right?
No, I didn't run away.
So he said clearly not.
Yeah, clearly not.
Well, clearly not right, or clearly that he didn't run away? Because you said,
I
you
didn't
asked
run
the
away.
question, then you said, is that right?
Good point. Okay. To the contrary, you actually, at one point, told Rocky to shoot the gun, right?
That was before. I was like, if you brought a gun, shoot it.
Okay. In any event, you started following Rocky, Hills, and Twelby as they started walking down Argyle Avenue to Selma.
Negative.
Negative.
No.
Okay.
I told you I was talking to Jamel.
Which exhibit is this?
This is people's one arm.
Number one?
Yeah, one. But we make it sure. Okay. So Selma's here, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Where was the parking lot location on this map?
Point, can you
Initial.
point out on the exhibit that's behind you?
Wait, the first, when you first pulled out?
Yes.
That's in the parking garage. So that would be. Is this the W right here?
Hold on, we'll have.
Can you put the other one up?
Here you go. It's right here on Argonne, right here. That's the prosecutor's figure before. So see where I just put that, Ken?
Okay, can you put the one of the visual picture up?
Sure. This one?
That's people's shooting on.
Yeah.
There's two.
Okay, what am I looking at?
The parking garage over there.
Yeah, park. This is where the shooting happened?
Right, go around the block.
Right here. So it's right here. Yeah.
So now we'll put the map back up. So, right here is on Argyle Avenue, where the parking lot was.
Okay.
And this is the route you took when you followed them, correct?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now, I asked you before, as Rocky, Bills, and Trolley started walking away down Argyle, heading towards Selma, did you follow them? And what was your answer, sir?
I told you I was talking to 12E because I seen him with a knife. But yes, I walked down the block with him.
Behind them, you were following, right?
I was following him. I was walking with Bills. 12E was right there and Rocky was in front.
Indicating that the two other individuals allowed to be said were in front of the position and made it to see that
Okay. So, you said that eventually you saw 12E with a pocket knife?
I seen him putting away a pocket knife. I didn't kneel him down, like putting it away.
All right. So as the three of them are walking up Argyle to Selma, and you're walking with them, you started to use your words, talking shit to them, right?
I just started talking, expressing my feelings for what just happened overall.
Okay. Let's. Thanks. You know, I asked you a second ago, I was looking for the preliminary hearing testimony on your, I asked you before, when the three of them, Bill, Schwelpe, and Rocky, started walking away down Argyle toward Selma, you followed them, and you said incorrect, right?
I don't recall. I don't. When was this? What are you talking about? Because you tripped like.
Question and answer we had this like within the last 2 minutes.
I don't understand that.
I'm going to ask you again.
Question.
I'll ask you again. When Trilby, Bills, and Rocky started walking down Argyle to Selma, away from you, you followed them, correct?
But I think the word follow
Yeah,
has
that's
multiple
not.
interpretations. Hold on.
Who's not speaking this
Mr.
way?
Lewin. They stop speaking objections. Advise to everybody. What is the objection? Objection, they sustained.
Well, let me read you from your preliminary hearing testimony.
One line.
156, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to wait for you. 156, line 3 to line 5. It's only 2 lines.
Okay.
Okay. This is you on the road in November 2023. Question. They started walking eastbound on Argyle to Selma, and you followed them, correct? Answer by
Yeah,
you.
sure.
Answer by you, yes.
Yes.
Yes, we're at yes now? Okay. See? Take that long?
She's trying to make it sound like something else.
Actually, argumentative. We talked about the.
Withdrawn, you're right, Brian. Absolutely. Okay. So, now at one point, as you were following them, I think you testified on your direct, you don't really remember what you said to 12 emails. Is that right?
Which one was this? Which they
Which day?
repeat the question first.
Okay, let's focus on November 6th, 2021. Okay? After the initial incident at the parking lot. Okay? With that?
Keep going.
Okay. When you're following Rocky, 12 and Hills down Argyle to Summit, you said words to Hills and 12. Do you remember specifically what you said?
I think I said something about 12 years not where he's supposed to be, and it was just like a crackhead or something like that. Or like he's going, I don't know what I was saying. There was a lot of stuff I was saying. I mentioned a lot of other people's names, like a lot of stuff. It was like a block and a half. We were walking. I'm just talking. You know, a lot of stuff.
What you said to Hills was that he was a crackhead, right?
Okay.
And what you said to 12 was that he lives in the projects, right?
I think so.
And you're walking with them, as you said that, they could hear you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And as you were saying these things, you weren't like speaking softly, you were yelling at them, right?
I mean, I'm just talking. I'm just verbally expressing my feelings. I just had a numb hold on.
Was your voice elevated or were you yelling when you said that to them?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, page 70, line 6 to 18. 70, page 70, line 16 to 18. 16 to 18. I think I said 6, oh, you're right. Question by you, question by me. At your preliminary hearing when you were under oath in 2023. Was your voice elevated or were you yelling this stuff? Answer, yeah, yes. Okay. So, you went all the way from that parking lot on Argyle, that on People's Exhibit 1, to the corner of Argyle and Selma. You made a right following them to East Del Mar. And you went to that corner of East Del Mar and Selma, right?
Correct.
All right. And your testimony was that you were asked on direct testimony by the prosecutor that you never saw Rocky carry a gun before, correct?
Did I ever, when was it, a preliminary hearing?
No, the trial, just the
Yeah.
ago.
Oh, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
This is your trial testimony from
Yeah, but it's
2 days ago. Line 523, page 233. You don't have it. I'll read it one. Share my transcript. Yeah, go ahead. It's sworn testimony, but okay. Whatever, I'll read it. Question, this is just in front of the jury. Did you know the defendant carried guns regularly? And that was when the prosecutor was asking questions. Answer, not really. I think one time he said, I seen like on his wallet, he had like a firearms in New York one time, or something like that. But I don't remember ever seeing or knowing, like physically knowing. Question, okay. I mean, did you personally see him with a gun on occasion before this? Answer, no. He has a lot of security. So you told the story that you had not known Rocky carry guns before, correct?
I mean, I don't chill with the man, but I'm assuming he doesn't really, he's a superstar. I don't really chill with him every day, I don't know. You asked me a broad question. All the time I chill with him, I don't know him for carrying guns.
This is for as long as cash that
Oh,
question.
okay.
You gave the answer.
Okay.
That's a truthful answer, right?
I don't chill with him. I don't chill, so I don't know what he does.
But you don't know him to carry guns, correct? That's what you said.
I mean, I don't know.
You know.
I don't know.
But one thing you know is for sure he doesn't carry prop guns. That you know.
I mean, who carries a prop gun?
That's what you know, right?
Who's gonna come to a situation and carry a prop gun and be,
Mr. Ephron,
That's not my question.
Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question. that-
I don't-
Wait, Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question whether it's a yes or no, or I don't recall, or I don't remember. That's the question again.
Second.
Ask the question again.
Sure. You said you didn't know him to carry guns, and therefore you don't know if he carries guns. But as far as prop guns are concerned, that you know for a fact he never carries. That's what he told
That's
you.
either yes or no.
no, I don't know. I don't know.
So, anyway, clearly after you saw Rocky with what you said was a gun, you were not afraid to follow him.
It wasn't about being afraid.
Answer your question. So you
Wasn't
can be here
about being
till
afraid.
next week if you want. After you saw
Yeah, I was
Rocky,
afraid. I was afraid. I was hurt. I was a lot of
Mr.
things.
Ephron, he's asking you another question which calls for yes or a no.
What's
Ask
the question
again.
again?
sure. After you saw Rocky with what you say was a gun, you were not afraid to follow him.
No.
That's all.
You were actually questioned about that on December 17th.
The last answer was a question, still negative, so I don't think we have an answer that is understood. Maybe the question to be asked.
Were you afraid of Rocky when you were following him?
Was I afraid?
After you saw the gun.
After you saw the gun and you were following, were you afraid of him?
At that moment 3 years ago, when the
Yes.
I mean, I just had a gun pulled on me, yeah.
Yeah, you were afraid to follow him.
Mhm.
But despite your
Is
fear,
it
you
yes?
did,
Is it yes?
despite your fear, you did it anyway, right?
I mean, a lot was going on, yeah, my emotions, everything.
So your testimony to this jury under oath was that you were afraid to follow him when you saw him pull that gun. You testified to that same question at the preliminary hearing in November of 2023, under oath, the same oath you took here. And you asked this question and you gave this answer. 158, lines 24 to 27.
Is that the preliminary hearing transcript or the trial?
Preliminary hearing.
158.
158, lines 24 to 27.
Hold on.
I'm holding.
Fair game.
Question. Okay, and again, clearly, after you seeing that he had a gun, according to you, you aren't afraid of him or afraid to follow him, right? Answer, no. So in November of 2023, after you saw him pull a gun, you were not afraid to follow him. Today, after you saw him pull a gun, thinking back, you were afraid to follow him, correct?
I just told you a lot was going on. I'm feeling a lot of different things, but at the moment, I was just mad. There was a lot of shit was going on.
Anyway, you were asked by detectives that same question within a month or so in December of 2021, December 17th to be exact, a little over a month. You were asked by detectives, including Detective Flores, who asked you, why did you continue following Rocky if you knew he had a gun? You remember that line of questions by the detectives?
No.
And Do you remember telling the detectives you didn't know why?
Exactly, I don't know, I'm arguing with 12B, I just told you before earlier, but I mean, just the next question, or whatever you got.
And then you were questioned later about that, almost a year later, again. In November 14th of 2022 by the Deputy District Attorney, Fred Engel, who's heard a lot about, who again questioned you, why would you follow the guy that you saw with a real gun on you? And this time you said, I don't know why I didn't turn around after he pulled out the gun the first time. You remember telling him that?
Say it again, please.
Sure. The interview you had with the District Attorney for Engel, okay, in November of 2022. He asked you why you didn't turn around after you saw him pull out a gun. And your answer was, I don't know why I didn't turn around after you pulled out the gun the first time. Remember that?
I mean, he's told me the interviews is pretty, they're all consistent, so.
Do you remember saying that or not?
I don't remember.
Okay. I guess I'll read that transcript again, please. Have it, it's, Paul is from the, he had a different transcript. Can you find it? You have it?
Got it up there.
On line 14, the answer to Mr. Engel that you gave was, yeah, because I don't know why I didn't turn around after we pulled out the gun the first time. I probably, more than likely, I was getting ready to leave, before I saw 12B pulling out the knife. Putting the knife away, thank you. Okay, I've already got that. So then I'm thinking, okay, thank you. So then I'm thinking, okay, this is a white flag situation. They just come with Rocky, but now when I see 12B with the knife, I'm thinking, what the heck? They come here to assassinate. Remember saying that?
Yeah,
You do?
I don't remember, but it's in the contents.
Okay.
It was a long time ago.
So, in front of this jury now, let's get your answer in front of this jury. You asked on 2 different occasions, on 2 different days by the prosecutor, January 28th and January 29th, why you followed a man with a gun. On your first day of testimony, you were asked, did you ever think he would actually shoot you? And your answer to that question to this jury was, at that point, I don't know. Like I said, I was just so mad, I seen the gun, I didn't care. Remember telling the story that?
Yeah.
Okay. On your second day of testimony from the prosecutor, you were asked why you followed Rocky if you knew he had a real gun, and you said you believe he definitely wouldn't shoot you. You remember saying that?
Yeah, because he put it away.
Okay. Now, in fact, during the altercation by the parking garage, you told Rocky something to the effect of, shoot that dumbass fake gun. Did you say something like that?
No.
Okay. Now, on direct, you were asked this question about that. Would you have said that about the, would you shoot that dumbass fake gun or something to that effect? Would you have said that because you knew he definitely doesn't carry a fake gun? Remember?
That's going to assume a fact, not an evidence.
What's that?
It's a question.
Where's that coming from?
It's direct testimony on. I'll like to read
Word
it.
for word?
I'll read it.
Yeah, read it word for word.
Probably form the question.
I don't know what the question was. I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I'll read it. I'll read the question.
Question and answer. Go ahead.
Sure. Said to this jury on the 29th of January, questioned by Mr. Perslomley. Did you say to the defendant, put that fake gun away? Answer by you. No. Question, is that something you would say to him? Answer, no, why would I say put that fake gun away? Question, does that confuse you? Because you don't know him to actually carry a fake gun? Answer, just confusing me all around. Remember giving that answer?
Yeah.
You guys go, okay. You did, however, tell Rocky to shoot whatever was in his hand, right?
That was prior.
At the parking lot, yeah.
That was prior. That was not when he shot the actual gun.
No. On Argyle.
When we first linked up here.
Correct. Right? You did tell him to shoot.
No, I didn't say shoot. I said if we brought a gun, shoot it. Like, why you bring the gun for?
Shoot it.
I mean, like, at that point, it's just like, why you got a gun?
And the reason you told him to shoot it is because you knew that was not his gun, right?
Absolutely not.
We have to just take your word for that, right?
I mean, we gotta take your word.
Don't take my word. I'm not
No,
doing
no,
this.
no, don't start that.
I'm not
He
doing
asks the questions, you answer the questions. Go ahead.
this. When you first reported this incident to the police, 2 days later, on November 8th, 2021, you said you saw initially Elijah Ulunga, meaning ASAP Stills, armed with a knife. That was your first version, correct?
What? I never said that.
When you say what, you don't understand the question?
I didn't understand the question.
You didn't understand
I
the
don't
question?
understand the question.
When you first reported this incident to the police on November 8th, 2021, you told the police that the person you saw with the knife was ill, it's natural.
No, I never said that.
You never said
I never
that.
said that.
So if that were in a police report, that would be wrong.
It would be wrong.
Okay.
You got the police report?
I do.
Yeah.
Hold on. Remember everybody's role? He asks the questions, you answer the questions. You don't ask him questions, he won't answer your questions. He asks, you answer, okay? That's what we're doing. All right?
Being that you asked, would you like to see the document? The police report?
No.
No.
If you want to show him something, show it.
Your Honor, it's improper impeachment, it's not a statement of the witness.
Overruled.
Can we
No.
explain?
Your Honor, it's not a statement of the witness.
Oh, wait.
It's not a
This
statement.
is not his statement?
It's a summary.
It's not, Your Honor.
Yeah, we need to approach.
Let me see it, let me see it. No one's going to approach, so just let me see what you're talking about. You cannot read from it.
Oh, I was reading from it. I'm going to show it to you for fresh recollection.
You can ask him about the sum and substance.
Which I did. Okay. Do you remember meeting with Detective Flores? Who's sitting in the back of the courtroom on November 9th? It's only a couple days after the incident. Do you remember meeting with Detective Flores? So I'm asking.
What's the question?
Your Honor, there's a lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Do you Please, let me ask you a question, please. Well, we have an extra bottle. Make it easier.
We have water in the building. Bottle water.
Should I wait or say?
Oh, no, this is
Here's my question. Just, do you remember meeting with Detective Flores on November 9th? You know Detective Flores, right?
I don't remember.
Can you sit up for a second?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember meeting
I
with him?
don't remember.
Okay. We'll move on. Now, spoke to the police in November of 2021, that you agree, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you and yelling, and you were yelling at Rocky. Did you tell them that?
No, no,
Okay.
no.
So if that were in a police report, that's wrong also, right?
Your Honor, that's going to call for speculation.
Hold on.
Stop. Last hour.
All right. Is it, there's an objection to a question?
There is.
Okay, read the question, please.
So if that were in a police report, that's wrong also, right?
It lacks foundation.
Stop.
Give my grounds.
I'm just, hold on a minute.
All right.
Did you get this? I hate that.
So if that were in a police report, that's wrong also, right?
Fair question. A rule.
Did you hear that question?
Say it again.
Okay. So if that were in a police report,
What's the question?
okay, you want me to go back to that?
Yeah.
When you spoke to the police in November of 2021, you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you and you were yelling at Rocky.
False.
False. Now the next one is this one. If that were in a police report, that would be wrong, right? Correct?
Can you say the question again?
Sure. If that were in a police report,
No,
on the back,
yeah.
when you spoke to the police in November of 2021, the year and the month of this incident, you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you,
No.
and you were yelling at Rocky.
No.
Not right, not accurate. Sir?
No, not good.
Okay. My next question is this one. Stay with me here. If that were in a police report, that would be incorrect.
Yes.
You also told the police in November of you told the police in November of 2021 that only after you said why you got a knife did the person put that knife away. Is that accurate?
Excuse me?
Did you tell the police in November of 2021 that only after you said to the person with the knife, say 12, why you got the knife, did 12 put that knife away?
No, he was putting the knife away. He was putting it away. I seen him. I turned around and seen him putting it away.
So the question I just asked you is false. You
I
didn't
just
say
told
that.
you what I said. I told you what I said. Yes, it's false.
Oh. So it's your testimony that you didn't even notice the knife until it was already being put away, correct?
Correct.
All right. And for that matter, according to you, the person holding the knife never threatened you with it.
No.
Okay. And of course, even though you looked at the video of the incident, you never saw any knife on that video, right?
I mean, we only seen 2 seconds of him pulling the gun out. The rest you can't see because it was like a couple cars down. Or a car down, 2 cars down.
Mr. Tacopina is not asking about the gun. That's the question again.
Sure. According to you, you watched that video of the Argyle Street parking lot incident, the first encounter. And even though you looked at that video, you never saw any knife on that video.
No, it was out of frame.
So you never saw any knife on the video.
No.
And it's your story that you only followed Rocky, Ills, and Twelby because you saw the knife, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't see Twelby putting away a pocket knife. You weren't going to follow them around the corner.
No, just further, I got mad. I was like, I just had a gun pulled on me, and now I'm seeing 12 with a knife.
A pocket knife that he was putting away. That's your testimony.
You keep trying to dumb it down, a pocket knife, a gun, like what's going on?
Sir, you said pocket knife, I didn't say it.
I mean, the way you
Stop,
emphasize it,
stop,
like it's regular.
stop. Ask another question.
Sure. So the entire time you were following them all and saying what you were saying, we've been through that already, Rocky didn't yell at you.
Nah, you didn't say nothing.
He didn't curse at you.
You didn't say nothing.
Didn't say anything. In fact, on the other hand, you were livid at the time, you just said, correct? Mad.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. And in fact, according to you, as you followed them, you were ready to hit 12 people.
Yeah, because I just seen him with a knife, but I wasn't gonna
So
hit
the
him.
answer is yes on that?
Yes.
You ready to hit 12?
Yeah, yeah.
Ask another question.
That, in my head, but not physically. Because if I hit him, I'd probably get shot. That's it.
You were ready to hit 12 in your head.
I mean, I just asked somebody got a knife, and he said it's not like that. He said, no, 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 it's not like that.
You were ready to hit 12. Correct.
Yes, no, I don't remember, I don't know.
Yes, no, I don't recall. I don't
No, no,
know.
don't do that. It's either yes or no, or I don't recall.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Now, you said on January 28th and 29th, when asked about your relationship with Ills, that up until the incident, you had no animosity towards Ills, correct?
No.
Meaning,
Wait,
you had no animosity.
Your Honor, can we request that no question is being asked double negatives?
A lot of lawyers do it, it happens. Try not, if you expect the answer to be no, then don't say, is that correct? Because if you say yes,
You're
then.
right, you're right.
All right.
So, you had no animosity for Ills.
I mean, we're brothers, we all argue. So I don't know, like, but at the time, before, no.
Okay. And at the time, on November 6, 2021, according to you, up until the incident, your relationship with Ills was very good.
It was.
Yet, when you spoke about your relationship with Ills to Deputy District Attorney Engel, a little over 2 years ago, in 2022, you said that Ills hates me and I hate him. Right?
Yeah.
So you just told the jury your relationship with Ills was very
You're
good.
not letting me explain why. If you
Oh,
want
it's
to-
like, go ahead, so.
Okay, so after he chose a side, and everybody hated me. So obviously, I'm going to tell the deputy district attorney I do not like him. Literally everybody. What I'm supposed to like to do?
You were being asked, Mr. Ephron, about the days leading up to November 6, 2021. You said on November 6, 2021, Ills hated you.
No,
you
that's,
hated Ills.
that's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Get the,
I mean, you could just pull up me and it was
Don't talk,
conversation.
there's no question asked, you just wait for the next question.
question by the district attorney this year reported interview on October 2022. When you guys walk down the street, there's kind of like an interrupted answer, and see the only person who I feel like even, and he hates me, and I hate him, is Elijah.
Right, you said it. We read it.
Reread it?
Yeah, we read it.
No, don't, you cannot, do not tell Mr. Tacopina what to do. His job is to ask you questions, your job is to answer questions.
Anyway. Let's go to that second incident on Vista Del Mar. 1616 East Belmar. That physical altercation lasted about 25 seconds according to the video. Is that right? Do you agree
The
with that?
initial,
The second.
I don't know, I didn't.
Okay, let's play the video. 25 seconds.
Exhibit A, you might-
Pardon, Nora? Oh, exhibit,
it's
yeah.
on- which exhibit is it?
And,
N is in Nora?
right.
Is there a timestamp on this? Wait, it's gone.
We lost our feed up here.
Yeah. Okay, so,
This timestamp.
You got it started, it didn't start at 0.
sorry, it's 0.
It started at
Starts at
about
20.
6 seconds.
2217 is where it starts.
0, 0 to,
2217.00 to 2217.26. That's 26 seconds. Go ahead. So that incident lasted about 26 seconds. We agree with that based on what you just saw, right?
Yes.
Oh. And you yourself can't make out the activity on that video, right?
Yeah,
You can.
yeah.
Well, we met with the detectives in December of 2021, only a few weeks after the incident. And you watched that video. And when you watched that video with Detective Flores and Detective Menifee, what you said was you can't make out the activity because it's so crazy. You don't remember having that?
No,
Okay.
no.
Well, here's the thing. That was videotaped, that interview, so we're going to play you a snippet of your interview. We're going to start with 4 minutes and 36 seconds and go to 4 minutes and 48 seconds. This is...
Is this a new exhibit?
Yes.
Oh,
Can I say something?
no. This is O as an ocean.
Okay. We're...
Is there a transcript of this?
No transcript. It's... Well, is there a transcript?
There has to be a
There is
transcript.
transcript.
All right. The transcript will be P as in Paul.
And we are, just for the record, I'm just going to read what's on the screen.
Your Honor, for clarification, is the question being asked, can he tell what's going on by watching the video? Or is the question, does he know what's going on by watching the video because he was part of the incident? It's unclear what he's being asked.
That's what neither of those questions. That's what I asked. And again,
Both of you stop. Is there a transcript?
would you like me to respond?
No.
Okay.
Is there a transcript? Of the portion you're going to play?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Alex, can you distribute the transcript?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we have a transcript that we can run on the computer side by side. We have a transcript, a digital copy, we can put on the computer screen next to the video that's playing. But we don't have copies, we'll see if everyone has copies.
I think
It's a little bit important.
we're happy to, I think we have.
All right. Can you just show me what you're talking about?
Your Honor, I have it as well. I'm offering to the defense if they want to use
It's
my
like
copy.
fine, we're
All right. If both of you are agreed, then I'm fine.
well, yeah, let's see where we are here.
I am asking that the question be clarified.
I don't remember what the question was.
I'll do it again in a second.
All right.
Just do this first, please.
Yes.
Judge, we're only playing a portion of this.
All right.
tape. So,
The portion that you're going to play is O. Part of the transcript that you're going to show is P.
we're going to use, we're only using one portion. So, Ron, okay. So, here's the question again. Do you recall saying, one question, while watching this videotape with Detective Flores and Detective Manafee, that you couldn't make out the activity because it's so crazy? Do you recall saying that?
No.
Okay, I'd like to tell you that first. You need the transcript for that. It's the whole thing.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's prior inconsistent statement, so you
That's
don't
it.
need to. Go
That's
ahead.
it. Only 12 seconds. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Alright. You good with that clip?
I play overtime. So Rocky.
I still can't make out the activity because it's so crazy, but it's... Yeah, because it's grainy. That was the first time they ever showed it to me. I'm pretty sure everybody who sees it 2 or 3 times, they can make it out. After that, that was the first time I ever seen it.
Okay. So you do recall saying that now?
I mean, that's me right there.
Okay. All right. And it's your story that you were actually injured after Rocky fired the first time.
We're going to object to the word story as argumentative.
Your testimony.
Sustained.
Your testimony.
Just a minute. Since O and P are now P, it was admitted through as a prior inconsistent statement.
That's all.
O is no longer the video, and P is no longer the transcript. So if you have your next exhibit would be O.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. It's your testimony that you were actually injured after Rocky fired the first time.
Correct.
In fact, you testified that you were definitely hit. There's no question. You were hit, right?
I was grazed.
Okay. By what?
I guess when he first shot, like my knuckle, I felt like my knuckle get hit.
By what?
I guess whatever was left from the bullet or the floor, whatever, I don't know. I don't know. I can't see, I just know the man shot, my hand was hot, grabbed a lot of it.
Counsel is, when witness testifying, counsel
Is that yet another speaking objection?
Counsel was saying, we have argument and comment on the court is hearing, but I'm hearing the jury's hearing. That's one question to ask.
Ask the question again.
Yeah.
Ask the question again.
There's the answer to the question. Just ask the counsel not to editorialize in, as if
Neither of you, no one is supposed to editorialize. I didn't, to be honest, I did not notice O.
I didn't say oh. Anyway, all right. So you just told this jury that you were grazed either by a fragment of the bullet or the floor, correct?
From shooting at the floor and then coming up, I guess.
Yes.
I mean, I was hit and I ran to a logic. I don't, like it wasn't in slow motion, I don't really get shot at. I'm not really trying to.
I know. But I'm trying to understand your testimony. Were you hit Would you not know?
I just said I was grazed.
I understand.
I just said it 2 times.
I understand. But do you know what you were grazed by? I want to make sure I understand that.
I don't know what I was
You don't know
grazed
what
by.
you were grazed by. Could have been the floor, could have been a shell casing, could have been anything.
No, it was the, what you mean the shell casing? Only was, when he shot the gun, I instantly felt my hand. So I'm assuming something had happened in between that time of me running to Elijah. I didn't have a hole in me, I didn't have other physical harm.
So, when you first reported this incident, you said that you believed you were grazed on your left hand.
Yeah, I always said that.
Believe, correct?
Yeah, I always said that.
And to be clear, 3 of your knuckles were scratched, right?
Yes.
We put up people 17 to That's your entire injury from that night, correct?
I don't know if it's from that night. You're not showing me the timestamps.
I'm sorry. You don't know
You not
that?
hear me? I took many different pictures. You're not showing me the timestamps and except from that night.
Who took that picture, sir?
Obviously me, but you said from that night. You're not showing me the time or when.
Okay, all right, let's back up for a second. Did you do that to your knuckles on another night also?
No. No.
Is that the only time that night, November 6, 2021? Was that the only time your knuckles was grazed like that or scraped like that?
Correct.
Objection to the word scrape that misstates the evidence in that summary. The question is also compounding the way it was asked.
Injured.
That's the only time your knuckles were ever injured. Like
Yeah, after the shooting, yes.
that. So what do you mean you don't know if it's from that night?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so,
You're not talking clear. You're not like explaining it to
All right,
me.
stop it.
no, I'm not.
Ask another question.
So anyway, Mr. Ephron, according to you, that's the entirety of the injuries from you being shot on November 6, 2021. Yes or no?
Yeah, and
Is the answer yes?
yes.
And I'm not sure, that third little knuckle down there, is that also,
That's what I'm saying. If you're a ballistic person, you know how it goes. I don't know. And from what I know, Trump got it hit in the ear.
All right.
He got a little graze.
Stop. Mr. Ephron said this was the extent of his injury resulting from that he...
I have one question I'm trying to ask one. That third knuckle that you see there, is that a scrape on there? Is that a graze, is that a cut, or is that nothing?
I just told you, Tacopina, the man.
Wait, hold on. It's Mr. Tacopina.
Mr.
You don't
Tacopina.
call, he's not calling you Ephron. You're Mr. Ephron, he's Mr. Tacopina. Yes?
Yes. What's your question again?
Is that third knuckle, the one furthest from the bottom of the picture that you took, is that also grazed or not?
I mean, they all are.
Including the fourth knuckle?
What's the fourth knuckle? It's only 3.
You only see 3 knuckles in the picture?
Yeah, at this point, it's argument.
That's the same.
All right. So, now, you did not get that injury from punching, right?
Your Honor, you can object to the answer because of the double negative. You have no idea what the answer means.
True. Ask the question.
Did you
Don't
get that
say,
injury?
is that correct or is that right?
Did you get that injury from punching?
course not.
No, and you never punched bills.
Never, ever did I punch Hills, ever.
And your proof of that was, this is People's Exhibit 18, Your Honor.
The question is already argumentative. Overruled.
The question hasn't been asked yet.
You provided this picture to the district attorney, correct?
I did.
Okay. And what you said that shows is Bill's face,
Yeah, you can see half of his face.
half his face.
Yeah, but you said I beat him up, went back and beat him up some more.
I didn't say it.
Oh, you did, the first day. You definitely said I came back and beat him up some more, or something like that.
I said it. I
You
was
did.
there.
No. Ask a question.
So in that picture, you see half of Bill's face, right?
You do.
So if he had like, I don't know, a bruise on his lower left part of his jaw, you wouldn't see it in that picture, right? Right?
What's the question? I don't even know what I'm answering.
You see half his face. Think this simple. You see half of Bill's face in that picture you provided.
You see about 75%.
Now it's 75%. You see 75% of Bill's face in that picture. The other portion of his face, you don't know if there's a bruise or anything else on there, do you?
No, but you said I beat him up. I came back and beat him up. I'm 6
The
feet.
answer
This big
no.
guy.
Is the answer no? The answer was no. Everything else is strict. Ask another question.
Okay. But you did say, Mr. Preslomnik, when you were talking about this, there was also a video that showed his entire face, right?
I think this was a screen recording. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't record. It's kind of tripping me up right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. Preslomnik was asking about this exhibit, this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him, do you recall telling him in front of the jury that there was also a video?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That showed his entire face?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you have a picture of that?
No, I took a screenshot of this. I didn't even know it was worth anything. I just was mad that I seen them all together. I just took a picture.
But you didn't take a picture of
I didn't screen record the actual thing.
Despite claiming you were grazed by maybe a bullet on November 6, 2021, there were no burn marks on your skin, correct, Mr. Ephron?
That's gonna call for expert opinion.
I'm not an expert, so I wouldn't know. I know I was injured.
The answer is I don't know. You want something?
You don't know if there are burn marks on your skin. I want to be clear that's your answer, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, because of this injury, you went to Metropolitan Hospital in New York,
I didn't.
and you went to that hospital for the scrapes on your nose.
I did.
Objection to the word, objection to the word scrapes. This is the evidence. It's argumentative.
The injuries.
For the injuries on your nose. And you said I did, correct?
Correct.
You didn't seek medical attention until you returned to New York from Los Angeles days later.
It wasn't days, it was 2 days later. And I didn't trust LA. I didn't trust nothing. That's why I got a lawyer and did everything I did.
You didn't trust LA?
I didn't trust nobody. Nobody.
Where
Nobody.
was your lawyer from?
He's from LA, but that's where it happened at.
Where was his-
Objection
All right, Mr. Tacopina, this is going off on a tangent that doesn't need to be traveled on.
Anyway,
Go ahead and ask another question.
so you waited to fly all the way across country before receiving medical attention, right?
I had my hand grabbed right after that.
Is the answer yes?
Yes.
In fact, you only decided to get treatment after Detective Menifee told you during a phone call on November 9th that you need to get medical attention, medically treated because of the type of case this is. You remember him saying that? Her saying that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember him saying
I
that?
remember she said that's on her. Has nothing to do with me.
And after speaking, do you remember speaking to the police on November 9th? 2021,
I don't, it was a long
before you
time
went to the
ago.
hospital.
What was I talking about? Before I went to the hospital?
We'll stipulate that there was a phone call between the defendant and the police on that date, I'm sorry, my mistake, with Mr. Relli, with Mr. Ephron and the police on that date. So stipulate. You're welcome.
Before I went to the
There's
hospital?
no question being asked. Wait for the question. Go ahead.
So anyway, after this phone call, you went to the hospital that same day, right?
After what phone call?
The one that you just heard the stipulation, the one which is.
I don't remember. I don't know.
Okay. And the doctors, you have the hospital report? The doctors told you you were grazed by a bullet. I'm sorry, which one? You told the doctors you were grazed by a bullet, right?
I mean, that's what happened, yes.
My question was, you told the doctors you were grazed by a bullet.
What else am I supposed to tell them?
You want me to get the one that, yes, right?
I mean, what else am I supposed to tell them? Yes.
Yes.
Told them that, yes.
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 Yes, okay. And you didn't lie to the hospital staff about anything when you spoke to them, did you?
That question.
Overruled.
What does that even mean?
Did you tell any lies to any of the hospital staff?
No.
You were asked by the hospital staff, in the last year, how frequently have you used drugs?
Checks are relevant.
Sustained.
Story
Objection
52.
sustained.
Please advise the jury, Your Honor.
There's going to be no mention of drugs. Ask another question.
Okay. You were admitted to the hospital at 9:06 p.m. on November 9th, 2021. You know that, or do you recall that?
Do you remember that?
You gotta say it again.
Sure. So we have a stipulation, Your Honor. Mr. Ephron, you were admitted into the hospital on November 9th at 9:06 p.m. You were discharged from the hospital that same day at 10:42 p.m. So that's 1 hour and 36 minutes for a gunshot.
Yeah, that's 2 days later after that, so yeah.
And the doctors at the hospital consider your injury to be superficial.
That's going to call it.
Sustained. Sustained. Suicide.
Do you remember being asked, in your direct testimony, Mr. Resloman asked you on January 29th, how did you know it was a real gun? Age 39. Yeah, correct.
Take a swig of water.
January 29th, on trial here at the St. Louis, Mr. Resloman asked you, how did you know it was a real gun? And you answered, you were hit. that you were grazed. That's how you knew it was a real gun. You recall giving that answer to Mr. Brazil's question.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. When asked by Mr. Brazil if you know it was a real gun, you only mentioned because you were hit and you were grazed. Did you leave anything out?
I didn't know I didn't need to say anything else.
Questions and comments?
Overall.
You didn't mention shell casings, did you?
No.
Well, how did you know it was a real gun? You recovered shell casings according to you, right?
Yeah, I did.
That wasn't one of the reasons you knew it was a real gun?
Yeah.
Oh, did you get to say that when he asked you?
No. I just been asked a lot of stuff. Tired. All the time.
Okay. On November 8th, 2021, you provided 2 9mm Luger steel casings to law enforcement.
I did.
It's your testimony that you located those casings at the scene where you say you were shot.
I did.
Now, you recall the testimony that you gave at this trial on January 29th, when Mr. Brazil showed you the video of roughly 52 minutes later, at 11:10 and 31 seconds of an single individual walking back to the scene, almost an hour after the incident. And you said, yeah, that's me, I'm sure. You remember saying that?
I remember, but it was only 2 seconds that he showed me, and then instantly I said it wasn't me.
And then you
It
said,
wasn't.
Mr. Brazil asked you, well, your clothes are different, and you said, the trial to the jury, I changed my clothes. I probably changed my clothes. You remember saying that to the jury?
It was confusing, but it definitely wasn't me. It was confusing. I didn't understand the contents of it, but
That was him asking questions.
I mean, if we keep rolling the video, we'll see me.
What he's asking is that what you said the other day?
Yeah, I guess.
And I'll get to your last answer about seeing you, but remember Mr. Brazil then read you from the preliminary hearing, the question and answer by Mr. Brazil, where you said on page 127, where finally came around to say it's not me. Remember that when he read you that 2 days ago?
I just don't understand that. Like,
The word
just don't
finally
understand.
came around, it's an argumentative question.
Do you remember? I'll phrase it wrong. I'll phrase that. Do you remember at the preliminary hearing?
All right, question with Ron, re-ask.
Sure. Do you remember when Mr. Brazil read you your preliminary hearing testimony after you said that you were sure it was you and that you probably changed your clothes?
I wasn't sure, but
You told the jury what?
I mean, it was a 2-second video. I needed more.
He read you a portion where you said, no, that's not me. Do you recall that? From the preliminary hearing, when Mr. Brazil read that to you 2 days ago?
When I actually seen the rest of the video,
Stop. Listen to what he's asking.
I don't get it. I'm confused.
Remember Mr. Brazil asking you 2 days ago, after reading the preliminary hearing testimony, a question and answer where you said, no, that's not me, in regards to that video?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go back one page before that. When I asked you a question. Page 126, lines 18 to 20 from the preliminary hearing. Looking at that same video that you told
Hold
us.
on.
Yes, sir.
126.
Lines 18 to 20. Looking at that same video again, you initially told the jury that you were sure it was you. My question was,
Well, that was the question, just states the testimony of, you said, I'm sure that's me.
Hold on.
exactly what he said, want the transcript.
Will also be.
No speaking objection.
Give me a
Give me-
second.
No, give me the page line, please.
Of the preliminary or the transcript?
Oh,
Trial transcript, right here, page 60, was that 68?
I thought you were questioning about what you said at the preliminary
I
hearing.
was, sir, I gave you that, but I was just told.
Right, I'm asking you to repeat it.
Oh, okay.
What page and what line?
120,
Preliminary hearing.
yeah, 126, 18 to 20.
All right, that can be read through.
But there was an objection when I asked the question that you said to the jury that he was sure was him at the trial. So what I'd like to do now is read, Your Honor, read.
Well, then you got to read 18 through 21,
Then I
22.
Then I go up to the preliminary, the trial.
Oh, I don't have.
So
I don't have a transcript.
I got it. So listen, I'm first going to do what I just said I was going to do, which is read the preliminary hearing transcript. The day before, the page before, page Mr. Brazil quit. Question, November 2023. Do you see yourself entering the screen, Mr. Ephron? Again, looking at that video with that single individual at 11:10, 31 seconds. Answer, yeah. So at the preliminary hearing, like in front of this jury, when you first saw that video, you said that was you.
Because I went back, it's a tricky question. So if I'm going back and you show me the
Did you say initially that was you?
I probably did, but
All right, then that's enough.
Now, at the trial, I want to make sure I wasn't misquoting you. On page 68, line 7 through 14. I have agreed with you guys. So I asked you a question. I said, have you told the jury you were sure it was you? And I was objecting to it. So I'm going to clear this up. Page 68 of the trial transcript.
Proper question with comments.
There's no question pending. Go ahead and read the
Page
question.
68, line 7 to line 14.
Stop it!
He's telling the jury.
Stop it. I don't want you to be.
It's not appropriate. You can't say it.
Mr. Lewin, stop it.
Page
Mr.
68.
Tacopina, just ask questions, don't preface it with any remarks or comments.
Page 68, line 7 to 14. Mrs. Mazzoli asked you at this trial, in front of this jury, can you see what looks like an individual person walking just off the curb, now into the street? Answer by you. Do them. Yeah, that's me for sure. Court, keep your voice up. Witness, yeah, that's me. Mr. Presumption, are you sure that's you? Answer, yeah, I'm sure. You remember giving that trial testimony 2 days ago, right here?
yeah, sure.
Now, you testified that you went back to the scene with your girlfriend, Lydia Parker. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at this photo and tell us if this is Miss Parker. Which should be
Oh, are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Are you kidding?
Just,
me?
don't show it to anybody, just bring it up.
Mr. Mr. Ephron, is this Miss Parker? You don't know if that's your girlfriend?
I don't know.
You don't think it would be a yes or no, that is my girlfriend or not?
Yeah, she got makeup on. I got no on.
Your Honor, objection relative to 352 on this issue.
He says he doesn't know, go on to something else.
Sure. You claim that she saw you recover the shell casings, right?
When was this? No, just
November
the
6,
question.
2021. On November 6,
Was
2021.
you a kid?
On November 6, 2021, you claim she saw you recover the shell casing, correct?
Mr. Ephron, when you recovered the shell case, where was Olivia?
She was there.
Was she there with you? Yes?
Yes.
About how far from you do you think she was when
She
she
was
took the
looking
shell
for it
case?
too. She was looking as well.
How far was she from you?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was 3
Closer
years
than
ago.
you and I are, or further away than you are?
Like if 2
Approximately.
people looking for something. She was close.
Closer than you and I? Or about the same, or farther?
Further is like, we're looking in a vast area. But she came.
Time when you actually saw the shell casings?
Oh yeah, she was
Pick them
there.
up. Where was she?
She was in the bottom. She was in the bottom. When I was taking a picture.
She was right there next to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on that answer, she should be seen with you in the surveillance video, correct?
Your Honor, that assumes the fact, not
Stay.
evidence, that there was a surveillance video of that.
Stay.
Have you seen, Laura?
Well, I don't know. I gotta think back. I gotta really think back to that second. Because she probably was looking in the parking lot or looking off to the side or looking like, I just don't remember that right there. I know I went back, got the bullets, but she was with me. I don't know where she was at while I was looking for it.
Okay. So she may not have been seen on surveillance video?
I don't know.
That, Your Honor, that assumes background evidence. We can,
Has the surveillance video been admitted yet?
Your Honor, we
No.
explain.
Has the surveillance video been admitted?
It's people's with
It's not the entire, we need to approach, Your Honor, on this issue. So we do, so that.
All right, okay. All right. Tell you what, it's 5 to 12, let's take a recess now, and then we can talk about it when we get to folks, please return at 1:30 and don't discuss the case.
about Relli saying to people that he finally figured out a way to make money. So this is going to go to the motive that Joe Tacopina, the attorney for ASAP Rocky, is trying to show that this was all planned, or maybe planned in haste because he needed money. And then he started to get jealous of the lifestyle that ASAP Rocky had, having a common law wife, Rihanna, who, by the way, is in the courtroom again today, apparently in the front row again. The judge had to keep admonishing Relli to answer questions, to stop volunteering information, and that even if you don't like the question, you have to answer it. And then apparently there was something about a jacket, and it may have been Prada, if I don't hear Chanel, I kind of put it out of my mind, just laughing a little bit. But it's something about linking Prada, it ain't about money. I ain't linking you, but he thinks that Joe said that linking was liking. And then Relli kept getting very, very, like turning in his chair. I don't know if you saw it. He kind of turns his legs out of the stool, and the jurors had to be ushered out at one point. There was a break, and then they came back, and Relli seemed to be a little bit better when he answered those questions when he came back. And then it started again. It started an absolute again. Now, Kay Schmidt asks, are Benchu and Camille Vasquez in the courtroom? There's civil attorneys there, but no one, unless you go on X and see, I don't know if the civil attorneys are those civil attorneys. Sometimes you don't send your top people to court to watch a trial. But I'm not sure they're going to necessarily want to see or have Mr. Relli as a client, no matter who they are after this, because this is a kind of a mess. Now, Kristen, you asked, Joe showed some humor. What kind of humor? Okay. What kind of humor do you mean? Because I'll tell you what, between the text messages we had yesterday, which I have here, and some of the text messages we have today, I think I have to go to school on how you text. Okay. Bob Bianchi last week had a funny thing where he was dressed in his EMT outfit, because God bless Bob. After all these years, and after being the head prosecutor in Morris County, New Jersey, after all these years, he went back and we got recertified as an EMT, an emergency medical technician. And on Monday nights from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., he's on duty. He's on duty, even though he's a full-time lawyer. And he went into like a quick store, like a 7-Eleven, if we were in New Jersey, or some other quick store to pick up something. And the guy looked at him in his outfit with his little everything on him and said, you have Riz, you have unstated Riz. And Bob didn't know what that meant. And he had to come out and ask his generation, his Gen Z person, was that good or was that bad? Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Kristen, it's a Hummer. You're like me. I can't type worth a damn. As you've all found out this morning when I was trying to type on YouTube to answer your questions, right? And I was trying to do these are a problem. The nails are a problem. And if I try to speak it, YouTube for some reason doesn't like my New Jersey accent. So it doesn't pick that up really well. So yes, he showed him a picture of a Hummer. He also showed him in front of a Mercedes, I thought, Kristen, right? Wasn't there a picture of him in front of a Mercedes? African D says, Relli is also suing civilly. Yikes. Yes. As a matter of fact, that's the great thing. He called the lawyer. He supposedly gets shot, right? He calls the lawyer the next day, and he says he may have called one the night he was shot, but he calls the lawyer the next day, and then he has to wait for the lawyer to call him back. And all. He doesn't go to the emergency room. He doesn't call 911. He goes back to the scene allegedly to pick up the casings or any bullets that supposedly he thought there were 4 shots and there were only 2. And he says, well, I found the casings right away, just right away. What he didn't know is that the police had already been to that exact specific spot, according to the defense in their opening. And even the first police officer testified, the son of the the Housewives of Beverly Hills. Is that it? Is that the show? Okay. One of the Housewives show. And he was a really good witness. And, they had everything. They had everything covered. They had, they didn't find anything. They didn't find any evidence of a shot. They didn't find any evidence of, since the bullets didn't hit supposedly Relli, they supposedly grazed him. They didn't find any evidence of windows broken. They found no evidence of a shooting at all. And yet then right thereafter, Relli goes to the scene, supposedly with his girlfriend, who's not shown in the video. And supposedly he picks up shell casings that the police didn't find and says, here, I've got these shell casings. And then allegedly he goes to the hospital. Someone said they did hear him say that he went to the hospital a few days later. Apparently, I think it was a week later in New York. But no one is going to come in here and say, I can say definitively, I'll guarantee you that these are those things on the knuckles, which look like they're from falling down. Actually, when you fall down, what do? You put your hands out, right? You either get your bottoms of your hands or your knuckles to try to fall. And those don't look like, to me, they don't look like graze wounds at all. So African D says this all sings like a setup, right? Kristen, you said, sorry, Linda, I'm trying to learn the keys on this dark computer. My kids got me this dark computer. Is that it? Dark may be the wrong word. And I was using my phone. Maybe it is dark. Maybe I'll just use my phone. Well, I can't type on my phone or on the iPad I have sitting next to me or on the computer I have sitting in front of you. So I'm a triple. I can't type. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, so if you all had to vote right now, do you think Relli is credible? All right, I want to see some answers here. Do you think he's credible? And then let me give you that's question A. The question B I have, who do you think is a more entertaining witness? Sorry to be saying this in a very important trial, so because every trial is important. Was it Lil Woody from YSL, or was it is it Relli? Okay, is it ASAP Relli? African D says no, not credible at all. 311 fan, nope, not credible at all. Kristen Vasquez says, I'm done, Linda. Sheila Duffy, nope, not credible at all. So I guess if Michel Bryant ever gets to put up a poll, which, he is on double duty today. I mean, he is, he drove 2.5 hours this morning to Canton. I love this one. Mama Bug 107. Woody, Relli is just a moron. That's the best. Let me put that one up if I can. Let me put that one up, and I'm going to take a screenshot of that if you don't mind, okay? Because I just love that answer. Thank you, Mama Bug 107. One second. Neil Rockhine's a famous, and it's going to be a StreamYard, Neil, okay? I'll send you to your mobile and sign into your FaceTime account. I don't want to sign into my FaceTime account. I have to do it from here. It's making me do it from here. I think I hate technology. I hate technology. All right, hold on a second. I'll copy the link, send it to Neil. Neil, I'm going to try to send it to you now on your phone, on your mobile. Okay. All right. Neil Rockine, I just sent you a link. It's on your phone. Okay. You can sign in. StreamYard, sign in, and you'll go backstage, and then we'll put you on stage. Okay. Because Neil and I have been talking about this. All right. Okay. All right. There we go. A bunny suit. Yes, it was a bunny suit. Yeah, it was a bunny suit. Okay. All right. Neil, let me know if you got it. It says delivered. It says delivered. While we wait for him to hopefully get on, but he is a great defense attorney. There he is. I hear the bump that he's there. Okay, you ready to go on stage?
Yeah,
Neil, here
sure.
we go.
Let's do it.
Put him on, Diz. There you go. Neil and I have been talking about this. Neil, we have Michael Bryant was on initially, but he's in Canton, Massachusetts, getting ready for Karen Reed. So there's a lot of questions here. So let's get to them. Right? You know.
I hope your guests realize how fortunate they are to be talking directly to you. When I first got the chance for you to appear on my podcast, I thought that was like, there's no way Linda's gonna, there's no way. I mean, she's like a big time lawyer in New York. There's no way she's gonna ever appear on my podcast. And here you are.
Jumped right
fame,
on.
fortune, you know.
I love talking to everybody. Look,
So,
if we can't tell people what we know, and
Right.
you know, our viewers have been with us now for a while. They've been sometimes when we run this again, like we'll have 40 here, but then we'll have thousands that are look. They've been with us for a while. They've gotten to know me. They know that I'm kind of open and I kind of tell them everything I can and all. But Neil's also a great lawyer. So let's go with it. Sheila.
So you must feel good though, seeing Joe Tacopina from New York out there, just, you know, moving about in California. Must bring back memories.
Yeah. Well, first, before we do that, tell them who your law firm is, where you are.
So my law firm is in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. So I'm a criminal defense lawyer. Started off as a prosecutor for about 4 years here in Michigan. Jerry Spence, who I know you know well, once told me I need to make amends for that. So I'm still making amends. I enjoyed being a prosecutor for a short time. I like doing this a lot better and a lot more. So, and just watching you, you know, mix it up and discuss the case and discuss John, prosecutor, whose last name we
Lewin.
can't mention.
We're going to mention it, John Lewin. We're going to mention it because
John
he's gonna call me. I think I showed you.
Yes.
I didn't show the text, but I showed you the fact that he called me. You know.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. So
this is all I do. We only do criminal defense cases. I now have my handful in a couple of civil rights cases that relate to you know, police misconduct. In some cases, we have a horrible case in which somebody was actually paralyzed. I mean, on body cam. Thank God that their police were required to wear body cams and that they were on. But actually, you know, did like a hip check, and it was to be a totally legal move in MMA. Flipped the guy. You can see his neck crack, and then they of course handcuff him because, you know, a person whose neck is broken would of course be a threat. So they have to handcuff him, and it's a horrible case. And so we have cases like that, and it's just you know, so that's kind of where the state of my practice currently.
yeah,
So
but he's a great criminal defense attorney. So let's
appreciate that.
ask away. So Sheila, I don't know. Let's see. Did I answer the question? This was the question. So I asked the Judge Dyer, did Ms. Linda answer? I'll go back and replay it if she did. Okay. What was the question again? Because I've answered so many questions, I think I've forgotten what I've answered. I hope that's not a beginning of anything. This is like dementia or anything like that.
I don't think so.
Where did you attend school, Neil?
I went to the University of Michigan for my undergraduate degree, and I attended Wayne State University Law School here in Detroit.
Okay. And Wayne State, you're near a great museum there near Wayne State. I used to speak at the Dr. Werner Spitz is the medical examiner, used to have a conference there. And it has actually the chair that President Lincoln was assassinated in right there. And it has the actual original Emancipation Proclamation also, right?
We have we have the Wright Museum of African American History, which is here in Detroit, and we also have the DAA, which has been recognized as one of the leading. It's a really phenomenal art museum here in metropolitan Detroit. So we're pretty fortunate.
Okay, this is a really good question. This is a question that Michael Bryant and I had. How odd is it there's no starter pistol? And I'll say prop because the starter pistol can actually fire. So they're saying it's a prop gun. Just changing your question just a little bit, Kay Schmidt, I hope you don't mind, is an obstacle to this because the defense said they're not, what they were bringing in, they said, no, they're not bringing in the gun. Michel Bryant thinks if there's any problem with defense is that they don't bring in that prop gun. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm not particularly troubled by it. Remember, the defense doesn't have any burden of proof. They don't have any obligation to present evidence. Of course, good lawyers are going to present evidence if they have it to support their theory of the case. It's our job to attempt to demonstrate that there's, if we choose to, we don't have to. We could sit on our hands and play Sudoku the entire time and do nothing and allow the state to fall apart, which certainly seems like a viable defense in this case, to allow Relli and the prosecution to put on a totally uncompelling, unmoving, disappointing case. But if you decide that you're going to present evidence, you have to decide what evidence you want to present. I mean, if there are witnesses who are going to come into court and say that it was a prop, and or the state doesn't have the gun, and the state doesn't have they don't have the gun. There's questions about the actual slugs that were found, about the chain of evidence and who found them and when. I'm not sure why Joe would take on the obligation of having to produce something. And it's certainly reasonable that after this happened, that it's no longer in existence. So I don't think it's a tremendous barrier. Right now, there's a question, right? There's a big question in this case: was it a real gun or was it a prop gun? That
There's a question of whether or not there was a
gun.
Was there a gun at all?
So
right?
Yes. So the question is out there
gun.
now. So the question is out there. The only person that can attest that it was an actual gun is Relli. Relli is floundering on the witness stand to, if we could get a close up, if they would allow a close up, I think we would see beads of sweat, Nixon style, on his upper lip, and I mean, the reality is, if we don't have the prop gun, the question is still there. The question is, was there a gun? And they only have Relli to make that case.
Right, and then there's those knuckle things. I mean, that to me that's ridiculous. You're shot. You got two knuckles that go like this, and that somehow there's a graze at the top of those.
No,
I mean, it looks like it looks like he fell and hit the that's what it looks like.
And the for whatever reason, this is something that I think lawyers forget. In big cases, for whatever reason, lawyers feel like they need to put on a lengthy case as opposed to a compelling case. And Relli's direct examination was over a day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a long time to have. Not many people can do anything well over the course of an entire day, and it wasn't compelling.
No,
and they ended on the worst note. They ended. So you left the jury went home and thought, wait, he can't even identify himself, and the prosecutors are arguing about whether or not it's impeachment or whether it's. Even the judge said, well, he can impeach their own witness. Okay, I won't call it impeachment. They can contradict their own witness.
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Simi Sharp, that you watched and you thought I was the best attorney in the Spectre team. So did Phil. That's why he made me the lead attorney. I mean, he had enough of obviously of Bruce Culler, who he brought in to replace Leslie Abramson, and then brought me in. And I think Philip knew that I would be taking over that team, and that's exactly what happened.
Linda, one thing that I know from just talking to you about these cases, I've spent a lot of time with you on Wednesdays on Law and Crime.
Where I'm not at anymore. Somebody asked I'm still at. Somebody on the chat asked himself. The Law and Crime decided just before the Thursday before Labor Day that they were just going to disband everything. They just told her they weren't going to do any trials anymore, including to the producers and the kids in the control room. And so Michel Bryant and I had started this podcast, but we were doing like 7 minutes a week, just on fun stuff. We were just doing it for fun. Right. And then when that happened, we said, well, do we want to expand this? So sometimes around September, we decided, yeah, let's expand this. We started with Brian and Bob, and then we got shadow banned, believe it or not. We were shadow banned, okay? So we got some advice on that, to take our names off the thing, put it on something that can't be shadow banned. The word justice, you can't shadow ban that. And we had to restart again after we had all these people.
You guys had you made really. There were fine producers and hosts, in different But if you ask me, I mean, and I'm biased, but really the star of the network was the one was you. I mean, you were the one person that
so
was
sweet.
continuing
Thank
to, and I'm not trying to kiss up to you. I don't have any reason to do that. We're friends, whether I'm, say something nice to you on the air or not. But you were the only one that was out there trying major cases. I mean, you were,
Right.
you know what I mean? You were
Right.
still Linda Kenney Baden. I mean, you were
And I'm still trying cases. I'm
I
still
know
doing
that.
cases, right?
It's like having, it's like having Cochran when he was alive, or Jeffrey Feiger, or somebody else midday, because you were on there from 12 to 3.
Right.
I mean, in the middle of the busiest, I mean, it's a Herculean thing that you were doing, which was to take time out of your practice and your life to nevertheless come in and try to help the public gain insight into these cases. Yeah. So I see some questions about from people.
Yeah, let's talk about it, because you were talking about
when waiting for a verdict. Do you have any good luck routines or special calming techniques? I have none. I know not to read the tea leaves, and yet I still do it. I still try to look and feel like, are they looking at us? Who wrote that note? I try to, when the jury goes out, I try to feel like when they go out to deliver it, I feel like I want to at least be able to identify with a couple of jurors. Like, were there a couple of jurors during my closing that were receptive? If there are more than that, then I feel pretty good. Like, okay, this jury at minimally is going to hang. If you get a lot of, so you do things to instill confidence in yourself, and also you're nodding and you're using hand gestures, trying to get people to, during the closing, to talk back to you, even though they can't, but to give you some insight that you're making inroads. And then once the jury goes out, I know no good way to. I try to rest. I try to look at something online. I try to doodle. I have no good techniques to calm my nerves.
Yeah, and Inspector, we waited for a verdict for days, and I was in a hotel room, and Hernandez waited for about a week. And believe it or not, you try to do other stuff because you have other cases, and you're running a law firm, and everybody, is very nice when you're trying a case. Because
what's the longest you waited for a verdict, Linda?
I think the Spector case, it was a period of over 16 days, of different hours over 16 days.
What's the most number of jury questions you've gotten?
Oh, 2. I think 2 or 3 at the most ever. I always like the jury questions. Well, in a civil case, let me tell you, my favorite jury question is a civil case that I had. One of my civil rights cases, and federal court obviously was, can we have a calculator? That was my favorite question ever. I was like,
yes. How high do you want the numbers to go?
Yeah. Can we have a calculator? That was like, And then the, before the juries really, everyone started getting into, although some people still don't do it, give you the charge sheets, right? Give the jury with the instructions, because who understands that shit? Seriously, really? I mean, if you have to be a lawyer and you're still looking at it, is when they would come back. When I was a prosecutor, my favorite question is when they'd come back and want to recharge on murder, obviously, because then you mean that you've won the case, right? 16 days. I was, you stop being anxious, because there's nothing you can do about it after a certain period of time. There's nothing you can do about it. But you have to be ready. You have to be ready to get to court and go. I mean, on the Hernandez case, we had rented it was an apartment, but we had rented an apartment away from the courthouse, and the judge was like, okay, you got to be here in the next 3 minutes. Well, you better be ready. I was kidding before, because I got on camera and I didn't have my makeup on, and I was kidding when Missy was here, who was running this before Dizzy came out to help, was that I was putting my eyeliner on like this. God forbid, people would come in, I'm putting my makeup on in front of them, but you have to be ready to go. You have to be ready to go back.
What do you think? I'm curious what the people watching this trial think, and maybe I missed that in your discussions. What do they think about the interplay between the judge and who's very chill? The judge is very, he looks like he's could probably surf back in the day. You know what I mean? It seems very chill. I don't find anybody's doing anything wrong. I think everyone's doing everything right. I don't find that. And then you got Joe, who's ready to flex out of his suit. And you got, this is the strangest thing, is you got one prosecutor doing the direct, but another prosecutor doing the objections.
Yeah, I do. We saw that the other day. We've talked about it. Michael Bryant was the most ridiculous, excuse me, I've caught on my dupe. Okay. You heard the discussion about that. I had to wear this because Michael Bryant said I never wear flannel and I wouldn't fit in. So I want to show that I fit in everywhere, except for that I wear the dupe. Yeah, it was the most ridiculous thing ever. We never heard. We were like, what was going on? And Joe, when he was there, he said, when they were doing the pre-trial on this about a week ago, it was like, well, I've never heard of this, but okay. That's the way you do it. Okay.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either. I've never
Anybody
ever
who's
seen
watched the Durst case knows that John Lewin is he does engage in speaking objections. That's his, and he does it very slowly. And he and Joe have a totally different cadence. I really wish I wish the judge would allow Joe to just get into his rhythm and just, be able to, not that Joe's not being effective, because he is. I'm just saying, let him get into his rhythm and let him just kind of be himself and get after Relli and see. I got a feeling Relli would really be on the floor with that.
I think he will. I think we just started seeing the beginning because, I don't know if you saw at the beginning, he was like, well, why are you asking that question? What does that have to do with anything? And the judge, that's when the first admonishment came.
Yes.
The judge said, the judge admonished Relli 3 times already. And he did. I think he's kept a pretty good handle on, Lewin because he's the one who said no speaking objections.
Yeah.
Lewin, Lewin goes after he loses and there's an overruled, he tries, again, to go at it. And, the judge in Durst let him get away with it, but this judge, I don't think, is kind of letting him get away with it as much as he'd like.
I'm so interested in, I love, first of all, how they took a video of, they began the cross with a video of Relli testifying from court. I thought that was brilliant. I've done that in one case. I thought that was absolutely just put it right back. Let the jury just pick up right where you left off, which is, oh yeah, that's what the guy was wearing yesterday. And that's what he said. And, how he misidentified himself. Now, the one of the things that I love to do is you like to have somebody keeping track of the number of times and the number of ways that the witness was evasive with the lawyer.
Right.
And keep in mind that jurors are going to be told, what I tell juries is, look, the judge is not going to tell you who to believe or disbelieve in this case. He can't, she can't, but she's going to give you a fixed set of rules, some rules that, things to consider. And they're going to be these are things you can consider when evaluating the witness's credibility. How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness make an honest effort to tell the truth, or was the witness evasive? And I think that Joe and those guys are going to have piece by piece by piece of how evasive Relli was.
Okay, so I understand court's back on. Dizzy, are we going to get back into the feed, or we're still running about a minute behind? We know that we're a little bit minute behind on the courtroom back on. We can stay on, and sometimes when something happens, we can go over it. Yes, I hope you don't say about us that we like the sound of our voice. It's like
so
Charles.
I just want to tell you, I love Linda. I'm so glad to see you're still doing this. You make such a huge contribution. I don't know if people know, but you actually are. I don't know how many women are actually invited to teach at the Harvard Trial Lawyers College, but you're one of them, and they're lucky to have you. And so it's great to be able to mix it up with you and to talk with you. And so I'll check back with you here and there throughout the course of this trial, and be well.
Okay, and we may be calling on you sooner because I think I need a guest host for Monday night because I have to try. I'll be in the middle of a mediation, so maybe we'll be back to you sooner than you think.
You bet.
Thanks for joining in.
Okay,
so
of course, Linda.
We're going to try to get to this
Hall of Fame rock star lawyer.
Thank you, Neil.
Baden. So thanks.
We're going to try to get back into the streaming here. Let's see. Because we pull in, we're just like a little bit behind you guys. So sorry about that, but. we have to thank Neil for popping on and all. So I'm going to let you watch the case if it starts to stream, and we will probably see you tomorrow again. If I don't see you later on, if there's something doesn't happen, if there's a break, I may come back on, but I'll be following it. In the meantime, I want all of you to talk, but I see it just says long crime, right? We're not going anywhere yet. We are live. Okay, we're going to go into it. We're live, but we don't seem to be picking it up. All right, just try to get it in here soon. Oh, it says it hasn't started yet. Okay, it says it hasn't started yet. So let's go back. They are the camera in the courtroom, right? And we want to make sure, even, I see that some other stations are taking their logo away, even though they are the assigned camera for this case in the courtroom. And so we feel nothing about that. I mean, they're running a lot of good stuff, and they run a good courtroom camera. And Kathy Russum is a great executive producer for the station. We're sorry that they don't have commentary anymore, but that's okay. It gives us a chance to kind of be more of ourselves. So yes, Monday night when there's a show, and there usually is a show Monday night, as you know, I have to be in a mediation all day Monday. So Neil Rockon, maybe we'll ask him to come on and guest host with Michel Bryant on Monday night, since he got a feel for all of you right now. But following with Dizzy, we're still not pulling this in. We're still, they may be back, but they must have been in a sidebar already. Remember, what the judges ruled is that the camera has to be turned off if they have to go to a sidebar, which is really hard because you got to turn it off, then you got to reboot, you got to turn the system back on, and you tend to miss things when that happens. But so that's why a lot of times you're just going to see this card, as we call it in the business, this card going up instead of the courtroom seal. Sometimes you'll see the courtroom seal, sometimes you'll see the card on it. So I can see you're all feeling like Neil, that you're not Lewin fans. But the question is, he may, can he prove, or can the state prove the case, or any part of the case? There's 2 counts beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's really, that's still an issue. No matter how good we think that we are, or how good a case we think we try, we all still worry about it, and all. I think we all are still like crazy about it. So we still don't have straight. Well, he knows the one thing that he keeps straight is that he was shot, right? If Relli refuses to answer more questions, can the case collapse? Yeah. If Relli refuses to go on and says, I'm done, I'm not answering any more cases, and there's no one else that they can prove the case, now maybe the people with the state would rely on the people that were with him. You have a murder victim. The murder victim doesn't testify if they're dead. It's other witnesses and other evidence. So the state could go on, I guess, with the witnesses that were said they were going to testify, who were with Relli, and maybe they would possibly prove the case. But this, I just think it's, would the jury be fed up on it? Because what's the implication if Relli says he's not going to go forward? The implication is, well, he's scared to go forward, right? And if somebody else testifies, that would be the implication. And I think that's a really, a defense team would have a lot of motions with regard to that. However, if he refuses to go forward before cross-examination ends, I think then the judge has to grant a mistrial with prejudice. And why? Because a defendant has a Sixth Amendment right to confront an accuser. And if Relli refuses to allow himself to be confronted, and that would be his choice, I think that separates this from a murder case, because Relli is still alive. He has testified for the state. He's given the state's version. And if he says, I'm not going forward on the defense case, I think the case has to be dismissed, and it would still be a mistrial with prejudice. So I don't know what's happening here. If we kind of went We kind of thought we were on live, and then they didn't go. I don't know if there's some other problem, if there's some other motions that are being made, and all. So, Dizzy, do you know if they're behind the scenes making any motions or anything like that, or if they just didn't come in? Okay. Why even bring this case to trial? It's a waste of taxpayers' money. Well, look at the waste of taxpayers' money, Marie A., on the YSL case, right? That was done. She could say that all these people later on pled guilty, and she got convictions, but they pled because it was really, in my view, blackmail, extortion. We'll put you in Rice Street, we'll put you in jail, we'll keep you here for another year trying a case for 2 years, not seeing your family. And so they took once it was clear there was going to be a mistrial, they took the easy way out on that case, some of them. And then others, the other two, as you know, Yak Gotti, and Doug Weinstein has been on. He's got a whole not guilty. Complete not guilty, and he didn't even have I don't even think he had a deal. I'm not even sure he had a deal. Yet he's still in jail. He's still in jail. And the one thing we can't forget about that, he gets a not guilty on everything, right? On everything. The only one on everything, and he is the defendant that's still in jail, waiting for some kind of I don't know, BS probation violation or whatever. I think it's actually because of a stabbing that occurred in Rice Street, or some incident in Rice Street. Supposedly he's got charges against him as a result that would bring a probation violation against him on his federal case. It's all kind of, I mean, that's what people get crazy about the legal system. Others will say, like Fonnie Willis, well, he deserves to be there. But it's clearly retribution. Give him bail, give him bond, get him back out. Not guilty on your biggest case. So, if you have prosecutors who are elected and they keep getting elected, they'll do this. Now, this prosecutor who actually indicted this case, he didn't get reelected. He's gone. He's goodbye, so long, farewell. He lost his election in November. So, does the new prosecutor really care about this case? I don't know. I have no idea, but he stuck with it because it was brought. My view on these high-profile cases is a lot of times they get brought because prosecutors, and I was a prosecutor for 4 years. I always try to do the right thing, as Michel Bryant would say. But prosecutors, there's no doubt that we used to say that prosecutors wanted a notch on their gun belt, we used to call it. Even when we were prosecutors, we'd say, prosecutor just wants a notch on the gun belt, because then, if you're working in the office, you may not want to bring that case. And then if you don't want to bring that case, they'll just assign it to another prosecutor who does want to bring the case. Some of the hardest cases, or one of the hardest cases I had as a prosecutor, was telling a rape victim that the forensic evidence that came back showed that the person that the police had arrested wasn't the person that had sexually assaulted her. Excuse me, apologize. And the prosecutors didn't want to, the state didn't want to do that. The police didn't want to do that. They were sure they had the right person. So there was an incumbent upon me to say, no, we are not bringing that case. You do not have the right person. And I will be the one that will sit down with the victim. And I did. I did, to do the right thing, not prosecute somebody that would be wrongfully convicted, even though, maybe you could win it. It was just, it was just awful. In Discovery, you see all these places in Discovery, and let's see, hopefully I don't mess your name up, Anthony Benny. I hope, please, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Benny or Beanie. My father's name was Benny, so when I look at something that has Benet, Anthony Benet, maybe, give me a thumbs up, give me anything. The past year, watched prosecutors do anything they can just for the win rather than finding justice. And yes, I mean, that's what we see in wrongful conviction cases too, not turning over evidence that shows that you're not guilty. How could you not? I had I had cases in prosecuting. I was what's called a trial team leader, so I was responsible for a number of people under me who we brought the case to grand jury. And then my team had to try it, and we did that because the lead prosecutor who came in, Alexander Lair, said, if you're gonna, you're not just gonna hand off a case. It's gonna be your trial team's case. If you think that it should be indicted, you better make sure. So it was called this vertical prosecution instead of what's called horizontal prosecution. And so I had to make sure that everyone would do the right thing and all. But I'd open my box. If I had a box of discovery, I'd tell the attorney, come on in, we'll put you in the conference room, just take my box. I never went through it. I never hid anything from it. I let them, it's pronounced Beanie, but spelled, okay. All right, so did I get the Anthony right? Anthony Beanie? That's really nice of you. Thank you very much for not, yelling at me for getting your name wrong, because I didn't do it purposely. I appreciate that you're here. I appreciate that you're here asking questions and waiting for us to get on the air with a live trial. But thank you very much for that. But yes, I just hope when I see prosecutors fighting for discovery, or you get to this case, and at the morning they're supposed to open, 5 hours before, there's a 28-page report that supposedly didn't get turned over accidentally because, for whatever reason, not that I don't buy it. I just find it, shall I say, curious and curiouser, to use some words in Alice in Wonderland. Yes, Anthony. Yes, thank you. I've always watched, but from the UK, I missed due to the time difference. Well, I have I love the UK. I have very wonderful friends in the UK. The former coroner, Dr. Peter Dean, an actor whose wife just passed away, represented his family, and I love the UK. My husband and I, by the way, did our honeymoon in London. Now, so the judge just ordered attorneys can't ask really about drug involvement, according to the tweets that Sheila is seeing. So is that what's going on behind the scenes here? That was the sidebar where they were discussing evidence that the court won't allow cameras to cover. Remember, the order had to be, you had to turn off the cameras if we were going to a conference or sidebar. Not just like not show it, but turn the cameras off. Right, so that with that, I assume that we're going to see something happening soon, Dizzy, right? Yes, we have a lot of people in Ireland. Sheila's in Ireland. Diz, one of our producers, is in Ireland. We have people from all over. We have people on this from Germany. Missy, who will be back, is in Texas. And that's the great thing about having this internet and the whole streaming, is that not just television, but you can get on, you can see things all over, and then you can watch them when we replay this episode that hopefully we won't play, even though I've been talking a lot. Athens in Kansas, love it. Yes, Kay Schmidt, the prosecution and the judge in the Richard Allen, YSL, and Karen Reed have been shocking and disheartening. It's changed my outlook for the better, though. Isn't that interesting that it's changed your outlook for the better? That is very, very, very interesting. Wow. As you all know, I tried the Spectre case against Alan Jackson. So I kind of like, somehow I'm into all these cases are kind of interrelated. Richard Gabriel, who is Joe Tacopina's jury consultant, my jury consultant, and I think we're going into court. So if I may see you probably tomorrow afternoon at 4:30, if I don't see you later today, but stay on the channel, watch, and keep talking. If there's a break, I'll try to hop back on. Bye. Backstage now, Diz. I can go backstage.
You go by the name of Jim Jones?
I don't recall.
Well, does she have a website, named Jim Jones?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's do this. Did she text you a website of herself?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you a question. Did she text you a website of herself entitled jennerjones.ch?
No, no, no. Oh man.
So, Judge, here we are.
All right, so there you go. There you go. When they pull the plug, they pull the plug.
But here we are. Excuse me.
Are you all right?
Here we are now. It's argumentative. We can't be here now because that was
No, stop. No. Oh man.
So, Judge, but I want to go to side. Please, I'm sorry. You'll understand why.
Judge, this is going to help. This is going to help everybody. Yeah, Lewin, the savior. Yes, thank you for helping us understand the law in this courtroom.
No, there's no speaking objections. Stop. Just stop. There's no speaking objections. Why are you going back at it?
He can't help himself. He just cannot help himself, and it's amusing to the point of aggravation.
I'll speak to that. Finally, at one point the judge said, "No, Mr. Tacopina has a right to have them hear it." But I think at the end of the day, the point was made that he said things all over the place, and it took them 9 months. What do I know? What did I know? He said, it took them 9 months.
Well, it's interesting. Obviously, Tacopina has so much material to work with. Just holding that November 2023 preliminary hearing transcript and going through it to see how Relli contradicts himself. Doesn't seem to know what he knew so well back then. Now he knows nothing. Well, yeah, it's been 9 months. My brain, actually, it's been 13 months, 14 months. Yeah, my brain is shot.
Everyone says that the judge had enough for the day, and I think you're absolutely right. He really he pulled. But then Lewin has to say, "Well, we'll stipulate that's what he said. We'll stipulate that's what he said."
Anytime they got into trouble, that he would jump in with some sort of weird clarification to try and save his witness.
Right. Because his witness was saying,
and I don't blame him. I get it. I don't blame him. Yeah. But man, it's a full-time job with this Relli dude.
And we haven't really started. But then where's the gut point? Where was the gut? Your head, your stomach? I don't know. Your hand? I was writing this all down. I don't know.
I know. So was I. I'm just looking for my notes here.
Go ahead.
They're a mess. They're a mess. I can't, I'm glad I was sitting shivering in the cold. I don't know if I could have taken all day of listening to these guys. Congratulations to you for having done that.
And Missy Mayhem and was on helping.
Yeah, Missy may run screaming from the room. He says at one point, Relli says, "You're trying to make it look like I had animosity toward him. I never had any animosity." I mean, just the way he's saying that sounds like he has animosity. I mean, he's just an angry sounding dude. Let me say something now. This may be inappropriate, but so what? The rap culture is built on this bravado, right? This machismo, this, hey, I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to kill you, whether it's fiction or not. To be then taking that cultural attitude into a courtroom, sitting on the witness stand where you have zero control, it's difficult for guys like Relli. Because this is not his environment. He is not in control. And now, even what he's asking for in this case, whether it be the criminal or the sidecar civil, is being questioned. He's being challenged. And that's not a position that he's used to. And we're seeing it come out in this guy.
Well, but except that when you were gone today, we had a discussion about the witness, Lil Woody, right? Lil Woody.
Oh, Lil Woody, yeah.
Just finessing about who got this better. It was clear Lil Woody knew how to answer because he was finessing. He knew what he was doing.
He's also funny.
And he's funny.
And you can get by with a lot if you're funny. You really, and he is a funny dude, even when he isn't trying to be.
Yeah.
But Relli is not funny. He's just angry.
Yeah, he's angry. Well, I'd be angry too if I was seeing my $30 million going down.
Well, yeah, that's right.
I'd be really angry because remember, I know how to make money. That's what he said. I know how to make money.
And it was a done deal. That money was coming. The money was coming.
He thought the money was coming. And he thought it becomes even more. But then they took 9 months even to think about going ahead. I mean, oh my goodness gracious. I thought Joe Tacopina did a marvelous job. He stayed with it. He let Relli squirm in that witness chair. He didn't give in to Lewin. And Lewin's never had an attorney that he hasn't had his way with, right? Or a judge hasn't his way with. The judge a few times sustained objections, but mostly overruled them. And then Joe would just keep going on. I mean, and then it showed that he changes his story all the time.
Fill in some blanks for me because I wasn't there earlier today, but apparently there's some issue with the funeral expenses for somebody who had passed, and Rocky promised to pay for them, but Relli suggested he was not going to pay. What's the deal there?
And then he was angry over that or something.
Oh yeah, he's clearly angry. But who passed away? Was it one of the ASAP gang or?
Yeah, I don't know who passed away.
Okay.
I kind of missed it. I saw who I remember, but I didn't write down the name at all. And our viewers will know because they've been monitoring this all. But he was angry about it. But it's a question about did he really promise? Was it somebody? Was it this Relli just making things up? Or was this Relli making things up to cover for the texts, right? That he was sending, right? To make the text fill. Kristen Vasquez has a question. How do you think the jury feels when the witness is asked a question? He says, that has nothing to do with the case.
He's objecting. He's objecting from the witness stand. I object. That's irrelevant. 352. Yeah, he's getting an education. But he's, at some points, I tell you, he's sounding like he's running the show, especially when they were looking at that video most recently. Run it back. Play that back again. Play it back. And Tacopina did, a few times until the judge finally said, all right, enough. We're going to move forward now. We're not going to look at that again. And that video, of course, is causing as many problems as it's helping because you can't see, it's the parking garage video. Right. That parking garage camera is not intended to see altercations on the street. It's to see cars coming and going from the parking structure where I noticed it was only $20 to park. Not bad in Hollywood. Somebody pointed out in our comments, people keep saying LA, this was Hollywood. Well, it's LA County. It's kind of LA in a broader sense, but that is absolutely right. It's Hollywood. So that's pretty good shit. That's parking. $20 is pretty good. But that's what that camera's for. So it's not designed. So we see, lower halves at most. And the question becomes, who was the aggressor? That's where Joe Tacopina is going. And he's trying to get Relli to admit that he made the first move. He moved. You really can't tell from that video.
Relli won't commit to that. Relli won't commit to anything because he wants to make sure that the video doesn't contradict him there. He's smart enough to know that, right?
But I think he's saved by the video because it doesn't show. You can interpret it both ways. You can interpret the hand movement you see as defensive or as offensive. It's impossible to tell because you don't see the rest of their body language up to that point. So,
but if the state has to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, relying on Relli, he shouldn't have to say, I want to see the video over and over again. He shouldn't have to say that. He's trying to see something in that video that supports him, and it doesn't support him.
Right, and to not get caught up in one of his different stories.
Right,
he wants to be consistent with his different stories.
He was all stories, constant, right? Go ahead, Michael. You took the notes.
Yeah, I had one other thought about their relationship, and there was a point at which he was asked whether he was intimidated,
right,
by Rocky. And then he talks about, you can see in that video, the height differential.
That was how whether he was significantly larger. That's where they got.
Yes, and he was, I know he testified earlier that he was 210. Even that changed a little bit today. But he was 210, 6'3", I think he said, and 210. So he's basically trying to say, look, if I wanted to pound this guy, I could pound him, because I'm clearly bigger and more powerful. So he's suggesting that even though I could, I didn't. I was not the aggressor. The jury might buy that.
But Joe wasn't right at it though. He said, so you said 210. Well, 2.5, 2.4. You're significantly larger. And then Relli says, there was an objection, right, about the word significant. That's another argumentative, right? And then he says, well, you're in difference in size. You're a bigger person, right? You're bigger. And Relli says, yeah. So Joe went right at it. there, suggesting, that he's bigger and that perhaps that's why Rocky had to protect himself and move him back because this guy's bigger. He's bigger.
Yeah, and again, it makes it more likely that Rocky would feel threatened because the guy is bigger.
Right.
Whether he acted or not, we just don't know who was the first person to make the move. There was also a point at which he was asked about the difficulty or lack thereof of talking to Rocky. He said he's not scared of talking to Rocky. Is he a difficult person to talk to? And the answer was yes. That was the answer today. Then they brought up, of course, the November 2023 preliminary hearing transcript where he was asked the exact same question. He said, no, well, that was face-to-face. Face-to-face was fine, but not face-to-face was difficult. So he's trying to draw that distinction, I guess, so that he can kind of argue out of both sides of his mouth. I don't know why it would be any different if somebody's talking to somebody face-to-face versus telephone or FaceTime. Is that face-to-face? I don't know. I don't know that it's a distinction with any real difference, but this guy was certainly trying to carve it up that way.
Yeah, but I don't know whether he just looked like he was trying to avoid the questions, that he was trying to change, and that he was changing the answers, right, at different times. And he does, and first he said, well, the gun was, I heard felt the gun in my stomach, but then it was like, well, he pointed out my brains, he pointed out my head. Well, what was it? When did you say that? You never said that before. Now today, all of a sudden, it's in your brains, it's in your, it's at your head. He said, well, he shot at me.
Yeah, in the prelim, he said the gun was touched his stomach.
Right.
And today he said, well, no, it was close. And so why did you say it touched your stomach? Well, it was that close. It was so close it could have touched my stomach. Maybe it did. I don't know. And,
yeah. But I think with that whole 6-3 and the who pushed and who pulled, we're getting a feeling here that perhaps those knuckle wounds was because there was a punch, right, by Relli at ASAP Rocky, whether it connected with him or whether it connected with like something behind the parking garage and caused that we're almost getting that feeling.
Well, wouldn't we need to hear from the defendant to support that if it is true?
Unless Joe has it from because they're going to fight with each other. Unless he's got it from some of the other witnesses that they were kind of like in a fight, there pushing and pulling, and and he's gonna set it up that Relli was on top, right? He was over here on top and pushed him into the wall there, and that's what you see.
Yes, there's that push versus pull, right? That's
pull, right?
Who's pushing? Is the defendant pushing Relli into the wall, or is Relli pulling the defendant backwards? And then I don't know. From looking at it, what do you think?
I looked at it. I thought that it was clear that Relli was the aggressor. To be honest,
that Relli's pulling him back toward him at the wall.
That he's pulling him back to him at the wall.
I think it's a close call, but that's certainly a reasonable interpretation. I'd have to see more, hear more. At this point, it could go either way.
You mean the case could go the way for?
No, that particular issue, that single issue. Who's pulling? Who's pushing? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what the prosecution needs. The prosecution needs them to get caught up in like that type of little bit of an issue, so they can argue that they've proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't see how they get there. We're not done. We are just at the beginning of Relli. We're not done.
Even if you construe that one little moment in the prosecution's favor, it doesn't get you there. It's just something, right?
Right. And we've got all day tomorrow, and that Joe Tacopina, who I thought did a very good job today, he took his time. He didn't get baited. He was prepared with everything. He handled he handled Relli. He handled Lewin. The judge kind of likes him. He handled the judge. I thought that for everything that when people don't like Joe, I thought his style today was just terrific. And he's going to take all day tomorrow. There's no way he's going to let the prosecution go into the weekend and having a redirect.
With their redirect, yeah, probably true.
And then they can't talk to him over the weekend too. And that really,
not officially. Who knows what might really happen? Some agent of an agent of an agent. We have some questions here that we haven't gotten to. I know you were doing so many of them today.
So many of them I forgot.
Do you know who's working with Joe? Who's working with Joe? What are their
well,
attorneys?
he's got one of his attorneys, and then he's got local counsel who used to work for Bob Shapiro.
Okay. They're very,
They're not
second, third, fourth chair. They're really, it's Joe et al. Right? There's nobody else stepping up.
There's no one stepping on. This is Joe's case. I don't even know if you're gonna find anybody doing any other witness unless it's some minor, a minor thing. I think Joe's got, I think he's got this case unless there's a minor witness. We don't have the witness list, right?
Right. And I know they pared it down.
Yeah.
I don't know if that 2-week estimate is going to stick as long as Relli has been going. We have a question about Karen Reed, which we can get into. Obviously, I'm on the road here in Canton because tomorrow is one of many hearings in the Karen Reed case. And I went to the court today I was in the courtroom, which is only slightly larger than this room that I'm in right now in the hotel. It is easily the smallest court I've ever practiced in or reported from.
Wow.
It's very cool. It's almost like a movie set because it's almost theater in the round. The way they have the pews, I call them the pews.
Yeah,
it's no church. It's no church, but they're kind of diagonally spaced, only about 3 rows on each side. They don't hold that many bodies. And then they have the council tables, obviously, in the well, and but it is all so close. It's like when people go to watch the taping of a TV show or SNL or whatever, what's the first thing they say? Oh, it's so much smaller than I see it on. That's what you would get the sense of when you walked into this courtroom. I have to say, I get there like 4:20. They close the courthouse at 4:30, and I'm just sniffing around. It's I want to get a lay of the land. What are my odds of getting in tomorrow based on the size and how early people queue up? Very nice. Everybody was super. Bailiffs take me up to the courtroom. It's courtroom 25 on the 2nd floor. Nobody's in there. And they leave me in there for a few minutes just to kind of check it out. Then they come back in. We have a little conversation. I rag on the Judicial Credential Center, whatever they call it, out of Boston, the fact that we didn't get a credential. And I do understand why, again, because of the space limitations. But we've beaten this horse. We've beaten this horse many times. They should have just said that. Instead, they said we don't recognize YouTube as media. So they were super nice. And very helpful in saying that the way it works is they have 10 seats for the prosecution team, and by that I mean the non-attorneys, the supporters, I'll call them. And they have 10 seats for the supporters for Karen Reed. If the family, let's say the Karen Reed supporters show up and they have 8, well, those other 2 seats are the only seats that would be open to the public. Same thing if the prosecution someday has 9, well, there's 1 seat open to the public. That's it. So I'm going to get up early, queue up down there, just throw the dice. Who knows? But I'm so glad I got to get in the courtroom, see how this thing is laid out, understand how tight those confines are, and meet the folks there. It's a very cool, super old courthouse, and it's like very historic. So that was cool.
Before we go on to what you did, though, the rest of the day in this next question, I just want to point out, Michael, that we did have Kay Schmidt gifted 5 subscriptions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
5 subscriptions. And for that, we want to give you a big shout out, a big shout out, huge. And thank you very much. We've been so busy. We do have a lot of things coming up and hopefully spread the word. But and because of you, we're able to get on the road. Michael did use his new Starlink today. There was a great picture, right?
It really worked well. It was so easy. People were staring at me like, what the hell is this guy doing? But it's pretty cool. And then I'm sitting basically in the street, sort of, because that way it's public and nobody can give me a hard time if I'm on some sort of private property. But it worked. I thought it was flawless. It was so simple. Oh, and thanks to Ms. Schmidt as well, or Mr. Schmidt, Kay Schmidt, mentioning Rihanna, who was apparently in the courtroom again today. And gave me via TMZ and my buddy Harvey Levin there the wardrobe that she was wearing, which of course very important. I mean, I couldn't believe she was pairing those black pumps with that outfit. But hey, if anybody can do it, I guess Rihanna can.
My black top I changed because it was.
Did you? Is that your after 6 attire?
And then I put on the earrings. I was wearing my flannel earlier today. But that was great. And Kay asked also, did you talk to any of the locals about the Karen Reed case? I assume
definitely did. And they seem to line up on one of 2 sides. I'm so sick of it. I just don't want to even hear about it anymore, or they're supportive of Karen Reed. I'm not talking to anybody supportive of the prosecution. Now, maybe that's just because they aren't talking, and I didn't happen to hit on those folks. It wasn't a scientific survey. But the two sides were basically, I'm just sick of it overall, and Karen Reed is innocent. So
Now, you went into one of the bars.
Went into the waterfall.
Talk
Yeah,
about your
looks
waterfall.
just like it does in the video we see, although it's less grainy and much. It's really not a bad place. That grainy video makes it look like it's a dive. It's really not. It looks like it's a bar I'd go hang out in. It's got a lot of TVs for watching sports and stuff. Not very big. Not very big. The video is somewhat representative in terms of the size. It's pretty straight. One shot and some extra seating on what looks like the backside of the bar if you're looking at that video. But that's it was a nice little place. So.
Did you go into the first bar?
I didn't go into McCarthy's. I didn't get back over there. That one looks, at least from the outside, more like a pub kind of feel, and it is called McCarthy's. It's very dark in the front, and I'll have to get in there tomorrow to see if it looks on the inside like I feel like it might from the outside. Dark wood and low lighting. Like I said, kind of a pub.
You posted 3 videos. The first one we talked about the pub crawl, and you went. How long did it take you to get from McCarthy's to the waterfall?
Yeah, I didn't retime it on the video. The video was only 4 minutes, maybe even less. So I would say 2.5 minutes. And I was walking pretty casually backwards at times to get a different camera angle.
I was walking. You weren't. Excuse me. So I wiped my eye. You weren't. This is what happens when I put makeup on and it hurt.
You dotted your eye, did you?
I dotted my eye.
Okay.
You were walking. You're not driving, right?
Yeah, no, just walking across the street, and a very busy street, as we could tell when I was out there during the lunch Q&A. It's a regular freeway. Yeah, right. It's across the street and then down about a block-ish, maybe a little bit more. So yeah, so you can stand at McCarthy's on the sidewalk and see the waterfall. It's very close. That's why I mentioned in my little walk, I wasn't sure why it took 24 minutes, based on the timing information that we're aware of, to get from one to the other. I mean, maybe, we know that they were having issues from the text that they exchanged that morning, that, they hadn't been getting along for a while, I think is one of O'Keefe's notes. So, maybe that walk for them wasn't like it was for me, unobstructed. Just I'm going from here to here. Maybe they were talking, they were, stopping and arguing, or, it took them longer to get there. And I'm guessing they had things to talk about en route because they were with people in McCarthy's and then they were with people in the waterfall. So maybe this was the chance for them to have some quiet time and chat.
Or they're walking with people. I don't know. Were they supposed to be walking alone or together?
I think the two of them were alone, but people were trickling in and out. I mean, as we know, the cast of characters in this thing, you need a Venn diagram to determine who was with whom at what time.
So I don't know if I should give you your Fifth Amendment rights, but he wants to know, did you have 10 drinks?
No, I had 0 drinks. I didn't have the 5 that again, Karen Reed was served 5 drinks in the hour and a half that she was at McCarthy's. We don't know how much of those she drank. I think there was some testimony, but I get the sense that everybody involved in this has a very high tolerance for alcohol, cops and civilians alike. So
unlike your pod partner. So then everyone should look at it. You took a little bit of a drive to 34 Fairview, which is what?
Yeah, I was curious first of all just to take the drive, and I did, and then I said, real time would be more helpful. Maybe people can just kind of see what it was like and imagine making that drive that night, maybe after 5 drinks. I don't know, but it's a pretty uneventful. I think it took me 4.5 minutes. It's says 5 on most of the like on Waze or on Google Maps. Pretty straightforward shot, and the neighborhood we heard so much about in the trial that it was cool to see it, and the different street signs that were referenced by different folks, how you can only turn left onto Fairview coming from the direction of the bar. So yeah, it was good. It's very good just to put that all in the proper frame. We've had some comments, and I've been back and forth with one of our chatters, and I lost the name. I apologize. Kristen, I think it was. Kristen. I was making an issue out of this Apple info that suggests that John O'Keefe went up and down 3 flights of stairs in various segments, I guess.
Right.
And this comment was, well, hey, that was because Karen Reed did a 3-point turn at some point in the road on the way there, because we know she didn't quite get a direct beeline. And having been there, most of it's flat as a pancake. It is just flat. So even if you attribute that rise and fall in elevation, I don't know where that would have come on the roadway. So still investigating that, but I think it's something the prosecution has to address, because the defense argument obviously is he went in the house, there was an altercation in the basement, he's up and down, then he staggers out, is tossed out, ends up on the front lawn where he ultimately dies. So
yeah, or maybe you had a relationship with Chloe, the dog, in some manner.
A relationship, so what you said. Okay.
Well, I don't know whether I was trying to be Lil Woody or whether I was being really.
Yeah. Quite the relationship. It didn't end well, I'll tell you that.
That was the case. It didn't end well. But then you parked the car. I watched all your videos. You parked the car. Where? And did you get any reaction?
No, it was super quiet in the neighborhood itself. Just, I don't even know if one car ever passed in the time that I was there. Nobody walked by, no bicycles, nobody. So very quiet neighborhood in general. And today it's just dead, really.
Park in front of Fairview?
What's that?
Did you park in front of 34 Fairview?
Yeah, I was right. I was in the bushy area next door so that I could shoot across the property and get a perspective there, because the fire hydrant was there, the flagpole. Those are both very identifiable elements in everything that's been presented in trial. We know where John O'Keefe's body was in relation to those things. So
that's pretty interesting. It's really interesting to watch. It's so much. It's just like when I tell people, when you have a case, you have to go to the scene, because you get a whole different perspective when you go to the scene there and understand where everything is. Did you recall whether the jury had jury view? I think they did.
They did. They had a jury view. Of course, it was blazing hot. It was in the summer. So today, like I've said, it was roughly 3 years ago. I think yesterday was the official anniversary date, the 29th. And that was the big snowstorm that covered up John O'Keefe. There's snow on the ground there now, but it's all patchy and it's melting. But it's still a whole lot closer to the way it was 3 years ago than it was when the jury visited. And they had the SUV. Remember, it was parked out front. The Lexus was parked out front for the jury view. There it was with its missing, tail light on the right side. But it was there so the jury could see everything at the same time.
Right. Oops, that's my... I forgot to turn Alexa off. Alexa, dismiss. Alexa, dismiss. He's a little late.
Just tell her, no.
Alexa, actually, if you curse at her, she shuts down. I want to give you a secret.
Say, Alexa, no speaking objections.
no, Alexa, no speaking objections. Thank you, Alexa. I should see if I can program that in. She's a little late. That was her reminding me that we had a show at 7:00.
Oh, good. Well, she's late. Here's what you missed. Kristen has this follow-up question about the blizzard. Do you think someone could walk from the waterfall to the home where the owner of the pizza place lives? I'm trying to remember that exact location, to be honest with you. I can't remember. If somebody wants to send that along, I'll look it up if I have to, but I'm lazy. So if somebody wants to send that along, I might be able to answer that question and actually figure it out. You really could walk from the waterfall to 34 Fairview if for some reason you needed to. Remember, this was not their house, so they were going to be driving. It's about an 18-minute walk. But I don't know if you want to do that as an incoming snowstorm is, heading your way, right?
That's a really good question. By the way, man, it was. I learned that when somebody was here and told my Alexa to shut the F up, and I said,
and it rebelled.
And then she goes, like
it's like just shuts down. Hal, I can't open the pod bay doors.
That is from. That's from
2001, A Space Odyssey. The pizza place. Remember, it was owned by a friend, and so they were going to go there after hours. And I want to say D&B, but I think that's wrong. So I'm going to have to look it up. But that's the distance that we're trying to figure out.
Now, did your phone register any inclines? Did you look to see what you registered any inclines?
Well, first of all, I don't have an Apple, so of course it's never going to tell me. But my brain did, and the only time there are any real inclines is I mentioned there's a number of waterways, and maybe just one that snakes its way around. You go over it a couple of times, but there's a slight incline as you go up and over the bridge, the abutment that covers that little river. Not a lot of elevation, really, at all. It's not like these are the mountains of Canton. It's pretty darn flat.
Everyone's reminding you it's D&E Pizza. Right?
Ah, good. Thank you.
It's owned by Chris Albert, okay?
Yes.
And,
D&E Pizza and Subs, as a matter of fact. And I think they have more than one. I don't think so, do they? I can't remember.
I don't know. I wasn't at the scene.
Well, you remember it from the trial before, because that was their deal. It's like, how it ends when the bar is basically getting ready to close, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And they were talking about, let's go and get a pizza because we know the owners, or they are the owners, and they'll just whip something up for us. So the kind of their way to keep the party going.
The crime scene didn't speak to me, and Alexa, I don't think is going to be speaking to me either, because I just, this was her chance to be on stage, and she missed it. Speaking about being on stage, though, I do want to say one thing, Michael. There was a we've been talking about this, and there was a big tragedy last night.
Yes.
That was just a plane crash, 62 people, the largest one in a quarter of the century in the United States. 14 members of the skating team, both from the United States and other countries, just annihilated, and in an accident that. We all think we're all safe when we are 100 feet above the runway. But I have to tell you, from representing my wide body pilot, 67 now it is, thank you, my wide body pilot, Tammy Blakey, who was the first female captain of a wide body pilot, she educated me that the most dangerous times in a plane are the first 2 minutes of takeoff and the last 2 minutes until your wheels are on the ground. That's when you can get killed. So it was a real rude awakening for me, but it didn't surprise me that an accident happen. But this is such a tragedy. It's always a tragedy. It's not much.
It's horrible. It hasn't been since 2009 that we've had fatalities in a U.S. aircraft. And this, I'm a private pilot. I have an instrument rating, so I'm always keyed in on these kinds of things. And I'm wondering, okay, what went wrong? And if you look at the video where it looks like the chopper is almost chasing this aircraft, you start thinking intentional versus negligent. What was really happening there. But the more we've learned about it, the more it sounds like, and I've got a good friend who's an air traffic controller. They had one less air traffic controller in the tower than they should have had, and that one air traffic controller was actually handling 2 planes at once. Which is also unusual. And here's what happens when you're in the cockpit and you're talking to air traffic control, and you're in what's called VFR, that's visual flight rules. That means see and avoid, look out the window. You're going to be given cues, but generally your eyeballs are your best piece of equipment, compared to IFR, which is instrument flight rules, where you can fly in the clouds, in the fog, and you're just going on instruments. And you're really then relying on air traffic control because they got radar and they can tell you where people are. But what can happen is, as you are getting some sort of traffic alert from air traffic control, they might say, a Cherokee 69 Echo, you have traffic at 11 o'clock. It's a commercial plane. And then the response should be, first of all, it might be checking, as you're checking. And then it might be, I have traffic at 11 o'clock, or I don't have the traffic. From what we hear in these radio transmissions, the helicopter said, I have the traffic. And it's the theory is that it had some traffic, like maybe another plane that was in the area, because it's a very congested area, but not that airplane. And if he truly hit it from the rear, that's what they're saying. He came up on it from the rear.
And you can see that in the video, actually. Also, it was a training flight to train one of the people in.
Yeah, well, I looked into that a little bit more too, because if you're a pilot, even a low-level pilot like me, then every 3 years you have to have a check ride. It's called a check ride. It doesn't mean I don't know how to fly. It just means they want you to be proficient, right? And so this was that kind of ride. It was a check ride for somebody else. So not like, hey, here's a newbie that needs training. It was somebody that was just having a check ride to remain proficient, and they called it a training because it wasn't an official mission. It was.
In the wide body pilots, it's called the bet your job day, because you have to go in and you have to go do everything for your proficiency every certain period of time, as you know. And so they say it's bet your job day because you pass. But here's
It's horrible. It's horrible. And you know,
I just thought, because we were covering, we should mention something like this because it's so horrible. It just so horrible.
Yeah, it is. We can't ignore it. And did you know? I just learned this today. 6 of the skaters were from here. 6 of the victims.
Yeah.
2 were teenage skaters. 2 were parents, the moms of each of those, and then there were 2 coaches. So that's 6 of the folks on that plane.
Yeah, and 14 total were skaters somewhere from other countries. I when and he won't mind me saying this. Neil was on today, and he's going to co-host with you Monday night.
Yeah.
He recently lost his son, a 21-year-old son. My husband lost his son just before we were married. When you are a parent and you lose a child, there's nothing that can ever it's the most horrendous thing ever. And so for all those parents that lost children, not for everybody, any death is important, but there's just something about losing a child, I think, especially when you think of something that you can't fathom it, and you wonder how people deal with it. And I read an article the other day because I recently had a client who just died. And it talked about how Native Americans, the Lakota tribe, for instance, think that when you're in grief, you have that grief, you're probably the most awake to what's around you and to things that your child did and to things that you should have been awake about before, about your family. And I just say to everybody, just take every moment. It's precious.
Yep, I can't even imagine. And I'm going to call my son as soon as we're done. It's horrific, and thoughts and prayers to all of those family members that are going to be dealing with this forever.
Yeah.
Well, that's a tough one.
Well, it's something we should talk about because we're talking.
Of course, it's not like we don't acknowledge it. We obviously we know.
Acknowledge it and acknowledge all the people that died, and hopefully, there'll be some changes in whatever so that this doesn't happen again. Because we kind of laughed today at Relli because no one died. But, in Karen Reed, that somebody did die, whether you take sides or not. In most of the cases we cover, somebody dies. And death is something that, the people left behind are the ones that are truly in grief.
Let me circle back to the question about whether I thought somebody in a blizzard could walk from the waterfall to the pizza joint. Well, it's only 450 feet. It's kind of circuitous because you have to cross Washington Street, but I'm guessing jaywalking is not out of the question for these folks. So that would make it even shorter distance. And because, as you recall, the storm was just beginning, right, at midnight, 12:15. It was just beginning. The big heavy snow didn't come till after 2 o'clock. So in my opinion, having been right along this route, it'd be a piece of cake to walk from the waterfall to the pizza joint. Wow. Easy. Yeah, 2 minutes maybe.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right, going back to the other trial we covered, Jenny has a question about the Rocky trial. How was Lewin able to object when he didn't do direct? Did they not have a one-horse rule? This has come up a number of times.
I know, because people who watch this stuff are smart, and they've seen trial after trial after trial, and this is like, what the hell's going on? How is he objecting when he didn't examine the witness on direct? So go ahead, you can explain this time.
Well, apparently this judge has a thing in this courtroom. Every judge can have a little different rule in this courtroom that you can have that. As in California, it is allowed, but you're not going to have 2 people objecting. So you can't have Paulie P objecting. So you got to pick one, and they could pick the other person to object on the basis maybe they know the court rules better. I think they pick Lewin to object on the basis that they think that he's a foe that could equal Joe Tacopina. From what I saw today, I'm not sure that was necessary.
Yeah, and the thing is, and I think Lewin is oblivious to this, the jury gets annoyed. The jury is not enamored by this guy like, man, look at him, what a tough dude, what a bulldog. No, they're annoyed. But he doesn't know that, and I'm sure he doesn't care.
Right. Yeah, maybe in Durst because everyone was against Durst, but not in this case where you're trying to find, you're trying to find really what happened, right? They're trying to see what happened here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, we've seen it in our chats, and we've certainly heard it, they think this is a crap case anyway. I mean, it's just, you hear that, why is this taking taxpayer dollars and jury members' time for this case? And so far, I can't say it's well spent time or money.
Yep. All right. So I think well, wait a second. Jenny said, thank you. I was confused before. There was one, the other Karen, by the way. We hope
Karen.
yes, make that distinction because now Karen is like pejorative. It was
I know.
ridiculous. Not arch. But do you think YouTube will recognize as media since President Trump has changed media criteria, allowing anyone who has media? I don't know. Massachusetts seems to be a place of its own, doesn't it?
On many levels, yes. Yes, they are. So luckily, not everybody is that way. Some have stepped into not to mention the 21st century. How about the 20th century? So.
But you were great on the road. You have to understand, Michael was out in the cold last night in Connecticut.
Yeah, I apologize. It would have been so much nicer if I could have hung out there and we could have chatted more. But I'm telling you, I'm not a wimp, but it was freezing. It was like 20. It was 26, which is not horrible, but there was a breeze as well. I think the real feel was like 10 or less.
Yeah,
and
I just been in like 2 coats. And
I just couldn't hack it. I couldn't hack it. I had to seek coverage in the waterfall.
And behind the scenes, let me give you a little behind the scenes. We had to test our mini Starlink out last night. So he was also in the cold, in the dark, in Connecticut last night. Maybe we'll get a photograph of you next week when we're doing a video up there, or of you in the cold last night, testing out the lights in case we need lights.
That's right, and it was fine. It worked, and today it worked. Of course, it was sunny, but still, I had a light that I could use, so I didn't look like I was, in the shadows. So it worked out great. I can't wait to use it again. Oh, you still have more to your story?
I'm complimenting you.
Oh,
and then. Not only that, he then got up and he had to drive 2.5 hours to Canton, okay? And then go to all of these different places, take these videos, put them on YouTube, get on our chat with us at 3:00, go back, do more runs to the courthouse and all, and then come back and get on our chat again. So, Michel Bryant, you are the star today.
I'm exhausted. You did, hour and a half or more? And I don't mean just listening, but it was all chatting. So good on you.
Yeah, and I wasn't drunk because somebody last night said on videos, they think I'm drunk because I talk too much. I mean, I'm not drunk.
I do think that's funny. All comments. We welcome all comments. What that drink needs is vodka. I can tell you that. It just looks like a nice and an umbrella. That's what it needs.
Well, that means on the beach, but thank you for Missy, ma'am. And
Missy was, I hope everything's well. She had to take a little quick trip for some PT, but she gets the marathon award.
Yeah,
so we'll see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be splitting time again because we have the hearing in Karen Reed. I don't expect it to go all that long, and of course, now that I've said that, I've cursed the whole operation. It's going to go longer than it should. But remember, this is just, unless they work on a few other items that are not technically on calendar.
When is it starting? 9 a.m.?
Yeah, and this is supposed to be just the reconsideration motion by Gretchen Voss, the reporter for Boston Magazine, to keep her notes private. The notes, I believe, from a third interview she did when the attorneys were not there. Remember, 2 interviews, one in June of 23, one in July of 23. Attorneys were there. Then she did a third one. No recording, no attorneys, just her handwritten notes. Prosecution wants those. The court said, yes, you can have them. This is a motion to reconsider that decision. So it should not take very long. We'll see. And then we'll have ASAP Rocky in the mix.
So thank you, Jerome Street, getting our super sticker person, $4.99 donation to Justice Serve TV. So we're going to try to stream. The plan is, so you all know, Poor Missy's like, she's going to be like exhausted. She's going to need to go to the beach.
Is she flipping us off, or is she? Oh no, she's giving us the double thumbs up.
She's giving the thumbs up. She's going to be streaming. We're going to try to bring in the stream without us being on, because hopefully you'll be in the courtroom, right? Or are you going to be on at 9 o'clock? Because that means I have to be dressed and made up also.
No, I'm going to get up very early and ugly and go and hang out and see what happens. And,
Just if you can get in there, and I'll see you sometime probably by, I have a feeling by 9:30, but if not, as soon as court finishes, we'll be on. But you may be doing stand up as the court's going on, stand up from the courthouse. So we're not quite sure, because we're not sure.
It's got to be flexible. Play it by ear.
Play it by ear. And then we'll, when it all finishes, we'll try to do something on that. And then we have a 4:30 wrap up, which will hopefully try to be right in it may not be the wrap up of the whole ASAP Rocky, but I think we'll have a good feeling by then. That should be the afternoon break, right?
Yep.
And you have to drive 2.5 hours home.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. So no big deal.
Right. So that's our plan. So hopefully we'll see you, and then we'll see where we're going next week when we get through tomorrow. And remember, we're also lawyers. We also have our own work to do.
You got to squeeze some of that in there.
We will.
All right. Well, until tomorrow, Michel Bryant, please try to do the right thing.
And I'm Linda Kenney Baden, and together we are Justice Served TV. And please subscribe, like, share, and hit that notify button, and we'll see you tomorrow.
about what he can or cannot see in the video. Everybody on board?
Yep.
All right. Where is Mr. Ephron? Okay, can we have him come in and then have the jury? Oh, also,
No.
any exhibit that is going to be shown to the jury, I want counsel to show it to each other first. If both of you agree that it's permissible, then I'm fine. I don't need to get involved. If there's a dispute, I want to see the exhibit, and then I'll make a decision.
So Judge Ron, one of these were talked about, the second one on potential videos.
Oh, you know what? Let's hold off on the jury, because we need to, do you want to deal with the Instagram photo first?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Hold off on the jury.
Yes, sir.
We got to do something outside the presence of the jury.
And we also, this issue, camera on this issue, because it's involving, I don't want to say over court, but I don't think that this is an issue, this hearing that's supposed to be away from the jury needs to be captured by the media. Meaning, this couple of questions for the victims.
Why? The jury's told they cannot review or see or watch anything on electronic media or print media. So why?
Well, Your Honor, this has
No, tell me.
these efforts to focus on the witnesses' Instagram, particularly when they broadcast across the nation, have resulted in him getting the victim hate mail, death threats, etc.
Okay, how about the Instagram photo will not be shown to the public? It will only be shown to Mr. Ephron.
Well, that we're discussing what's in the Instagram. So my thing would be that I don't know that there's a pressing media interest in this one couple series of questions right now. And there is a compelling issue in terms of the safety and the concerns that the witness has expressed regarding himself and his family members of being his daughter. So we just feel like we have to make sure.
All right. Would you feel more comfortable if some of this was not on video? Does it matter to you? They're going to ask you some questions about whether or not whether someone in an Instagram photo is you, and it looks like there's some firearms in the person's waistband. They want to know if that's you, and if it is you, when was it taken? That's what they want to go into. Do you have a problem if? Do you have a fear for your safety or your privacy if that's filmed? Because everything else is being so far.
Yeah, that has my Instagram or anything pertaining
What's your feeling?
not like it.
Okay, the camera's off. Thank you. All right, where is the exhibit?
Cameras off.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Tech. about what he can or cannot see in the video. Everybody on board?
Yep.
All right. Where is Mr. Ephron? Okay, can we have him come in and then have the jury? Oh, also, any exhibit that is going to be shown to the jury, I want counsel to show it to each other first. If both of you agree that it's permissible, then I'm fine. I don't need to get involved. If there's a dispute, I want to see the exhibit, and then I'll make a decision.
So there are, one of these we talked about, the second one, potential videos.
Oh, you know what? Let's hold off on the jury, because we need to, do you want to deal with the Instagram photo first?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Hold off on the jury.
Yes, sir.
We got to do something outside the presence of the jury.
And we also, this issue, please check the camera on this issue, because it's involving, I don't want to make my statement over, but I don't think that this is an issue, this hearing that's supposed to be away from the jury needs to be captured by the video. This couple of questions for the victims.
Why? The jury's told they cannot review or see or watch anything on electronic media or print media. So what?
Well, Your Honor, this has
No, tell me.
these efforts to focus on the witnesses' instrument, particularly when it is broadcast across the nation, have resulted in getting the victim hate mail, death threats, etc.
Okay, how about the Instagram photo will not be shown to the public? It will only be shown to Mr.
Well, we're discussing what's in the Instagram photo. So my thing would be that I don't know that there's a pressing media interest in this one couple series of questions right now. And there is a compelling issue in terms of the safety and the concerns that the witness has expressed regarding himself and his family members and being in his daughter. So we just feel like we have to make sure.
All right. Would you feel more comfortable if some of this was not on that video? Does it matter to you? They're going to ask you some questions about whether or not whether someone in an Instagram photo is you, and it looks like there's some firearms in the person's waistband. They want to know if that's you, and if it is you, when was it taken? That's what they want to go into. Do you have a problem if? Do you have a fear for your safety or your privacy if that's filmed? Because everything else is being filmed so far.
Yeah, if it has my Instagram or anything pertaining to
What's your feeling?
I don't like it.
Okay, the camera's off. Thank you. All right, where is the exhibit?
Camera's off.
Okay, go ahead. Hearing myself say, sometimes it happens, but we have discussed what we need to discuss. We are ready to proceed now. Our jurors, we're back on the record. Our jurors, all and parties and counsel are present. Mr. Ephron is on the stand, and Mr. Tacopina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ephron, at the preliminary hearing last November 20th, 2023, you were asked questions regarding whether you own firearms. Do you recall that, being asked those questions?
I don't recall.
Okay.
You have a page number?
I do. Sure.
You want
Zoom in on it. Okay, page 113.
to, all right, hold on.
Did you get that, Nora? Did I even say it?
Yeah,
Actually goes to line 13 earlier on. I guess I'm eventually go through.
Could you just read the question back again, please?
Mr. Ephron, at the preliminary hearing last November 2023, you were asked questions regarding whether you own firearms. Do you recall that, being asked those questions?
And what was the,
I don't recall.
if that was the question, and this is the answer, then that's fair game.
Are we talking about lines 9 and 10, Your Honor?
Yeah. Paul, you want me to go back up to line 5? That's some context. Let's do
Just because I don't think 9 and 10 have anything to do with that.
I agree, yeah, that's true.
You want to go up to 5?
All right.
We're going to-
What has nothing to do with the question is what is asked and answered on line 10 and lines 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, how about this? We'll go back to maybe we'll leave to 112, 112, lines 11 through 13.
Much better.
Oh. Sorry, Stefan. November, what, good?
No. What was the last? You said 2 what line? Okay.
Okay, preliminary hearing back in November 2023. Question, actually, Ms. Efron, let me clarify that. Did you ever possess a 9mm gun? Answer by you, I own a bunch of guns. So, I guess the question now again today is, do you own a 9mm?
I own a bunch of guns.
Right. Is one of those bunch of guns a 9mm?
It's just staccato. Yeah, I guess it's a 9mm. I don't really know too much about guns. I only got it because I moved to Florida.
Okay. And you posted a picture on your Instagram in December of 2022, before that hearing.
Your Honor, at this point, the question would be irrelevant, given that he's answered that he owns a firearm.
I agree. The part about 9
Yeah.
millimeters. All right. Ask that, let's hold off on the exhibit.
Okay. What?
Your Honor, the witness just testified that he had a 9mm firearm. So the issue of the access is now been demonstrated.
He says he has a 9 millimeter.
Okay. So you own a 9mm Glock.
Staccato.
Is that a Glock?
It's just staccato. I don't know the difference between a Glock. Glock is the name of a gun.
Yes.
No, it's just staccato.
Okay. Is it a semi-automatic 9mm?
I don't know the difference between what you're talking about. I just know it's
Your Honor, the people would stipulate, unfortunately, take you notice that 9mm firearms are semi-automatic firearms. Court take judicial notice, have some stipulation. Absolutely.
You are not
So for how long has he had 9 millimeters? That might be
Okay. Well, you're interested in that, that's not what I'm interested in something else. could I ask if he's publicized himself with 9mm?
Your Honor, it's irrelevant.
No, it is relevant, and you can ask that.
Thank you.
But for now, do not show it. You can ask it. And the question will call for a yes or a no.
Mr. Ephron, have you published pictures of yourself with a 9mm?
Do you know what he means by publish?
Yeah. Like where on my Instagram?
Anywhere?
I guess so, yes.
All right. Now, let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021. A few weeks before November 6th, 2021, and a few weeks before you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing, you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct?
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
You heard me, definitely not. I
Okay.
ain't own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later, and I showed you that preliminary hearing. We went down this already.
Okay, so that would mean in October of 2021, October 19th to be specific, you definitely would not be shooting guns, including a 9mm semi-automatic gun at a firing range.
I don't know.
Well, no, you just said
The
definitely
only
not.
relevant inquiry is whether he was firing a 9mm. He was firing 22s,
Yeah, I'm
25s,
No,
24s.
No, you weren't.
No, I wasn't.
Okay,
Not, the question is limited to you firing a 9mm.
Was I firing 9mm?
That's what he's asking, in October of 21.
No. Like in a shooting range, you're not, like, I don't just.
At all.
No.
okay, you are. With that, then, we're going to show a specific video from October 21st, 2021.
Are they going to show us?
Oh, sure.
Stop, no. You,
Yeah.
no, what I said was, if something is going to be shown to the jury, you have to share it amongst each other first.
So what do we do?
So they've already, just so it's clear.
Stop.
They put up the video so that you.
It's not up there now.
Well, they saw it. It was,
They're gonna see it in a second.
I mean,
Calm down.
if it's got to get posted.
Come on. Is there a way to look, can you look at it on the computer there?
Without going up there,
That would be nice.
what do I do?
Let's let Mr.
Can
Lewin
you
take
do
a
the thing
look.
with your knee that you always seem to do?
Say
So
again?
it shuts that, you accidentally do the thing with your knee so it shuts that off. That we don't want you to do, but we want you to do.
Why do I have to do that?
So we shut that off.
Oh, if it's shown there, it'll show
I don't
there.
know. I just want to change. Is it pull up?
No.
Okay, we're good, we're good.
I don't have to do it?
No, you don't have to do it, so don't do it, please.
Let me just take a look. You turn on, I'm sure I'm gonna have to take a look anyway.
I know. You turn so close.
Can you play?
Keep saying that it's for reasons. Just show it.
Oh, there you go.
Just wait, the judge said. You just do it.
You can show it, and you can ask, what is it that you shoot? He said he hasn't fired, he didn't fire a 9mm. What is he firing in the video in October of 21? Okay. Let's find out, is that him?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Thanks, sir. All right.
I don't know what I'm shooting. That's a fire. That's a range.
Okay. Well, first of all, you have to look at the wall. You have other photos. Mr. Ephron, what you just told this jury.
I don't know what I'm doing 365 days out the year.
Hold on, please, sir.
I'm talking about.
Hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns, but you didn't have your license. Didn't you tell that to this
I
jury?
said unless I went to a shooting range.
No, you said.
I just said that. But I'm not aware what I'm doing.
Okay, stop. All right, he's clarified, accepted a shooting range.
Oh.
Ask the next question.
Take a look at that gun right there to the right.
And when's the date of this?
Oh, we'll give you that in a second. Take a look at the gun to the right.
Okay. That's not my gun. That's obviously a shooting range.
That's what?
That's not my gun. That's a shooting range.
Okay. That gun you used to shoot.
That's not my. What gun? To shoot who? What do you mean? At the shooting range?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Well, guess what? He said yes, guess what?
That gun you used to shoot shooting range. So my question is, that gun to the right is a 9mm
I don't know.
automatic, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I
Okay.
don't know.
In the video, did you see shell casings ejecting backwards as you fired in the video we showed you? Did you see it? It's all messy.
I guess.
Okay, I want you to get, we'll watch it again. Go ahead.
That's what they do when you're in a shooting range. What's wrong with that?
Judge, you want to jump in or you want me to? I asked the question, do you see the shell casings being ejected?
And I said yes. It's a shooting
You
range.
said yes.
No, he said that's what they do. What's wrong with that?
It's a shooting range. I don't.
All right, the answer is yes, you saw it.
Yes. Yes.
Oh. The date, by the way, you asked for the date. We have a stipulation on the date.
Yes, what was the date again, please?
October 19th.
We have a stipulation.
October 19th, 2020.
And where is this video again?
Yeah, it was obtained from his phone, he's right.
So we have a stipulation on that date, that this is outside of California, correct, counsel?
I don't know where it was taken. I don't
Well,
know.
You said
Do you know where that was taken, sir?
Is this the picture where you? Let me see. I mean, if I got it off my phone, it should say. I don't know what it is.
You don't remember where you were?
I mean, I should have that. It's timestamp.
It is timestamp. We have the time.
Timestamp and it should show where.
What they're asking you is,
No, I don't know. I don't
where
know.
is the range?
I don't know.
You don't know where the range
Probably.
is.
Somebody's probably in Jersey or something like that, or like. I don't know. I don't want to guess. It's not LA though.
Maybe New Jersey, but you don't know.
yeah, the witness be asked, does he know if it's in California or not?
Why did the witness just said he doesn't know? He doesn't want to
I
guess.
wasn't in LA.
Well, can he be asked if it was in California, Your Honor?
You said he doesn't know it, maybe it was New Jersey. That's the answer. Ask another question.
Okay. Take that down now, please. You told law enforcement after the alleged shooting that you called an attorney named Brian Hurwitz, and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the gun casings. Is that right?
I don't remember. I don't remember something.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a recollection one way or another? Is that fair?
It was 3 years ago. You're asking me something I told somebody one time.
Okay. So you don't have a recollection. Is that fair? Okay. Let me just back to refresh your recollection. That's what we do. Hold on. That report. Okay. Mr. Yeah.
What? No.
I'm going to show you something, Mr. Ephron, see if it will refresh your recollection. Just read it to yourself. When you're done, look at me.
Am I supposed to be reading?
I'm going to show you. Just read this sentence starting with the answer right at the end of there. And when you're done, let me know.
Who is this from?
Just read it and look up at Mr. Tacopina when you're finished reading it.
Up into where?
Sure. Come back up. Sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Just let me report it. Okay. Just, okay. All right, let me know.
Now, what am I supposed to do?
Okay, now, so you're right. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'll ask you a question. My question would be, having read that, does it or does it not refresh your recollection that you told law enforcement when you went to, when you spoke to law enforcement that you called an attorney named Brian Hurwitz and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the shell casings? Does it refresh your recollection?
I don't think I'm allowed to tell you what I said with my lawyer.
Just you help me.
Answer the question.
I'm not asking you what you said to your lawyer, I'm asking you what you said
What's
to
the
your
question?
police.
This calls for a yes or a no.
What's the question again?
Sure. Did you, having read that, does it refresh your recollection that you told the police, not you, to the police, that you called an attorney, Brian Hurwitz, that night, November 6th, 2021, and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the shell casings?
He's asking, did he tell that to the police?
He was there with me. Brian, I don't really remember. I don't remember. But the lawyer was there with me in the precinct.
No, it's a different question. That's on November 8th, right? At the precinct.
What are you talking about?
You said the lawyer was there with you at the precinct, right?
Yeah.
That's November 8th, sir. My question is, did you tell the police that on November 6th, your lawyer told you to go back to the scene and retrieve the casings on November 6th?
Why would he tell me that on?
Is the answer yes?
I don't know, it's kind of confusing. I don't get what he's trying to say. I'm kind of confused. Okay.
not trying to confuse you.
What,
I mean, what you are.
what was the, supposedly the date of the call?
This was a call with the interview with the police on August 5th, 2022, with Detective Forbes. And you understand my question, Ron?
You know,
What's your question?
do you know Brian Hurwitz?
Yeah, that was my lawyer, my previous lawyer.
And right after the shooting, did you call him?
I had my business partner who talked to any lawyers in LA.
Did you call Brian Hurwitz that night or the night of the shooting or the next day?
He responded the next day.
Did you speak to Brian the next day?
Yeah.
But you didn't speak to him that night?
No, I didn't speak to him that night.
Yeah. So you didn't have.
All right, so now, you told me that you didn't speak to Brian Hurwitz until the very next day, it's November 7th. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's yeah.
He's going to ask you now about whether you did or did not make a certain statement to the police when you were interviewed in 2020. That's all he's asking you. Did you tell the police that?
Anyway, Ron, I'm just gonna ask you, I'm just gonna keep moving on here, so.
You're ready to move on about whether you did or did not call Brian Hurwitz. If you don't need to
The record is.
explore it, fine, I'm good with
I
it.
think you just established, you didn't have a lawyer that night on November 6th at 10 or 11 or midnight. You didn't have a lawyer yet,
But
right?
after the shooting, no.
Okay. So you would agree it wouldn't make sense that a lawyer would tell you to go retrieve shell casings that night because you didn't have a lawyer yet. Agree? We agree.
I don't get what you're saying.
Based on what you just said, you would agree, therefore, that a lawyer did not tell you to go back and retrieve the shell casings.
I don't know what a lawyer told me was so long ago. Oh, no, at the no, 'cause I didn't speak to him. I didn't speak to him, yeah.
Now, I think we just established, I don't know the fact rules, but you didn't report this to the police until November 8th. The incident happened on November 6th. Do you agree with that?
It happened November 6th at 10 o'clock at night, so it was like basically a new day. I was waiting for a lawyer to respond before I take any.
Hold on. You're not answering the question that he asked. Ask the question again. Is this going to call for a yes or a no?
I'll even be more specific. You agree the altercation happened on November 6, 2021 at about 10:17 p.m. Correct?
Yeah.
And you didn't make the police report in person until November 8th at 7:20 p.m. Right?
Yeah, I was waiting for my lawyer.
You were asked by detectives when you went in there why you waited to contact the police for 2 days, and you said it's because I'm not really good with the police. You remember saying that?
Yeah, I don't really like the police. I don't even like being here right now, to be honest. It's just nerve-wracking.
Why sir, you're not good with the police?
It's not that I'm not good with the police. I just don't, you know, I don't know.
Well, you told the police I'm really not good with the police. Is that what you told them?
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to walk into a police station.
It's a different question. Just that. You told the police that you're really not good with the police.
At this point, objection relevance is thank you. You might ask him, why did you wait 2 days? He might be able to tell you now why you waited almost 48 hours.
I can tell you why.
Just
But the police asked that question, and that was his answer. That's what he said. They said, why did you wait 2 days? He said, I'm not really good with the police.
That's what he said then.
Yeah. Is that still the same answer? One
No, I waited 2 days because my lawyer, I told you that, and it's in text message. So I was waiting for a response from the lawyer to go into the precinct.
Well, before you went to the precinct, those first 2 days, you tried to get money from Rocky, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't send Rocky messages looking for money?
No,
His manager?
no.
You sure?
Positive.
And you remember, it was shown to you here, that text message. We have 63, or, and I don't know the people's number, but you want to put up 63, Paul? Let me show you.
I'm working on something else. What is it?
It's just a text that was put up, couldn't have it, right?
Oh,
Seems.
is this something that the jury's already seen?
Yes, sir.
It's in my 64, it's in my-
We'll just use the people's. We have, all right, we'll put ours, Exhibit J. It's Exhibit J, it's People's 21, whichever city should care. Well, use yours. Well, it's here, it's the other portion here. Here. Okay. This is already been shown. This is People's 21. Okay, hold on. Let me do this thing. Okay. You saw that text message from Rocky to you at 12:46 a.m. the next morning, November 2nd, right? You've already seen that in this case.
Yeah.
Okay. And now you're trying to extort.
Don't, N-word.
I just want to know.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure that it doesn't get mistakenly said. All right.
Now you're trying to extort and talk about I shot you and shot 4 times and all types of nonsense. You're a phony. You don't have the best intentions. Stop texting me. Stop calling my manager and call police if I shot you. You weirdo. You remember seeing that text from Ron, correct?
Yeah.
And you got that one, correct? You received it at that time, right?
Yeah. At what time?
12:46 a.m. Right here, it says right here. Okay. And part of the reason you said that you contacted the police is because Rocky persuaded you to do so, right?
You didn't persuade me. What you mean?
One of the reasons you called the police is because of this message from Rocky telling you to call the police. Is that one of the reasons you called the police?
You know, I was going to call him regardless. I was waiting for the lawyer. He texted me that while I was already waiting for the lawyer. That's the next day.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to the preliminary hearing, correct? I believe it's page, bear with me a second, I believe it's page 111.
Say it again?
I believe it's page 111, line 9. Well, yep,
Fair game.
okay. Question to you, sir, under the preliminary hearing. Was that the advice, by the way, that you said Rocky gave you that caused you to call the police, referring to that text message? Answer by you. It was numerous ones, but yeah, that was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was one of the reasons.
Yeah.
And before you reported this incident to law enforcement, you understood that the only way your lawyer would take your civil case is if you went to the police, correct?
Not true.
Not true.
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Before you reported this incident to the police, you understood that the only way your lawyer would take your civil case is if you went to the police.
What lawyer? The Bryant?
Yeah.
What do you mean? So he told me he will only, nah, that didn't happen.
Okay.
And a crime was committed already, so anything legally,
Mr. Ephron, all he asked you was to call for a yes, or a no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Ask the question again.
I'm going to ask you again.
Let's get a response to that.
Before you reported the incident to the police, you understood that the only way your lawyer, Brian Hurwitz, would take your civil case is if you went to the police, correct? Or no?
I mean, I asked him, can I just get a civil suit, I believe, and it's a crime. So that's obvious no. I had to press charges.
So he told you the only way he would take your case.
He didn't tell me the only way. I asked him. I'm asking questions.
You're on page 134, line 25, 135, line 6.
And it was so long ago, I don't remember what I talked about with Brian.
Page
134, 134, line 25. 135, I'm sorry, 134, line 25, 135, line 6.
Okay.
It's on the wrong page. Question. When did you first meet Mr. Hurwitz? Answer by you under oath when they were hearing him at the police station. Question. The day you made the report? Answer no. Answer. The day, so I had my assistant reach out to a bunch of attorneys, and I was waiting to hear back from whoever was going to answer. So then once Hurwitz, Brian, answered, we spoke for a little bit, and he advised me that the only way he would take this case is if I go to the police department, because it was a crime. You recall giving that answer under oath?
I mean, I guess.
We talked about that individual, Wally Sajemi, who you said you knew, correct?
Who?
Wally Sajemi. Wally.
Wale? Wale? No.
The guy, the IT guy, right?
Mhm.
You know Wally, right?
Is that yes?
I said it.
Did you tell Wally in August of 2022 that you can't sue someone with circumstances like that without a criminal action? Did you say that to Wally?
I mean, that's clear. You can't sue somebody and say it's a crime.
Somebody's asked, he's asking, did you tell that to Wally?
I don't remember. This dude probably was baiting me, calling me. I don't know. Got a spoof of his voice.
So the answer is no?
No.
I'm sorry, I just want to follow up on that answer. The dude was baiting you, calling you, did you say?
I mean, you telling me about private conversations that I had with this dude.
I'm asking, I'm not telling you.
I mean,
Did you say spoof?
I mean, the phone call you played yesterday was not me.
That was not you.
That was not me.
That was fake.
That was fake. 100% fake.
Yeah. You would agree, sir, that you really didn't care about getting the police involved in this case. What you really wanted was money from Rocky, right?
This is not a civil suit. I know a lot of right now.
He's asking you a yes or no question. Ask the question again.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. You agree that you really don't care about getting the police involved your end game was to get money from Rocky, right? Yes or no?
No, I wanted some type of protection too. He was not giving me no type of comfort that this was not gonna happen again, nor, so regardless, I was gonna go to
So
the
the answer
police.
is no?
No, I was gonna go to the
The
police.
answer is no.
Yeah.
Well, did you tell Wally in April of 2022, I don't give an F about no police N-word? You said Wally.
What's the contents to that? What is that about?
About this case.
But you're not, what are you talking about?
Based on the question, would be irrelevant without further foundation and circumstances.
I'm asking if you made a statement to Wally.
I don't know. I don't.
Objection foundation.
Sustain. Sustain.
Okay. Did you tell Wally in April of 2022 that the end game is you're gonna sue the shit out of Rocky?
When? If I already have a civil suit and this dude's calling me, I'm openly telling him I have a civil suit.
Mr. Ephron, that's not what he's asking. Please listen to his question.
I don't know.
I'll let you listen to his question, and then you can say, I don't know, or I don't remember, or yes or no. Mr. Tacopina, can you re-ask that question?
Sure, Your Honor, sure. In April of 2022, did you tell Wally the end game, I'm suing the shit out of Rocky?
I don't know.
Your Honor, we're in a position where I'd like, same procedures yesterday, I'd like to show the witness this first. It's the screenshot of the recording. I'll ask them to go that. I'm going to do the same exact procedure. I did
Show that
yesterday.
first.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we're trying to avoid publishing
Oh, we won't publish it,
the
by law.
phone number.
No phone numbers to be shown to anybody.
We will stipulate that the photograph that counsel wants to show to,
Louder, louder, louder.
oh, the counsel wants to show to the witness would be his, the witness's phone number.
Yes.
We will stipulate.
You want to see? Yeah. I'm just going to show this to the witness. You don't have to read it, but there was a stipulation there, so. Turn away. Sure. Again, don't read it, that's your number. Correct.
Tell you the truth, I don't know what y'all got going on at this point. Like you gotta, I don't know what's going on. If that's not coming from, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, counsel, you gotta stipulate.
I need some broad, like,
Photo.
okay.
We're
The
stipulating.
We have a stipulation that that's the number for Mr.
Yes.
Ephron.
All
Okay.
right, the stipulation is that you've shown Mr. Ephron a screenshot.
Correct.
There's a phone number on the screenshot.
Correct.
The phone number is Mr. Ephron's.
Correct.
All right, is that the stipulation?
Yeah, that's the stipulation.
Now, as procedurally we did yesterday, I'd like you to listen to this and tell us if it's in. Okay?
Yes?
Can I get some help? Yeah, let me ask.
I don't have headphones or something, it's a microphone.
Your Honor, the witness is asking if we have headphones.
It's right here.
Can we shut them, kill the mic?
Is that a normal, what kind of plug is that? I might have that one too.
It's like a mini.
Will this work? Yes?
They're not free.
You just deleted that thing. You did that on purpose, Sean.
I think that The input is, yeah, on that side.
Can't get with
I guess they're not working, John.
Is the volume turned up?
Yes, please.
Retired Alex, star or judicial assistant. New audio. You want to try this?
Device detected.
Yeah, that will work.
We'll go new school. Compliments of Alex.
Thanks anyway, John.
Still can't get with
Your Honor, and both headsets aren't working. We just do what we did yesterday. Keep it low, let him hear it.
Yes.
Start from wherever. Just let him hear.
It's fake. It's fake. Get that away from me.
Well, he wants us to get that away.
Get it away from me.
No, get away. Get away. It's fake, you said?
It's fake.
So that's another fake recording.
That's another fake recording.
So that's not your voice.
That's not me. You just said he's an IT guy.
Oh, so who are you talking about?
Your Honor, at this point, there's no foundation that we have. to-
Right, he says it's not him, he wants something else.
Well, can I inquire as to why he thinks it's not him, Your Honor? He said it's fake. I want to
Your Honor, the
understand.
question's been answered.
It doesn't, if he said it's not him, it doesn't matter why he's saying it's not him. He's saying it's not him. If you can prove otherwise, that it is him, then that you're entitled to do that.
Thank you. So ultimately, you filed a lawsuit against Rocky in 2022. Yes, or no? I don't remember. Did you file a lawsuit against Rocky?
Yeah.
You know what year you filed a lawsuit against Rocky? Okay. And the lawsuit hasn't been resolved and it's still pending, right?
Correct.
And in that lawsuit, you accused Rocky of assault, correct?
You would have to ask my lawyers. I'm out of headache.
Don't you have the complaint?
Your Honor, counsel,
We thought that was an, we agreed that the causes of that, that the document that shows the causes of action, that was a
No, I did, I thought it was coming into a different witness, but we could stipulate that it comes now, it's great.
More simply, the lawsuit was filed, complaint filed on August 10th.
Can you stipulate what the causes of action are alleged to be? Okay, say it loud enough.
Sure.
In fact, it would be easy on all these stipulations, if they could be printed, marked as an exhibit, and then the jury could look at them if they want to during deliberation.
All right. I'll read it down if you would like. First cause of action, assault against all defendants and governors. Second cause of action, battery.
You have to raise up the volume a little bit. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, sure, that's not a problem. I'll raise it up. Second cause of action, battery against all defendants in those. Third cause of action, intentional infliction of emotional distress against all defendants in those. Fourth cause of action, negligence per se against all defendants in those.
Now, and just also to have a stipulation that the only named defendant is Rakim Mayers.
Yes, well, it says Rakim Mayers individual and those 1 through 15 defendants.
Do you have claims against anyone else, by the way, aside from Rocky? In this lawsuit, for assault and battery and all that? Okay. Now, in your lawsuit, you claim that as a result of the defendant firing the handgun at you, you were struck by a bullet, projectile, or fragments which required you to seek necessary medical attention. Is that true?
That's correct.
Now, you understand that's different than what you told the police in this jury, that you believe your hand was raised.
Your Honor, this would be sustained.
Now, you assert that the bullet projectile that hit your hand, according to your civil suit, required you to seek necessary medical attention.
Your Honor, it's improper impeachment. This is a civil suit. Stand final witness. Any further questions?
What the causes of action are, the jury has heard. That's the relevance of it.
I didn't want to run afoul of court's rule, and I want to ask, there's another question I want to ask regarding the permanent damage alleged. What's that?
Your Honor, our position would be...
Stop. You can ask him if he has any permanent damage. It doesn't matter what it says in there.
No.
Is there any permanent damage as a result of the injury received supposedly on November the 6th?
Your Honor, just make you have no objection to any questions of the witness regarding his knowledge of what he's doing. Our issue is going back to what is in the complaint.
Right, I agree.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I agree.
So my question, if I could follow the court's guidance. Has this incident caused permanent physical damage to you?
Yes.
Okay. What is the permanent physical damage that it has caused to you? Forget about the lawsuit.
I mean, just look at it. I like to live in hell. Besides me doing what I'm doing, I can't really.
That's not what he's asking. Ask again.
Sure. What is the permanent physical damage that this incident has caused to you? The permanent physical damage?
No, there's no permanent physical damage. I just was hurt that on a moment.
So if someone wrote on your behalf, no?
No.
Okay. Right. We're going to
All
show.
right. The objection would be irrelevant or hearsay?
The objection would be irrelevant.
All right.
You're saying
Sustained.
it's against the
Sustained.
You got on the first one. That's fine.
We asked it no more questions in this area. Give the court's ruling, Your Honor, when Mr. Tacopina says, hey, I tried.
We don't do speaker objections.
No, stop. If a question is asked and you think it's objectionable, lodge an objection.
Can the court instruct Mr. Tacopina?
No, I'm not.
All right.
Okay, we're on number 7, Your Honor. If you recall yesterday's ruling, 7 photos were on number 7 now. We've all looked at this already. The Lawrence looked at it, they looked at it, we're good, we're ruled. So I'm going to show you one last post from your Instagram. Mr.
We didn't mark this.
Ephron. We did not mark the
Okay, this can be O's and O's.
Okay, we finally got those. Now,
Your Honor, given the witness's statement that there's no permanent physical damage, what would be the relevance of this photo?
we weren't ruled yesterday about the relevance.
This is also July of 2022. What would be the relevance of this?
The objection is overruled, it can be shown to Mr. Ephron.
Okay. That's obviously your hand, right? Sir?
Okay,
Was okay, then yes.
sure.
Okay. And that's the left hand that was injured by the gunshot.
By the grades, yeah.
By the way. Do you see, as you sit there, do you see any?
I mean, I can go around and show everybody right now. I still got it 3 years later. I'm showing from a far picture. I still got it. No, I can't see it right there. I can't see it.
You know, you have a question, please. Okay? All right. Now, you take it.
Just so you know, we're going to break in 3 minutes. So I want to give the court reporter and everybody else time to stretch their legs, etc.
Trying to avoid an objection and save you some time.
Oh, I got all day. I'm fine. Are you going to go to a different topic? Mr. Tackett, are you going to go to a different area?
Mike?
No, right now.
Oh, I think so, but give me 1 second, because I might have 1 or 2 more questions on this. If not, we'll
All right.
break.
When you're finished with this area, we'll take a break.
I have 1 more question on this regarding his frame of mind, and then we're done with the civil lawsuit. How can you object before you said?
You showed me a question.
No, no, it's a different one.
Oh, okay.
I know you will object. I'm asking for your understanding, Mr. Ephron, your frame of mind. Is it your understanding, your frame of mind, and again, I just want your understanding, not the law or anything else, that if Rocky is found guilty here, you get automatic finding of liability in your civil case?
I have no knowledge about that.
Okay. We could break now.
All right, folks, we'll take a break till 3:15. Please don't discuss the case.
Hey, did you see Mr. Rakim handing him in? No. They weren't in. Oh, they weren't in the courtroom. No.
How you doing, sir? Michael Bryant, Justice Serve TV. How do you think it went in there today?
I went well. I thought it went really well. Where are you from, sir?
Justice Serve TV.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought it went well.
Yeah?
I think that she's definitely going to rule in the defense's favor with the Daubert hearing. She doesn't want to do this. You heard at the end, she's like, April 1st, we got to do this by April 1st. So I definitely think that they're not going to have, that they're actually going to rule in her favor for once. They wouldn't let us read her. No, I think they just told me. Oh. There's a hearing. I mean, they could be here for another. They're here. Brady has a thing. And it's there to protect them.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Linda Kenney Baden is my co-host. She wanted me to say hi. You know Linda Kenney Baden.
Tell her I love her.
Tell her you love her.
Love you, Linda. Love you.
We'll talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, so give me your name again.
Rob Birchie.
Rob Birchie. Okay, so you're here basically representing Gretchen Boston, protecting her notes as a reporter for Boston Magazine. And the judge seemed to make sort of a compromise ruling, as it were. What's your take on what it seems that she has ruled?
Well, it's not really a compromise. It's not really a ruling yet.
Yes, I know.
Thank goodness. And it's not necessarily a compromise. The problem is merely requiring a reporter and setting the precedent that a reporter has to turn over all their notes is going to show reporters, and it will cause them not to keep good notes, not to take as meticulous notes, and it will tell other reporters that they're game too.
And perhaps chill sources from talking to reporters?
Certainly chill sources from talking to reporters and from what they talk to reporters about.
So give me your take on Massachusetts, which has kind of a wimpy shield law. I don't think it's really a shield law. We're not talking about revealing a source here, which would be different. We're talking about the work product of the reporter. But in Massachusetts, you kind of get what you get. The state has those laws or lack of laws in place, different than other states.
Yeah, Massachusetts is one of about 10 states that do not have a shield statute. And what they have instead is a balancing test. And, they balance the interest in the free flow of information to the public against the interest in revealing this information in order to achieve justice in the court. But, anybody could have talked to Karen Reed and taken notes. Why did they subpoena Gretchen Boston? Because she is a reporter. If you let the precedent like this go forward, you have reporters becoming the investigative arm for the government. And that's bad from an optics point of view, and it's bad from an independence.
So what do you expect the ruling to be ultimately when it's issued, based on what you heard today?
I expect that the judge will rule entirely in our favor.
Okay, so let me ask you then, what was it that got you off the couch? Because everybody hears the story, everybody sees the news, but you're out here.
That guy right there.
Which guy?
Yeah.
Those guys? Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy.
Sorry, Dennis.
Turtle Boy. Yeah. Well, I mean, what specifically? What specifically?
And then just, being on social media, the cameras, seeing everybody out here. The first time I came down here, everybody just welcomed you with open arms. I'm a shy person, and I came here by myself, and literally, I made such amazing friends the first day that I was here.
Is this, I get the sense that this is, corruption up here, and it's Karen Reed down here. It's like she's the poster child for it, Are you Karen Reed supporters, or are you anti-corruption?
Both.
Thank
Yeah.
you. So none of us getting it, right?
They haven't told me, just like
Karen is
No, that's
just
fine.
so
But no, I wasn't sure if it was still like
inspirational, actually. I mean, look at how strong she is. She walks in here every day during trial with her head held high, confident.
I don't care either. Yeah. I'm not here for that. You know what I'm saying?
And yeah, she's fighting for
I mean, an innocent person wouldn't be doing that, correct? Nothing to hide, right? That's how I am. If I got
She's
nothing to hide, I'm not
the
gonna.
only one that hasn't deleted anything from her phones. That should tell you something right there.
Good morning.
What are you hoping for today?
That they allow the Richard Green to testify, which he did in the first trial, the forensic phones. I mean, this has been stonewalling the whole time with this. That's what's disturbing. The way they will not let someone, try and plead their innocence.
Right. It's because, they're experts and they can, seek the truth out, and that's what they're scared of.
How you doing?
He's the captain.
How you doing? How you doing? How's it going this morning? Same old, same old?
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Yeah? What do you expect today? Anything?
That Richard Green should not
Justice?
here next week? Yeah.
Michael Bryant with Justice Serve TV, so that's what we're looking for as well.
I heard you talking with the...
Yeah, so really, I mean, literally, what do you think's going to happen today? Anything?
Not really. I mean, we're not expecting any miracles. Hopefully, they make some way on Karen's defense. But the way the judge, they keep pushing things off and wasting time and wasting money. We're not expecting a whole lot, but we're trying to stay positive.
I saw somebody had a sign here said had Mr. Brennan's name on it somewhere. Hanky or Hanky. Where was that sign? Oh, there it is.
Hanky Brennan.
What do you think about the new guy? No good.
Forget it.
Yeah.
It only makes sense that crime boss DA Michael Morrissey hired a mob lawyer. Hank Brennan was hired to protect the Alberts and McCabe's and the dirty cops.
How does it keep happening? What do you think's going on here? Is it somewhere up above that? And who's ultimately responsible?
I believe it goes right up through Attorney General Andrea Campbell all the way to Mass Governor Maura Healey. Michael Morrissey's been a corrupt Democrat in various state office since 1976. He's been the Norfolk County DA for like 17 years. He's about as corrupt and dirty as they come.
Okay, then here we are. I'm in my normal spot here in Canton, Ohio. I'm in Canton. What state am I in? Canton, Massachusetts. I'm in the street. Of course I am. Just hanging out in the street. Behind me, of course, the courthouse where the Karen Reed hearing took place earlier this morning. Finished up about half an hour, 45 minutes ago. Michael Bryant here. Linda Kenney Baden, how are you?
I'm trying to keep up with you. I've been trying to post. I've been trying to keep up with what was in the courtroom. We had so many people on the chat this morning watching that I've been like shell shocked. I've been shell shocked, and I haven't even been able to post your last little segment that people are going to want because it's an exclusive interview with two people.
Yeah. It's like a drive-by, one of those drive-by interviews.
Well, except that one of them involves me, and I want everyone to see it.
Of course, people will. It's kind of like when I was back at Extra, and you're doing the reception line, and then people are just going by, and you're just shouting at them. So that was fun. So, what do you think about today's activities?
Well, first of all, it was clear to me that Judge Bev would like a new hearing. She wants a Daubert hearing. For some reason, she wants to limit Richard Green's testimony. I really got that impression. I posted that. I thought that was an absolute vibe for her. So when she said, well, I have to see whether I need a hearing to decide whether I need a hearing. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
we got to do it quickly. We got to do it quickly because we have a trial date. So she wants to limit it, and she knows that she let him in already, and that unless he's absolutely right, it's not your opinion. Delbert doesn't have to go with the opinions; it has to go with the methodology and all that other stuff that he quoted.
And that she's already passed him on, so she has to find some extraordinary reason to now decide he no longer qualifies. And if you want, we can have a bet if you want, because you think she wants a Daubert hearing. I think she does not.
Daubert. Wait a second.
I said Daubert.
Daubert hearing. Daubert hearing. Daubert hearing.
Yeah.
But she should have just denied this motion today. She says she may need a hearing to decide whether she needs a hearing.
She doesn't do anything from the bench. She does nothing from the bench.
Yeah, but why would you need a hearing to decide if you need a hearing? Okay.
Well, that's what they did today. That's what today's hearing was. Today was a hearing to decide if they need a hearing.
At the very end, she said, I'll think about it over the weekend. I'll let you know whether I need a hearing to decide whether I need a hearing. Those were her words.
She's going to decide on Monday. She's going to decide.
Right.
Whether or not there needs to be a Daubert hearing. And if there doesn't, then he's in, I'm assuming.
Right? I'm assuming. Right.
Right.
And then everything is a rush. But our viewers have noted again a lot to this morning. And if I can get the site back up because I think I closed it down, that the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, the top court, it's not called the Supreme Court, but their top court has not decided the issue of the double jeopardy yet. Right.
Yeah, it's very odd that she's just plowing ahead, assuming it's going to be resolved by then. And if not, sounds like she's just going to move on. April 1st, we're having a trial.
Right, we'll try a trial, and let's bring everybody in. And how many? I lost count. Perhaps you counted them. How many appearances and hearings do we have to have before April 1st? These people have to get ready for a new trial. Look at this. Okay, let's go through it.
My notes. This is the best understanding that I've got. Next week they have both Thursday and Friday blocked off to use for hearings. But if on Monday she decides that there's not the need to be further hearing on the Green testimony, then one of those days will go away, and one of those will go away, and they'll just meet on Friday. Okay, so that's key because there's just some housekeeping. She wants to do with this motion for expenses. Remember that motion made by the defense? Yeah, I don't understand
that. What was that about?
They had to get another expert. They got another expert, and they paid about $12,000 for that expert's expertise. And they're basically saying that because the prosecution didn't advise us of certain things that we needed to prepare for, we now had to do this last minute, and it was a rush, and here's what it cost us, and we should never have had to do that. So
okay, so
she's looking that over.
She's looking that over. So now you had that there, but also I thought I heard that the prosecution has not turned over two things: a neurologist report and then some other report. And they expect to have that by Wednesday. But the main thing was a neurologist report, and they expect, and then based on that, apparently there's going to also be a motion. The defense has to get a counter expert, from what I gathered, and also there has to be a motion to dismiss the defense wants to make, and she wants it by Friday. But they said we can't do it by Friday until we have all the information. So then she wants it by Monday.
And so here are the dates as I crossed out and rewrote, because I think I got this straight now. There's a cell phone expert / report that also needs to be provided. That is also supposed to be done by Wednesday. So by Wednesday, the defense in theory will have all of the things that have been gathering with the Commonwealth.
Hello.
So that'll be next Wednesday.
I think I'm going to cut off Michel Bryant and his report because we are in a break right now, as you know. I was planning to come on afterwards, but as usual with this court, apparently the breaks are very long. As you know, you've been watching all day and commenting. I don't know about you all, but I do think the judge and maybe the jury, every time I hear the word objection, or I hear not even objection now, I'm hearing words like, well, he can't do that. What's he showing him that for? I'm having a little bit of a PTSD moment, and I don't want to make fun of PTSD, but geez whiz, all right, with this. I mean, I don't know about you. How y'all feeling about Relli? How y'all feeling about Relli right now? Hi, Kristen. Yes, and I'm a little bit perplexed. Usually when you have a case and somebody has a civil case, even if the attorneys have drafted the pleadings, and you claim permanent damage in those pleadings, and you either have had a deposition or you've reviewed like a complaint, the normal question is, did you review this complaint before your attorneys filed it? And if the person says yes, if the complaint says that there's permanent damage and you are now saying in a courtroom there's no permanent damage, you get a chance usually to impeach the witness if you were Joe Tacopina representing ASAP Rocky. Here the judge kind of like cut it short, and that's something that perplexed me a little bit, because the practice in New Jersey, and I've been in federal courts, but this isn't done all the time. That's why people hate civil lawsuits, right? They hate if you're, if you have a complainant, you have a plaintiff, you have a victim in a criminal suit. Sheila Duffy says he looks a little bit defeated. Yeah, he looks a little bit tired to me also, right? He looks a little bit, just a little bit exhausted, which I'm sure he is. I think everybody in the courtroom's exhausted. But did you see when they were fighting over whether or not a photograph of the Instagram could be shown to Relli? Everybody, including the judge, but everybody, when I mean everybody, I mean Lewin, right up against ASAP Rocky. I think I screenshot it and I put it into my Twitter account, because I was like, why are we using only one, I don't know, video station that plays? I guess the prosecution and defense agreed to use separate video stations so nothing would get ruined, or nothing would get used that wasn't theirs, or seen that wasn't theirs. But do you think maybe it could be turned around so that Mr. Lewin is facing the other way and not against the client? I see the seal is coming back. Now, when the seal comes back, I'm going to disappear. And I assume the next time that I'll see you, I'll be with Michel Bryant. By the way, he drove back from Karen Reed today. He did all that great reporting, including getting a quote from Alan Jackson about how Alan Jackson loves me. I couldn't believe it. We spent 6 months being adversaries, but we always were respectful and we always were complimentary about each other's skill. So you have to go watch it. I said, oh, thank you, Phoebe. Thank you very much. My husband would like me to go out one night. I'm with you guys every night. Like, it's Friday night, maybe we can go downstairs and go to the gym. I wouldn't go to the gym in this clothes, but like maybe go across the street, get a sandwich with Tubi, our dog. But yeah, there we go. So I'm going to let you go back in the courtroom, and I'll see you probably around 6:45 our time.
To pay you millions of dollars, or Rocky to pay you millions of dollars to make the criminal case disappear.
That's not even up to me, but I don't know. No.
The answer is no?
No.
And you never said, give me millions of dollars and I will go to an island that they can't prosecute you? Anyone?
What? Say that again?
Sure. You never said, give me millions of dollars and I will go to another island and they won't be able to find me to prosecute you? Did you ever say that? To any of Rocky's friends, associates, managers?
I don't remember.
Okay. You're aware that your lawyers made a demand for $30 million, correct?
I never knew the amount.
You never knew the amount, $30 million?
Was that no?
No.
Did you ever make a demand, you personally, for 30 M's or $30 million?
Like I said, I never
never seen an actual lawsuit. I never made a demand.
That's not what he's asking.
Did I make a demand to somebody? No.
No. I'm going to ask you if you said the following to Wally Sajemi. Okay, just listen to me and tell me if you said the following. He, being Rocky, is going to have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else, because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you hit your BITCH and your BITCH wants to keep going through with the situation, you'll go down. But if you're not there, then they're going against the state and it's way weaker. If I'm not there, if he pays me out, being Rocky, via through my lawsuit, I'll walk away basically. It's going to be hard for the DA to find me because I'm going to be on another island just relaxing. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have evidence of this and that and the third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have the complaining witness. Did you ever say that to Wally Sajemi?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. So now, we're going to do what we've done a few times already. I'm going to bring up a recording, let you hear it, and you're going to tell me if it's you.
So we're going to bring it up to him.
Same thing. I'm just short of it, right? Yeah, 1 second. Stefan, we'll do the same thing we did before. Just take a listen. Tell us if you recognize the voice out there.
You can move it.
I'm sorry. Something happened.
No, it's not me. I heard it.
How long was that recorded with you here?
Heard enough.
How long?
I don't know. She's played it. I heard it. Didn't sound like me.
Didn't sound like you?
No.
Is that a fake also?
I don't know. You tell me. You putting all type of fake stuff in front of me.
What fake stuff?
You know it's fake.
No, stop. Stop.
What fake stuff am I putting in front of you?
I don't know. It's too Wally. I don't know. You just keep putting this fake stuff in front of me.
Are you saying you don't know who Wally is? So are you saying you don't know who Wally is?
It's not real. I don't know him. I met him. I don't know of him. I know him. But this is beyond me.
Have you used Wally to do any work for you?
No.
You've
Asked
not-
him one time to get me verified. I told you that.
Okay.
He kept in conversation with me. Obviously, now I know why.
What do you mean now you know why? What do you mean now you know why? That's fake.
I thought it was kind of weird that the man was me up in the first place.
Mr. Ephron, stop. Ask another question.
What did you just mean to this jury when you said now you know why you get the conversation with you?
I mean, he always hits me up, asking me how I'm doing. Yo, that's fucked up. You know, Rocky, y'all my brother. It's weird. He's baiting me into like spoofing my voice or doing something. Because now all of a sudden you coming to me talking about Wale doing this, that, and the third, and none of that, none of the conversations I have with him, none of them don't even start like that. I don't even sound like that. He's more so asking, yo, how's the case going? Yo, that's fucked up. And I asked him, yo, you still work for Rocky? He said, no, I don't work for him. Ain't nobody really, there's no real emotion over there.
So you've had conversations with Wally?
Not those conversations. I mean, he calls me. He calls me probably once a month, every 2-3 months, and asks me very vague questions. Oh, how's it going, my brother? Oh, what's this?
So you didn't have,
No,
conversations?
no, those is fake. Those is fake.
Sir, you heard about 3 seconds.
It don't matter. How would you know? You over there. She's playing it here.
Because I counted 1, 2, 3. You want to hear the whole conversation?
No. No. No, I just want this over.
Mr. Tacopina, he said it's not him. So go on.
So it says. You know you're on the road now, right? You said, you know that?
Yes, I do.
And like you said to your partner, Justin Benet, November 7th, 2021 at 3:40 a.m. It's already in evidence, Your Honor.
After the shooting?
Yeah.
Okay.
November 7th, 2021 at 3:40 a.m. It was after the shooting. That's your partner, Justin Benet, is saying, I want to get this end's money to burn through Rocky, correct?
Yeah, because I got damages. I'm suing him. And that's 3 something in the morning. I already have a lawyer.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
But you had a lawyer at 3 o'clock in the morning, hours after the incident?
I mean, I'm waiting for a lawyer. I'm telling him he's in D.C. He's the one that I started shutout with, so I'm telling him. I mean, I could have said embedded contents, but yeah, I said it like that.
And of course, Rocky wasn't willing to pay you any money, right?
How would he be willing to pay me? It's not a case yet. It wasn't a case. I literally said what I said right there.
All right, you've answered the question.
So instead of being on an idle relaxing with 30 M's, 30 million, you're here in downtown LA. Right, Mr. Ephron?
You're here too.
I know I am. I know I am.
All right, you didn't.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
You don't need an answer to the question?
I don't need an answer to that question.
All right.
Obviously, it's downtown LA.
Wait. I don't know if the court just noted. Tacopina, as he's walking away, is mumbling about. No, just, he has no further questions. Let's just move on. Ask, do you have anything for this moment?
I do.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ephron, I want to start on November 6, 2021. You said that you flew into town that day, correct? Or not that day, but for the recording session that occurred on that day.
Yes.
You flew in a day or a few days before that, correct?
The day before.
And you said you flew on a commercial jet, correct?
Yes, those two.
You also said you did not have a gun with you when you flew on that plane, correct?
Okay.
Did you bring any ammunition with you?
No.
Did you bring any fired cartridge cases with you?
No, I ain't home to that.
Casings, those things that come out of the gun, you didn't have any of those with you that day?
No.
You said at the time you were living in New York, correct?
Yeah.
Even though you were living in New York, did you have a California driver's license?
No, never.
Did you try to purchase any ammunition in California?
No, never.
Will the court at this point take judicial notice that you cannot buy ammunition in California?
It's not relevant. He said he didn't try to buy ammunition. That's the answer to the question. Whether it is lawful or not lawful to buy ammunition in California, it's not relevant to the question. Go ahead.
You were shown a lot of pictures from your Instagram account, your social media, correct?
Correct.
At the time, did you have an Instagram account related to your career in the entertainment industry?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that Instagram account?
To promote the artist and my body of work.
Is your Instagram account supposed to be a factual documentation of your life?
Oh, it's a persona. It's much more of a persona. You live into the internet.
So is it fair to say that even if you posted a picture with next to a private jet, that doesn't necessarily mean that's your private jet, correct?
Yeah, no, that wasn't my private jet.
So why is it then that you post photos of yourself with a private jet? So just take that as an example.
Thought it was cool.
Not necessarily conveying that you're swearing under oath that you own a private jet or regularly travel on private jets. Fair to say?
No.
Okay.
Wait, that's not fair to say?
Is that fair? Sorry. I think the point's in there. I'll move on.
Why don't you re-ask the question?
Okay. If you post a picture of yourself next to a private jet, by doing that, are you taking an oath and saying, that's my private jet that I own?
No, it's not my jet.
Would the same be true if you have a stack of money that you're holding in a photograph? Does that necessarily mean that that's your money?
No. I don't necessarily have to be yours.
Is it just portraying a certain image online?
Well, what do you mean?
That it's not necessarily reflective of reality?
Yeah. Perception.
Okay. You were asked questions. Do we have the defense exhibit, Your Honor? Where's your exhibits? Your text messages. Your Honor, do you have a list of the defense exhibits? What are you looking for? I'm looking for the thread of text messages between the victim and the defendant. On November 6, 2021.
Next to the exhibit letters, I just said whether it's a text, a photo, a screenshot, so I didn't take it down to the detail. Maybe Alex, JKL. J is a text, K is a text, L is a text. And so is C. C also. Doing all right on the water?
We have an exhibit. We didn't formally mark it under social media. So what's the next one?
What is it?
It's the text on the show.
P as in Paul.
What is it?
P as in Paul.
That's P as in Paul.
Are we sure? There was a P, but it was withdrawn.
You have a second.
Okay, Mr. Ephron, I'm showing you, not showing you, these You recognize this? I just want you to have a chance to orient yourself to it. So that's what I'm asking if you recognize it.
Yeah.
And the messages at the top here, these 4 messages, you said were messages that were deleted off of your phone, correct?
Yes.
Now, I believe you testified yesterday. Well, can you explain to the jury? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can you explain to the jury how it was that those text messages were deleted? What exactly did you do?
What do you mean? Like how did I delete them?
How was it deleted?
Oh, I just wiped over. I deleted it the same day I sent it. So the 6th, I sent it, and I deleted it right after.
What did you delete?
These 4 text messages.
Only those 4 text messages?
Yeah.
So were there any messages between you and the defendant before that?
I wouldn't know.
In 2020, 2019?
So long ago. I know this one was deleted, and that's why the next one, see where you at, it looks like a new conversation because that was deleted the same day on the 6th.
Okay.
I'll be right next to him.
Hold on. I want to make sure that everyone's on it. Next to it, People's Exhibit 13. So you kind of see half of defense P, and on the right-hand side is People's 13. So, Mr. Ephron, your version of the messages starts at WYA, correct?
Yeah, because that was my text thread, basically.
So, can you explain that to the jury, what you're talking about when you say that's a new text thread?
So basically, after you delete your message, unless that person texts you or unless you text that person, yeah, that's a new message.
So when did you delete these 4 messages?
The same day I sent it to him.
When that day?
The 6th.
But when?
A couple of hours after.
After you sent them?
Yeah, after I sent it to him.
So if you sent these at 10:30 in the morning, would you have deleted them at around noon, 1 o'clock? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure.
So you deleted these 4 messages before you received the WYA text message, correct?
Correct.
You did not delete them after the defendant shot at you. Is that fair?
Yes, that's true. I didn't delete it.
So on your text thread, when you say it shows up as a new message, that's the first message in your text thread, correct?
Correct.
And as it was extracted from your phone, the first message in your text conversation with the defendant is that WYA text message, correct?
Yes.
So there's no messages from November 5th back, correct? The first message is November 6th at 9:39 in your phone.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need clarification. First message?
First message.
Ever.
In that text thread.
First message, not November 5th.
I said the first message is November 6th, so there's no messages from November 5th going back in time. Are you following what I'm saying? If it's confusing, tell me and I'll clarify. This is the beginning of the text thread you had with the defendant after you deleted it, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't that you went through the text thread and selectively deleted things that you thought were going to make you look bad. You deleted the entire conversation.
Yeah, I deleted it because I didn't like it. I didn't like the way it looked on my phone, like what I was saying to him.
And then the first message you got that you kept was a WI, correct?
Yeah, that's what he wrote me the next day.
When you deleted those messages, were you trying to hide the fact that you had sent him rude messages?
No, I didn't care. I just was over the fact, over everything.
Your deleting those messages had nothing to do with the fact that he shot at you, correct?
No.
Because you deleted them before he shot at you.
I deleted it before.
Objection to leading on. That is.
We already have the answer to the agenda.
The answer is stricken. Questions? Jury's to disregard the question and the answer. No. Ask another question.
Is it common in your friend group, we can even narrow this down to the members or former members of ASAP, that there will be a certain amount of banter or rude messages exchanged between each other? Is that fair to say?
What, with all the members?
Is that how you guys talk to each other? That's my question.
Yeah.
Have you called other members a pussy? Is that, a pejorative?
Yeah.
That wasn't something that you singled out to call the defendant. That is exchanged between members of ASAP, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the men always going through things.
I believe you said that you, on cross-examination, that you had also exchanged messages like that with Ills, but you said it's because you guys are like brothers. Is that fair?
Yeah, with Bari too. Have arguments with. You're gonna argue with your brother.
You testified that on cross that there was a period of time after the shooting that your name was not publicly associated as the victim in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know when did that change?
When Shabari posted my car and said snitch ass and word ratted on my brother.
Okay. That was, and you said that was on Instagram? Do you know approximately the date that happened?
That was the day Rocky got locked up. Coming back from Barbados, I believe, on the plane. And he was still in custody.
And after Jabari said that, did you see that recorded anywhere publicly?
It was everywhere.
What do you mean it was everywhere?
Literally everywhere. Every major little news outlet.
Okay. Your Honor, I have just an example of that on Article 22.
Is that a screenshot? Is on, what is it?
Yeah, I believe it, yeah. Yes.
Projected news outlet.
Well, it looks
Well.
it looks like Mr. Relli might get his wish. I don't know if it's going to be today, as he requested. I just want this over.
Yet to be numbered document.
We're now on redirect. Let's see how this wraps up for the day.
Yeah, gonna wrap up soon.
Yeah. And what is that?
While we're wrapping up, thank you, Kay Schmidt, for gifting 5 Justice Serve TV memberships.
Media.
Okay.
It's 22. Mr. Chairman, can you speak up just a little louder? Maybe jury, I'm having a little trouble here.
I'm gonna put it on the screen. Let's see. So, showing you what I marked as People's 22, you said this was a post from No Jumper, correct?
Yeah, correct.
On the social media platform formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay. And this was one example of you being named as the victim associated with this case, correct?
Yeah.
And if the date is marked as April 20, 2022, does that sound about the time that that happened to you? If you don't know the dates, that's fair, but...
The dates that what happened to me?
That you were named as the victim.
Oh, yeah.
Publicly. And not only were you named as the victim in this case, but you were labeled a snitch, correct?
Yeah.
What connotation does that have in the rap world that you were a member of at that time?
All this injection.
I mean, can you say that again?
Yeah, is that a positive thing to be labeled a snitch?
No.
What does it mean?
I mean, you cancel. But it's kind of weird because I don't have my own theory about that.
Talking about your text exchange with John Iman, who was, you testified before, was Rocky's manager, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a 8-page document, we marked as People 23.
What is it?
Text messages with John Iman.
It's 8 pages of text.
It is.
Right through.
We haven't seen too much.
Well, they introduced the I'm getting pitch, so
I think that's in this exhibit.
It's fine, you'd be fine. Go ahead and do it.
Stand back. Goes Jackets. Looking a little stressed there. So do you think, Linda, these are texts that they have not seen before, or they're just confirming that they have seen them and they know what they are? I believe you're muted, LKB. I believe you're still muted, LKB.
Oh, I'm muted. I was muted. Yes, I
Yes.
was muted.
Yes. So what do you think about these? Oh, wait, now we're going to find out about these text messages. I'm guessing they've seen them, but want to make sure they're not getting surprised by
Yeah,
anything.
Joe said no problem.
I'm going to show you the cover page here. First message is a little difficult, but go down. Do you recognize what we see here? I know the number's blocked out, but do you recognize this to be your text messages with John, the person that you refer to as the defendant's manager?
Yeah, this is like a legit text.
Speaking to the mic.
Yes, I would like a legit text.
Okay. And you say that looks like a legit text because this came off of your phone, correct? And the reason why we have your phone is because you walked your phone into an NYPD precinct. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You gave it to the police.
I did.
And you allowed them to make a digital copy of everything on your phone, correct?
I did.
Do you know that that was all given to the defense too?
No.
Okay. You know that now?
Yeah.
Your first message with John starts November 7th, 2021 at 12:04 in the morning. I know it's actually a really small part to see, correct? Can you see that?
Yeah.
So we're talking, if that's your first message to John, that would be after the shooting, correct?
Yeah, like 45 to hour ago.
And do you remember what it was that you texted him?
That right there?
Yeah.
First,
I know it's just an icon, but do you remember what it was?
Picture of the bullet.
It was a picture, correct?
Yeah, well,
And then you texted him again, 12:04. Looks like a screenshot of a text message conversation, correct?
yeah, I texted him, me and Rocky's conversation.
Okay. Again at 12:04. You sent him another message. What did you say in that?
Rocky shot at me.
Rocky shoot at me,
Right,
right?
Rocky shot at me.
Okay.
Be nice if we could see the message.
12:04 still. Your next message?
One bullet, raised my hand.
Yes, speaking to the mic.
One bullet raised my hand.
There was a typo. You meant to say grazed my hand.
Yeah, I did a lot of typos on there. I was shaking. I was like shaking.
Need a transcription
You were
and
sending these
translation.
text messages quickly, back to back to
Yeah,
back.
back to back.
Okay.
Also,
Then
even
you
though we
sent
have
another
boosted the
photograph,
sound,
correct?
the sound
Now we're
sounds
at
pretty bad.
12:12. So
And you can't read the text.
8 minutes later. And then another photograph at 12:12, almost 12:13, correct?
Correct.
And immediately under that, you texted him at 12:13, this ills.
Let me see the top one. That must have been his.
Yeah, it was a photograph. It's not-
Okay, yeah, so I showed him Bill's conversation, trying to like lure me in.
You took a screenshot
of this Bill's conversation, showing him to let him know it was authentic, that this is real.
Okay. So now we're at 12:13, which would be.
He gave
what?
him his phone, but he deleted the
11
4
minutes.
important texts.
After your first.
But that was before the shooting, so
12:15. 2 or 3 minutes later, what was the next message you sent to him?
They set me up.
And then 12:16.
But it's the only 4 texts he's
You
ever
second that
deleted as his
message?
testimony.
If I didn't grab it, let me dead.
Yeah, speak up.
Tired.
What can you read?
Promise
What
to
kind
speak today.
of- Can you read that one? That one, because it was hard to hear you.
If I didn't grab the O's, I'd be dead.
Again, at 12:16, you sent him another screenshot. I know it's hard to see, but was it all the missed calls?
Yeah, that's all missed calls.
All right, now we're going to jump ahead in time from 12:16 to 12:37. Sorry, it's hard to see. 12:37, you sent him another picture, correct?
Correct.
Then, again, 12:37, almost 12:38, you texted him. And finally, at 12:38, you sent him that text message that the defense showed you saying, "I'm getting itch," correct? Or "I'm get itch."
I meant to rap getting irritated or like irritated or something like that. It wasn't I get rich.
I understand
that.
that.
It fit in the content. If you look at the whole conversation that I was right there.
So what I'm asking is, that's that message was sent 34 minutes after the first message that you sent to John, correct?
Yes, if it says right there, yes.
And yeah, again, because you don't, as you sit here now, 3 years later, can you say that you specifically remember dates and very specific times? Okay. But if it says, if it's timestamped from your phone that that's what that happened, you don't take issue with that.
No, I'm going to take issue if it came from my phone.
So when you texted him, "I'm getting itch" or "irritated," that's over a half an hour after you sent him the first message, and he hasn't responded to a single one of your messages, correct?
Who, John?
Yes.
I don't know if he responded. I think he responded.
Did you see a response in there?
Just my text messages?
This is your thread with him. Did you see a response from him?
Do you have a response from him in there?
I'll approach. You can go through it. You tell me if you see a response.
I don't remember 2 years ago.
I get it.
Every day is like Christmas for Relli. He doesn't remember anything. Show me that. Show me. I haven't seen that. Show me that.
They don't like it. They held the answer. It's just not right.
No speaking objections.
Sorry.
Speaking
Right,
objections.
right.
One of my favorite things was yesterday when he answered, "Yes, no, I don't know."
I think the question pending was, did you see a response from John?
No.
You are asking legal questions, right?
I'm just trying to speed it along there, but I will refrain. My apologies.
So if John was to hit me, it would be somewhere down here or something. I need this voice message or where I'm up. If he was, it would be under here.
If he was, I mean, I can show you what it looks like on the other ones. There's a blue bubble.
Oh,
Well
so you-
prepared.
No, I don't.
Great. Was that the context you were talking about? When you were testifying earlier?
Say that again, please.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that question. It was meeting. The text message that you sent to Justin about wanting the defendant's money, was that sent before or after the shooting on November 6th, 21 at 10:17 p.m.?
It was after the shooting.
I don't think that's the answer you wanted.
Yeah, Your Honor. I can stop there and we can go on to.
All right, we'll take the break now, folks. Please be outside.
Oh, they're gonna bring him back Monday? Wow.
On Monday. Please don't discuss the case the weekend with anybody. Please don't review anything you see in the newspaper or online. Please keep an open mind. And have a good weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.
Wow.
Well.
Hi,
well,
Michael
well.
Bryant. Hi. Yeah, you've
Hey.
been traveling. You're back in Connecticut.
I'm
You
back
were
in the
starred
home
in
studio.
Connecticut. You were in Massachusetts. You were doing all sorts of videos, and here you are back where you started.
Yes. Yeah. Funny how
Welcome.
that works. Thank you. Thanks for holding down the fort while we were out there just having some fun with the local folks. We'll talk about Karen Reed in a second. Let's talk about, what we've just seen. I'm not so sure this is the best Q&A for the redirect by the prosecution to leave with this jury as they head off for the weekend. I'm not so sure that Paulie P expected to get the answer to that question. The question was your text about wanting to get some money from the defendant after the shooting or before the shooting? I think he wanted to hear before the shooting, so
right.
He said, no, it was after. It was after.
It was after. Right.
So, and then I'm thinking, well, even if he had said it was before, then my mind would shift to, well, was that part of him creating, this plan to get money, and it involved this shooting and this injury? But I didn't have to go that far because it said it happened after the shooting.
Yeah, and that would make sense if it was before that, because then he deleted the 4 texts too. That the whole plan, that the idea this was all planned out. Well, there was a lot of things that happened today, and our viewers have questions, I know, but a lot of things happened while you were on the road. First of all, there was, I thought Joe did Joe Tacopina did a fabulous job. Now, apparently there was a little bit of a ruckus in the courtroom. The judge really had to really step on Lewin, in my opinion. Because Lewin was constantly, doing the objections, doing the speaking, and then constantly going back. And the judge was like, stop. And we got that clip somewhere. We'll probably play it next week. When
I have something. I don't know what it is, to be honest with you.
I think
is that the one? So bear with me
it.
for a second here. Let me see if I can find it. It's
Okay,
just the only one I had a chance to grab.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I got it. Here we go.
68 of the
Your
trial
Honor, there's
transcript.
a proper question with comments.
There's no question pending. Go ahead and read the
Page
question.
68, line 7 to line 14.
Stop it!
He's telling the jury.
Stop it! I don't want you to be
appropriate. You can't say it.
Mr. Lewin, stop it.
Page 68.
That's it.
You're going to be in timeout, Mr. Lewin. You're in timeout.
And that's when you heard, and the judge. I have to give the judge credit because he really had control of that courtroom when he was on the bench. He just says, "Like, stop it,"
But the thing is,
but there was one more thing I want to tell you before you go, okay? And then I'm going to let you roam free. There's a clip we're going to have to find over the weekend, and what it was starting that Joe was really getting under the skin of Relli, right? And at one point when they talked about the relationship with the lawyers and all, he said, "You Tacopina," and the judge said, "It is Mr. Tacopina to you. Mr. Tacopina doesn't call you Ephron. He calls you Mr. Ephron. You give him the same respect." And this is all in front of the jury.
Yeah.
And that was the beginning of how the day really then started. Now, I wouldn't say off the rails, but it had a potential to go off the rails, and it got nasty at the end.
And I did hear that exchange. I don't know if anybody timestamped it, but if so, then maybe I can find it and we can pull it. But yeah, it was. That's not the kind of stuff you want to play out in front of the jury. I don't think anybody wants that to play out in front of the jury. Not the witness. Even the attorneys are not really comfortable with that kind of exchange. But with this guy, I mean, he is just out of control. And I'm not talking about Lewin this time. I'm talking about Relli. He plays this rope-a-dope kind of game where when he feels like anything he says is going to hurt him, he just doesn't know. I don't know.
I don't remember.
He just plays dumb, which can work. And I mean, as I would tell clients, I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer, but it needs to come genuinely, like right after a question is asked, not after you have fumbled to answer it 2 or 3 times, and then you end up defaulting to, I don't know. Then it just looks like you're hiding something.
Yeah.
And that happened a lot.
That was a lot in there. And then the well-respected attorney Ben Chu and Ms. Vasquez represent Relli. I don't know for how long.
I don't either, man.
In a civil case, but they sort of apparently Joe Tacopina had words with Vasquez, right? And then apparently, according to what's been reported, Ben Shu, who's certainly a gentleman, said, something about his ethics or his performance or something to him in 2 words, right? I didn't take it down because it wasn't on camera, but it's being reported, and you can all look it up. So that happened there, and I will remind you all that both Joe Tacopina and Ben Shu are friends of mine. We teach, the 3 of us at Harvard together, trial advocacy workshop. Now, the judge also didn't let really talk about extortion, but Joe ended on the thing that we had the exclusive on, Michel Bryant, I'm proud to say, the $30 million and $30 million cash, and he would just disappear to an island where the prosecution would not find him. And when confronted with whether or not he said that to Wally, I don't know how you spell Wally, whether it's W-A-L-L-E, W-A-L-E, whatever it is, but it sounded like Wally, right? He first of all, he says it didn't sound like him. And Joe said, you just listened to the tape for 3 seconds. He said, it doesn't sound like me.
Yeah.
And so actually he says, how do you know it's 3 seconds? And Joe said, because I counted
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
And
I'm
so
a genius. I counted to 3.
I assume there's 1 or 2 things that happen. Either while he's going to testify, or the jury can listen to the tape and you can kind of hear whether it's him. They've had him on the stand now for 2 days. But $30 million twice, once for cash.
Yeah. And so I did put those 2 questions in our poll. So if you go to our community page at some point, one of them is basically, do you think extortion was committed? And then the second is, if you think it was, should Relli have been charged with a crime? So.
Well, that's the interesting issue here. The prosecution just, they took Relli's word, and yet there was you heard in the cross-examination, like the 4 times or so today, and I think you were on doing the interviews then, that he went through the police asking him, well, if you were so scared of him, he had a gun, why did you follow him? And it was different police officers at different times. Why did you follow? You said you're scared of him. You followed him, and that didn't make any sense. And then the other thing was the girlfriend. This is your favorite part, the ghost girlfriend.
Yeah, the ghost girlfriend, and she will be testifying. But before we move on to her, I did make some notes about that. Were you afraid? Because what JT did was he said, "Were you afraid?" And when you followed, was that after the shooting? Yes, it was. Were you afraid? And he said, "Well, yeah, because I had just been shot at." Which still doesn't make sense. Well, why are you following the dude if you're afraid because you've just been shot at? So that on its face makes no sense. But you compare that with his preliminary hearing testimony from November of 2023, which Tacopina pulled out. Today on the stand, he was afraid because he'd just been shot at, he says. But in the prelim, nope, I wasn't afraid.
Right.
So that makes logical sense. Well, if you're not afraid, you would follow them. Even if your fear or lack of fear was irrational, because, hey, if the guy really did shoot at you, you're kind of weird if you're not a little afraid, right?
Right.
The fact is, he can't keep a story straight.
Yeah, right. He can't keep the story straight. And then he went to then he got the lawyers. He said at one point, I think in the preliminary hearing, that he had went back to the scene to collect the shell casings. And we've talked about this because that was mentioned in the opening statements on the night of the shooting, right? But he didn't know the police had already gone there, and there had been videos of it, and pictures of them looking at them. There's nothing there. And then he said, he confirmed today, however, he didn't talk to a lawyer until like the next day. And the day after, then he was told to go back to the scene. And then he flew apparently to New York, where he went to Metropolitan Hospital up there on the upper east side, Metropolitan Hospital. And I doubt there's going to be a doctor coming in and saying those things are bullet wounds.
Probably not. You can clear this up for me, because I'm not sure when he acquired various attorneys, as you mentioned, Ben Chu, Camille Vasquez currently, but I don't think that's who he spoke to initially, right?
Right. And the names don't mean anything to me, who he spoke to initially.
So he spoke to somebody.
Ben, but it wasn't, it wasn't Ben Chu, but it wasn't Ben Chu.
I thought it was a different person. So it became clear that this person he spoke to suggested, hey, if you think you got a shot at a civil case, you better get a criminal complaint filed. I mean, that was the clear message, even though Relli was all kind of mushy on it. And I don't know who said what or when, but JT was able to hit that a few times, and that's important. I mean, what's the motivation for filing the criminal complaint? Is it because you think a crime was committed? No, because I think it'll help my civil case.
Right. And the civil case that he's put a whole nice theory out there that this was planned because he needed money. I mean, he needed money. He had a lifestyle that needed money. And then there was a really interesting thing, and maybe you can clear this up for me, because at some point he said, with cameras went off today because he was showing a picture on his Instagram account. And the judge just asked him, well, do you think if you show a picture on Instagram account, you will be in danger? And he said, yes. He said, that's it. And everyone Judge Tacopina, I think, wanted to inquire, but because he said he was going to be fearful, the cameras went off, and whatever it was they were talking about, whatever the picture was, I have no idea, because they did show other pictures later on of him flexing his fingers on his Instagram account. So I have no idea.
And they showed the pictures of him in front of fancy cars, and on redirect there was an attempt to clean that up. Doesn't mean you have those cars, doesn't mean you want those cars. Well, what the hell does it mean? You either have them or you want them. You're not just standing there in front of these cars just because they happen to be there and you're there. There's something going on inside to motivate that. And we know a lot of youngsters, and I say young, this guy's 36. A lot of younger people, love to do that kind of flashy type Instagram, Insta, and they'll post it because they think they look cool because they're with something. Well, down deep, it's because they want one.
Yeah.
So,
well, if I thought I looked cool next to a car, I'd be out there too. Yeah.
Why not? It's fun. It's just fun.
Fun, right? It's fun. I put two.
But there's a little. I wish I had one going on underneath. Right.
Yeah, on this one, this is clear. Now, Phoebe Purvis is the young lady, Joe's assistant, which she also be a lawyer. Well, there's two women at the table. One is Sarah Kaplan. She's the local counsel.
That's the blonde woman kind of facing us at the end of the table.
She's at the end of the table, and she used to work with Robert Shapiro initially in the O.J. Simpson case, and she was tangentially involved in Spectre for not as an attorney, but for something different. And then there's another woman who is doing a lot of the computer stuff, something that I usually end up doing when I've got attorneys with me, going up to the court bench with, I do not know whether she's a lawyer or not. The other male lawyer sitting at the table is definitely from Joe's office in New York. He's a criminal defense lawyer, and he's on their website, but I didn't see anybody else but three men on his website. But that doesn't mean he doesn't employ more, or that doesn't mean she's not a lawyer. Yeah,
she could be a baby attorney that also is a tech whiz, but having a tech person a la from Atlanta. What was his name? We had him on, Mr. Kokomo.
Oh, it was the Kokomo.
He was the tech whiz in that case, and he was a non-attorney. Now we know he's going on to become an attorney.
Right.
So yeah, she could be an attorney. She could be a law clerk. She could be a paralegal. Clearly, somebody that has the tech skills that the other folks don't have.
Yeah, well, that's. Clear with a lot of us getting in trial.
Well, the thing is, it's so nice to have somebody else to do that.
Right.
Because the tech, it's like I can barely do this, with the different things we're doing. When you've got something a little more important on the line, like a client, it's nice to be able to have somebody do the tech stuff, and you can just ask to call this up, call that up. Because if you're a one-man band, I can tell you, I've done trials where I'm a one-man band. It's painful. You lose your thought process on a cross-examination or whatever it is. It's far more important than, can we get the right slide up, please?
Right. No, it was very difficult. So we did have that crescendo. Now, as you remember, the judge said that Mr. Tacopina, Joe, was not allowed to say the words extortion. And by the way, at one point today, because those texts all had the N word in it, usually ending with A. There was a ruling by the court, and everyone was saying in the courtroom. I thought I was like, "Whoa!" Remember we talked about
Joe
that.
said it in his opening.
He said in his opening, and all he ruled that no one in the courtroom could say it. They had to say the N word. So that was actually kind of refreshing a little bit.
Yeah, I have as a lover of words. That word we've talked about before. It's despicable, it's horrible, what it means, but it is just a word. And if it's being used in the context that Joe was using it, because it's important for his case, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I think he let him do it, but then it said, that's enough now. Now
he didn't overuse it. That's true. He did it once.
but so we had that, and then we had apparently, and I think Missy had posted it up when we were doing it, and I didn't see it, and I actually didn't hear about it. I know, right? At one point, but there was some tit for tat going on with Lewin and well, with Lewin and Joe. And what it was is apparently they got into a bit of a fight, and then Lewin said to Joe, "Why don't you take more steroids?" And then Joe said to Lewin, "Why don't you go visit Durst's house again?" And that's because apparently, and there's a New Jersey article we put up there. There you go. Well, here's what happened. This is from Afi, who was in the courtroom. Lewin said the prop gun garbage. Tacopina leans over and shouts at the DA and points two fingers because they're sitting right next to each other.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. Very close.
Very close. And then actually Rocky, except Rocky had to step in between them, and Lewin goes, "Time for more steroids." And Joe goes, "Go to Durst's house again." And that's because Durst was married to Deborah Charatan, if you recall, even though she was living with somebody else, and
it was an interesting relationship.
But it was a relationship, and she was covered by privilege. And her lawyer actually lived in my building here, right here where we are, for about 10 years when we were here. And he and I talked about him representing her at one point because we had to share the dog elevator going down with our dogs. But this is a while ago. This is when I got Valjean, actually, before Tubi. And so apparently most people didn't know this, but then Lewin took a vacation with his daughter at Robert Durst's wife's house.
I think, well, the article I read was May of last summer, but was it before that time or was it just that recent?
No, I think it was that reason. I think it was that reason, but we still went. And so that's where Joe said, go to the, so there they got into it.
Maybe that was some fees he was getting for some consulting work.
He's a PA. I don't know how he
I don't know what arrangements he's got. I have no idea.
I know. So that was apparently a site that we didn't see, and it wasn't on. There was no cameras rolling, and as you know, you can't photograph with your iPhone in a courtroom in California. There are rules against it, and you will go into the host gal. Your phone will be taken from you, and the photographs deleted, and maybe a contempt. So that also was going on. And I have to answer this. Jenny says, "Linda, please tell me you live in the only murders in the building."
Oh gosh,
I don't. Those are up on the Upper West Side. That building is up on the Upper West Side that they film or they use as the role model for the only murders in the building. I actually live in a more modern building than that. But boy, I tell you, we do. We had a house up in the Catskills, and if you recall, about 3 years ago, there was a man who killed a New Jersey federal court judge, and he drove to the Catskills and like the next town, a couple towns over. And it was during the pandemic. I took everybody up, and we actually filmed for Court TV where he had killed off himself. He had ran and he had offed himself in a couple towns over, and all because he had summers in the Catskills. So my other house was close to a murder, and of course,
what is that starting to tell you?
I don't know. It told me it was like I don't want to. Like I was like, I don't want to buy a house right in this block because maybe it'll be haunted later on. I'm Italian. I believe in ghosts.
You never know.
Yeah.
Okay, let me look at. We got a few questions from earlier today that have been kind of maybe lost in the shuffle. Let me see if I can bring one on here. Oh, this is a good question. All the stuff he is reading and not showing the public goes back with a jury question mark. It depends. The short answer, it depends. If it's used to refresh recollection or somehow use it for foundational information, probably not. But if it's admitted as evidence, then in all likelihood, it'll go back with all the other evidence. So I don't know specifically which of those things we're talking about. There were text messages that were shown, a few other things that were used, some to refresh recollection. So generally, those would not go back.
Right, and we needed a lot of refreshing of the recollection,
or just making it up, or
whatever. There was, it's funny because I had starred the "Not Afraid to Follow" as one of the big things for today, and then the injury.
Oh, the injury. Let's talk about that hospital visit.
Right. Well, because another number of things. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say he went on the 9th, which was because remember the injury, if it occurred that night, was on the 6th in the evening. So it was 2 days plus, wasn't a full 3 days, 2 days plus before he comes back east and ultimately goes to the hospital to have it checked out. I don't know what people will think of that. It just seems that if it was significant enough, you get it looked at immediately. If it's something you're using to bolster a case, civil or criminal, maybe you forget to do it as quickly as you should, and maybe you're reminded that you ought to go have that checked out. It reminds me of, I've done a number of personal injury cases, and there's always that claim. And my brother-in-law is a chiropractor, so I'm not putting down chiropractors in general, but there was a certain system you could see develop after most personal injury cases, and that is the attorney would send them to a chiropractor who would immediately issue orders for 3 adjustments per week for 12 weeks or whatever it was. And why do they do that? Because then they take that number, and in the PI world, generally 3 times your medical expenses can be used as a measure of damages. So you send somebody to the chiro to churn up, medical bills, and then you multiply that and say, here's what we want. So when I saw this, 2-day plus delay in getting the hospital to look at his injuries, first thing I thought was, that's what you do when you're jacking up a claim. You're just trying to support it as best you can, whether you need the treatment or not.
And at one point, I did 4 stars. If I could read my writing, Joe got him to admit that at some point he said, well, the injury could have been from a bullet. It could have been from a bullet coming off a floor. Doesn't know what caused the injury, or it could have been from something else. So he made 4 different claims all over the time about what the injuries to the knuckles are. And I think we do have a picture of those knuckle injuries somewhere, and I think what Joe was saying, that he smacked somebody, he had a picture of somebody's face, and he smacked somebody, right? And
and there was was his name Illy? I know I'm probably missing
or
Isaiah or something like that.
Right. And he smacked it, but you only took a picture of half the face. So it was all over, but it was all leading up to the crescendo.
Yeah,
and I think that's why things got testy. There's the knuckles now.
And do we know what day that was? Was that the one at the hospital?
Well, that's here's an interesting question, because when Joe showed him the picture, that's why I took a screenshot of it. He says, it's not date stamped. I don't know when this is from. Okay. And Joe said, well, didn't you take this photograph? He said, well, but I don't know when it's from because it's not date stamped. And they went round and round in that. Okay. That's why I screenshotted it when it happened, because that was the answer. So the same question you're asking me, I don't know, because he didn't know.
He doesn't know. And then he says, they're talking about the first 2 knuckles and then the third one having maybe just a slight mark of some sort. And he's asking, can you see the injuries on that photo? And Relli was like, well, I can't see them that well, and maybe because of the screen or the quality of the photo. But he said, you can still see them on my knuckles now, 3 years later. Oh, I want to see that. That's what I want to see. If you've got 3-year-old scarring from, I think that supports your case. Why aren't we seeing that?
Yeah, I know. I know, exactly. Right, because that would be something pretty bad that went through. Although, I've got scarring from when I was a kid still. My dog bites.
Yeah, let's start sharing our scars again.
Share scars again. So I think as things got to the crescendo, because Lewin wasn't able to play the game he's normally play. He tried really hard this afternoon with the objection, the objection, and the judge told him to sit down. And so Joe was heading towards the crescendo. Normally he tries to stop that. I think normally he has his way in the courtroom, and he didn't have his way. And it came in. I'm certainly Joe would have liked it to come in more like, and you try to extort, right? I mean, that's why the judge said you couldn't use those words. But it came in. $30 million? $30 million? Anyone who tries a case knows you got to be, for $30 million, you better be dead.
Yeah, that's some serious pain and suffering or disability that goes on and on and on. But maybe those punitive damages. Obviously, firing a gun at somebody is an intentional act, and that's punitive damages normally. So who knows? I mean, it's a rubber number. But the fact that he asked for it ahead of time and as part of a lawsuit to reinforce that request, they just don't look good.
Right, right. The first one was ahead of time, and the second one was like, and if you pay it through the lawsuit, you can funnel it through the lawsuit. That's basically was the intent. Okay, you funnel it through the law, and they'll never find. That's paid, not just settle the case. They'll never find me again. Right? They'll never find me. The prosecution won't be able to find me because I'm going to be at an island, and they're going to have to go through Rocky, and they'll never find me if you pay me that money. That's I think that's the coup de grace. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Is because it's one thing to say settle the case with $30 million that you owe me. It's another thing to say,
but I'll go away and
I'm going to go away. And that sounds like extortion. It's either bribery or extortion.
This guy was squirming, no doubt about it. And when he said, "I just want this to be over," I think he meant it. That was one of the truest things I think I heard him say. And I think it will be. There'll be a touch more of this redirect. Trying to, as I call it, clean up on aisle 5. It is quite a mess that he's left behind. And then Joe will have another shot at, on recross to do a little something and leave one more impression with this jury.
Yeah, although Paulie P is seems very honest. Just do this, do that. I mean, he brings it down a notch. He seems extremely honest. I mean, if they get anything on this, it's because of him, not because of John Lewin, in my opinion. Just because he seemed like he was just putting it out there, putting what he had, trying to let the jury find the truth. And here it is. And here, but the problem is that you got a lot of problems here. You got a lot of problems. So what do you think the girlfriend's going to say? She's got to testify, right?
Well, I guess it depends on what they say to one another this weekend. She's got to testify. And thanks to Miss Shorty from Down Under for shouting us out there. She's shared some of our stuff in the past, which we really appreciate. I think there may be another, get together to kind of talk about the story and what to expect. And we still have that one piece of video that it's kind of damning because it's the video that Relli says shows him at the scene at or about the time he found the bullet casings, right? And you can't see her. So I guess, was she in the car? Was she hiding around the corner? I mean, how are they going to handle that? They got to come up with something. And I'm counting on them coming up with something.
Yeah. He said, I think she may be off to the side. That's what he said. Maybe she's off. There's cameras everywhere.
And it's not a tight shot. It's not like she can be like where you are and I'm right here and you're cut out. No, it's a wide shot. So they'll come up with something.
Jenny is a good thing. It's not me. They lied. It's fake. I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That was another thing. He said, one of the things, one of the videos, I don't know if it's me. I think it may be AI.
Well, it's not the first time he's not sure who he is on video. That's happened at least twice now, that he's just not sure who it is. And I'll give him some credit. The quality is horrible. But still, in that area, in that context, you would know. You would know if it's you or not.
Tina points out, and he missed this too, I think the judge asked so many questions during the cross. He felt that he was doing the cross. And yes, there was one period of time. But I think what it was is the judge, by the way, had this he kind of had this affect. He was clear control, but Relli wasn't answering Joe's questions. And he didn't want to waste time with him not answering. So he said, look at me. He's trying to ask you this. And now the next question is this. And the next question is this. And the next question is this. And he went through like 7 of them. And he said, then Mr. Tacopina, you can continue. And I think Relli got the message that he had to answer the questions. That's what happened.
And quite often they were yes or no questions. But yes or no is not an answer that Relli likes to give. I've used my watch analogy. What time is it? Well, you got these parts over here on the side, and then click onto this. He's off. He's off and running. Even after sometimes he stops, right, as if he's answered the question, and then he just starts talking again, and the judge will have to say, "There's no question. There's no question pending. Just sit." And it gets back to what I said yesterday. That this is not their comfortable place, right?
Right.
For anybody, but folks who are kind of in a culture that freedom of expression and being a little outrageous is rewarded. This is really confining, and it's tough for them to do it. And I don't blame them. I get it.
Missy, could you put Relli's Instagram up in the chat? Let's see. Relli, here was Relli's Instagram, and the most amazing thing, that's his Instagram, and it's Relli Boss. I don't know what there that he was fearful of. I mean, he's on TV. He's bringing a claim. He's asking for $30 million, right? But that's his Instagram. He wants all
it's all
these followers.
stuff? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
That's what
I
it's
don't
on
know.
Instagram?
I don't know what it is, but that's his fault. He wants all these followers, and why he was fearful that if his Instagram went up, it would not be good. It'd be bad for his safety. It's a public page. Anyone can go to it. Hey, look, you just Google it, Relli. You go to Instagram, put on Relli, up it comes.
Well, you're not a record producer because you would have shunned him.
Well,
you are.
I don't know. The judge does kind of look like Geppetto, doesn't he? He does a little. At one point, he was off the bench there too, looking at the screen. He really has no problem controlling his courtroom. I really like him, actually.
I think he's doing as well as he can with the big personalities involved, and it's primarily Lewin because Joe can be boisterous and a big personality too. But he seems to know when to dial it down and act appropriately. Lewin doesn't. He just has no idea how not to talk. It's not that difficult. Objection, irrelevant. That's it. You're done. He just can't stop. He just has a narrative form. That's just how he talks.
Yeah. And he was speaking constantly. He was constantly doing speaking objections constantly. Now, the judge kept saying, as we played that clip, he told him to sit down. Basically, it was like your papa saying, "Sit down and shut up."
Yes, I'm waiting for him to.
I was waiting for that.
Wrap him across the knuckles with a ruler.
But he and then he got warned, and then he just wouldn't stop. He just couldn't control himself because he wasn't winning. Now. Miss Love would have gotten away with all that with Judge Glanville. Yes, Jenny. Miss Love would have gotten away with all that. There's no doubt about that.
Judge Arnold is no Judge Glanville. I think that's safe to say.
No, and I think he's really doing a good job.
Yeah, I think you got a tough witness. You have 1.5 tough attorneys, and I'm giving Joe a bit of a break here because I think he knows he's winning. So it's easier when you're winning to be a little more low key. Lewin knows he's losing. So he's going over the top.
Right. He's definitely going over the top, and he's not used to. I don't think he's used to having this happen in a high-profile case. Clearly, I think they would have been better with Paulie P. The whole thing. Paulie P. It looks like he's. I'm going to say it again, earnest, and he's trying to do the right thing. And you could say it's earnest, but you still got to deal with the fact that really deleted texts. Really's girlfriend's not there. The shell casings were not there when the police came. He didn't go to the hospital until after he hired attorneys. And he says today he says he's not permanently injured, but in the lawsuit he says he is permanently injured.
And we know, a lot of those lawsuits, because especially state actions, they aren't verified as a federal complaint. Federal complaint is verified, which means you are attesting to every fact as if it's a perjury is hanging over your head. Right. State law, most of the cases, you talk in fluffier language, and you always have some permanent disfigurement. A lot of it is puffery to help you, get a little more money in the case. I also mentioned in California, you don't normally mention the amount of the claim. Unless you're trying to strong arm somebody.
Unless you're trying to strong arm, right? That's the issue. Now the question to have though is if this come out, he looks like he really is a liar. And I don't, what does the prosecution do? We already know that they decided they chose their warrior, right? They chose Relli to be on Relli's side, not on ASAP Rocky's side. But you have two very good attorneys, very ethical attorneys with Ben Shue and Camille Vasquez who've chosen Relli now, and they know that tape is out there with the 30 million. So,
I know. I find that very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if there is no conviction here, that is going to be one tough mother of a civil case. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah. It's going to be fought. At that point, maybe it hasn't happened that really had to go to doctors and all. Maybe the civil case has stayed a little bit pending criminal action and all. But that's not going to. It may end up being that there be some minuscule settlement just to let it go away. And minuscule for ASAP Rocky could be $300,000, but there was no way he was paying. No way he was paying that 30 million because what could happen then? He could get arrested because he was trying to buy a witness, right? What would the prosecution do if he did pay it or paid any money to settle that case? They'd say, you're trying to buy a witness. You're tampering with evidence. You're tampering with a witness. You're going to jail. We're indicting you.
Yeah. So be glad you weren't successful.
Yeah.
So,
anyway.
and before we talk a little bit about Karen Reed, just remind folks what this jury was left with. Did you make the demand for money before or after the shooting? After the shooting. Okay. Thank you very much. Damn it. I wish you hadn't said that. That's what they get to go home and think about. Okay. Karen Reed. So we know that was kind of fun today. And I now have in my hot little hand. Wait, hold on a second. I think I have, hold on. Don't move. I think I got something for you here. Stand by just a second. All right, the hearing was just today, and remember, Bev, among other things, was going to take into to her little chambers there the determination of whether to have
Judge Bev.
What's that, Judge Bev?
Judge Bev to you.
I tried to use her last name when I was in the courtroom or courthouse yesterday to get to her court, and I mispronounced it, which is why I'm sticking with Judge Bev. Anyway, she wasn't sure whether she needed a what hearing?
Daubert.
On the issue of
Daubert
Mr. Green,
Lanigan, right? Daubert
Mr. Green and his opinions on the deletion or lack thereof of the Haas Long in the snow, those searches that were done on the phone attributed to Jen McCabe, who says she didn't do it and didn't delete them at 2 a.m., that it happened at 6 after they found the body. That's the crux of his testimony.
Now I owe you a Carvel ice cream cone.
That's right, because we talked about it earlier. You said for sure she'd want this hearing. I said, I don't think so. So she has ruled not going to have a hearing, which means next week will be very short. I'm not sure it's worth going up for next week. We'll figure it out. So she will.
It's going to be Friday now instead of they said
yes.
Friday, I think, right, instead of Thursday.
It's
actually Daubert. We've had this discussion with Michael. I appeared on a panel with it early on.
Here we go.
With the plaintiff. And
Yeah.
he's on, his attorney's on there saying everyone mispronounced it because everyone was saying Daubert. It's Daubert.
I think I was the only one saying it like that, but
no. For years, people were saying everyone had a.
Well, I think that's like
now people are more saying. Now people are more saying Daubert. Or,
en français, I would have to go to France and see how they pronounce it by somebody who spells it the same, like Michael here, Michel en français. So it could be a regional thing. Anyway,
Michel is here. Hey Siri, call Michael Bryant.
Calling Michel Bryant.
Mais oui, très bénéfique. Okay, so she decided she doesn't need that, but she is going to still make a decision on whether he's in or not. So the decision that there is no hearing needed is not a decision that he stays. Now, to me, logic says she let him in before. She doesn't think there needs to be an evidentiary hearing again. I think he's coming in. That's, you want to double down on that bet?
No, I know you could. No, I'm concerned because she said, I think I can decide this without having a hearing. That was her thing today. She said, I would let you know by Monday, but then decided she should have said, let him come in. So I'm concerned that she's going to strike parts of his testimony.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I'll give you half credit for that. It's either all in or all out. If she does strike some of it, that's a tie.
That's a tie. Okay. All right. Then we'll just go have an ice cream together. That's all.
There you go. Okay. So we have the schedule here. This was pretty close to what I had scribbled down and we talked about earlier today. So the next matter is on the 5th. They still list both the 5th and 6th here, but we think that's going to be pared down to just one of those 2 days, probably Friday. Then the filing for the motion to dismiss, if there is going to be one by the defense, that deadline is the 11th. Valentine's Day is the deadline for the Commonwealth to file their opposition to any motion to dismiss, if there is one. And then on the 18th is the hearing on the motion to dismiss, if there is one. And on the 21st, it is the filing of all other evidentiary motions. It's not a court date. It's just that's the deadline to file this stuff because we're going April 1st. And then the hearing of those, if there are any, 2 days set aside at the moment, 4th and 5th of March. That could change. 1 day may be enough. And then the 7th would be a pretrial hearing for whatever is left and motions in limine. So there you have it, heading all towards steamrolling toward the April 1st deadline. That came out just today.
A really stupid question.
You don't have any of those, but go ahead.
Why are we doing this if there is the head top court which hasn't decided the issue of whether or not there's going to be double?
Well, there's no stay. There's no stay in place. Do you think they'll ask for a stay if the court doesn't rule?
No, it sounds like the defense wants to go forward.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. I think they've resigned themselves to the timing of those jury affidavits and the way that all got so sloppy and messy. They probably just think the court the appellate court is not going to disrupt this second trial date and everything that's been going on to prepare for that. Because what would they do? What would be another remedy? To have the jurors come in, have the lower court reconvene some sort of investigation, some sort of evidentiary hearing on the jurors?
That should have been the remedy to begin with. They should have been brought in to begin with.
If they'd done it right away, but now every day that passes makes it just sloppy. So I have a feeling that all the parties have said, look, that's a snowball in hell. It ain't going to happen. Let's just go forward. Be nice if they did rule before, because then it's not that big matzo ball hanging out there. Just get it done, deny it, go on with the second trial, and there you go.
Well, you saw her today, and one of the questions I think I asked you earlier is how did she look? Did she look worried? Did her team look worried?
Oh no, you didn't mean that. She didn't. She looked like she's having a great time. Like she was at a receiving line at a wedding or something. Yeah, she looks like I got nothing to bother me, and I mentioned it to you earlier. If you had won, as she did, in my opinion, as she won, her team won, they spanked the prosecution. You got to be emboldened by that, because nothing that has happened since, even their desperate attempts to get rid of Dr. Russell, Mr. Green, is he a doctor? No, he's an engineer of some sort. No, their attempts to get rid of those key players, unsuccessful at this point, just look like they're desperate, and that's got to make her feel even better.
What's the thing about the ARCA, the ARCCA?
She was going to hold off on that.
I forgot to put the R in when I tweeted about it today. But ARCCA,
that's a good question. She decided to put that off, and I have a feeling that's going to be returned through next week. And that's remember the federal experts who determined in their investigation that the car never hit John O'Keefe. That was their ultimate conclusion. Well, that's great stuff for the defense. And so, of course, the prosecution wants that out. And I think they're trying to get it out based on some notice issues. I think that's the Rule 14 that they're kind of hanging their hat on. I think that's a loser too. But those kinds
they only had a case where they testified already.
That's what makes it even more bizarre. If they hadn't testified, who knows? Anything could happen. But for the judge to have allowed them and their reports, and then now all of a sudden say, I kind of screwed that up. They're out. What are the chances? I just don't see it.
I don't understand it. When do you think, when do you think, this is a great question from Michelle Duffy, the SJC, the Supreme Court, the top court, I'm going to call it the Supreme Court, the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, is going to have a ruling, Michael?
Who knows? I would think it's either going to be like a pocket veto, meaning they just ignore it, just don't do anything, or they'll do it at some point in the next 2 months. How do we know? Something's going on internally. It's not like they don't know what's happening as this case ramps up. And I think Judge Bev also knows that it's going to happen. So let's just get this thing going. We got our April Fool's Day trial date. Let's just go. Let's just do it. So
and then
a lot of unsaid is what I think is going on. It's just like people aren't telling the whole story because they kind of know the whole story.
You know what I would like to know? I'd like to know if the defense, because they had the contact with the jurors, talked to them about what was important and what they think they should do in the second trial, and whether the defense is really, those jurors really become like jury consultants to the defense, just like in this case you have a formal jury consultant in the California case.
I haven't looked at it lately, but I think Turtle Boy interviewed a couple of the jurors. And I don't remember if they were alts or if they were actually in the box, but I recall there was something out there about him. I didn't ask him about it today. We didn't have a lot of time, but maybe next time I go up there, he's a regular celebrity up there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you interviewed him a little bit. You got
just briefly. He
wanted to know where you were from.
Well, I always say Michael Bryant with Justice Served TV, and that's when people have a glazed look. And so sometimes they'll say formerly Long Crime, formerly Court TV, and oh no, all right. And then some folks called up our site while we were there because I said, well, we're streaming it too. And then they're like, oh, there you are. Like, yeah, that's me. All right.
Thanks to Missy and Dizzy. And Missy, they really
exactly.
We're holding it down. But no, he was good. He said he felt good. He sits in the jury box when he's
he's in the cadre of Karen Reed supporters, obviously.
Karen Reed, okay. All right, so he gets a seat in the jury box. And then you interviewed somebody else, my favorite interview of the day.
Yeah, it wasn't as much an interview as it was a shout out to LKB about how he loves you so much. And that was Mr. Jackson. And it was kind of weird when they left. I caught them as they were coming down. It was he and his client, Karen Reed, and they walked by shoulder to shoulder. And I do that little exchange where tell Linda I love her. Just tell her I love her. I said, you love her? Okay. And then as they got down to the corner, it was like they were misdirected and they had to walk back again in front of the courthouse and go the other direction. It was just kind of, kind of weird, like they made their grand departure and then they had to come back.
I'm sorry. I'm still coy on the fact that you're confused and maybe somebody could love me.
No, I just thought it was I thought it was an odd on the street kind of greeting because I was just saying, hey, my co-host is Linda Kenney Baden. You know her. It's, oh, I love Linda. Tell Linda I love her. So, okay. Got it.
As you all know, for people who don't know, Alan Jackson and I were on opposite sides of the first Phil Spector case. And so we spent like almost 6 months in a courtroom together separately. And I think we had a great respect for each other. He's an excellent attorney. For some reason, I don't know, all these cases we're doing, I seem to have ties to people.
I know. Good
for you.
The
jury consultant is the jury consultant in the ASAP Rocky case, and then tried a case against Alan Jackson, and Alex Spiro's out there. I mean, it's like, and I'm here. You see what's important to me? I'm here with you and the podcast.
Well, you make it sound like that's a consolation prize.
No. I just said what's important to me is doing this, because I think that if we don't talk to people for what we know and what we learn, and there's so much misinformation out there, if you and I don't do something like this, Michael Bryant, and take over,
there are definitely less avenues for it. There really are.
There are, yeah, but it's important, and you see the questions, and everybody, hopefully everybody appreciates it, except for the one woman who wrote to me and just hated me. She,
the one that thinks you were drinking, or something.
No, that was the other guy.
That was somebody else.
Yeah, you remember she wrote to me, and I had said something about Luigi, but it was really complimentary. It was bad about the Mayor Adams. It looks like he's going to be pardoned, by the way, by the president.
Looks like it, yeah.
Or right?
Drop charges, yeah.
Yeah, and the charges being dropped or whatever. And so, and then I said, you absolutely misconstruing everything that I've said, blah blah blah. And then she said, I knew you were a phony with your glamour shots, and I'm thinking, my glamour shots. I'm exhausted every day. I'm on the air with you. It's like I have makeup. I hardly have glamour shots.
A bitter woman. Okay, I got to run, but I want one more question before we get out of here.
Alan Jackson, by the way, was Rocky's attorney, Jenny, at the start of the case. You're absolutely right. Okay.
Injurious personalities. That frightens me, but okay. Did you know Sacco and Vanzetti were tried in that courtroom? That's that tiny courtroom I've been complaining about. Somebody told me that today from the steps of that courthouse, because they've become historians, and docents for this place they hang out at a lot. And I thought it was an interesting little tidbit. So yes, I didn't know it until today. So now I know it.
Remember, we talked about Sacco and Vanzetti on this show with one of the situations that people thought they were guilty, right? And it turns out that at least one of them was probably innocent.
Which one?
I forget whether Sacco or Vanzetti.
You got a 50-50 shot.
No, but was at least one of them was probably innocent. So, and I think that was I'm trying to think in the case that we were discussing it. But it'll come to me. It was on the show recently, within the past month.
All right. Well, with that, you're going to be gone Monday. We're going to have a guest host, and we'll do what we can. You have to work. I have to work, but not till 6, so I can hang for a little bit. We aren't going to get the full day or the post wrap like we do now, but Neil Rockhind is coming on. Is that correct?
Yes, Neil's coming on. He's going to be a co-host. He'll be on.
Yeah. So we'll do that from like 5-ish to 6-ish, and I think within that chunk there should be the break, their afternoon break, and we'll get a chance to talk. So
yeah, and you're probably going to finish Relli and then see who's up next, and you'll get a handle on who's up next. Which I think the obviously the biggest witness is Relli and how he finishes up on Monday.
Yeah. All right then. Well, we will miss you. We'll do our best to carry on.
Thank you.
Good luck with your mediation.
Yes.
And you know how mediations are they're so helpful. They always resolve cases, right? No. Okay, but they are an interesting exercise, I'll tell you.
Yes, and you have to do good in your mediation if you're going to eventually get a good settlement, or you're going to try the case. You have to really start out strong.
It's all about making your arguments and convincing the others to come to your side. For $30 million? Oh wait, that's a different case. Hey, Missy, are you going to clunk us out here, or do I do that? I'm not sure. I've done it both ways here.
Well,
I
we
do
have
it?
to say goodnight to everybody first.
Oh
We
yeah,
gotta
I
go
just
goodnight.
I
You
want
have
it
to
queued
work.
up so we aren't just sitting here staring at one another if it doesn't work when I do it. Okay, I will see you next week. Have a great weekend. In the meantime, try to do the right thing.
And I am Linda Kenney Baden, and that is Michael Bryant. Together, we are all justice served. So please subscribe, share, like, and hit that notify button.